Hey, I'm here. Guys, I just need to say something very quickly, right? This week, I truly wanted to change the music, right? I was going to, right? Look. I made an appeal. Hey, can I please change the music? Can I please do it, right? And all of a sudden, I start getting like pictures of like my mother and like different places at the shopping mall, at where she works, right? Just like her walking about, right? And just like, hey, if things change, who knows what could happen, right? That's what happened. Someone sent me those pictures. I'm gonna show you that person, right? This man sent me those pictures.
I'm guilty as charged. Merry Christmas, Prime. Merry Christmas.
He said absolutely not. Look, I'd love to change the music. I would love to. Courtney has made it clear. Has made the position clear. I cannot do that, and I won't test them. So enjoy. How are you doing, friend?
I'm doing well.
I have to call him friend, or else like there'll be consequences. But yeah.
Those were not AI generated pictures. Those were real.
Yeah. So we're just waiting on the rest of the crew. But shout out to the ones who made it here so far. It's Hunter for being first. Hunter. Yeah. Hey, how are you doing?
Just great.
Is anybody watching Stranger Things? Or am I the one that watches that?
I gave up on that show, 10 years ago? When did season 4
10?
come out?
It might be. I actually don't remember what it is.
I'm joking. Well, I'm not. Well, sorry. It is 10
it's
years
a decade ago. Yeah, it's like a decade, at least.
I am joking that's when season 4 came out, but I do think that this show's been out for, I want to say, like 10, maybe even 12 years at this point.
Yeah, it's about 9, 10 years.
Yeah.
Time flies.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I like season 1 for sure, but like, I don't think it's good enough to justify. I don't think it's good enough.
What's the last season? You watched the last season 4, or you like?
I don't even remember.
Okay,
season 3, season 4. I don't know. It was pretty garbage. They were in Russia a lot, and I don't remember exactly why. It was. I
think that was season 4, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, time flies, and like child actors age, so like that's a huge thing for them. But no, I believe I'm in the middle of season 4. I've been told season 4 is amazing, but like Julie was telling me, like season 4 is just like absolutely like crushes. But like
one of the better ones.
What'd you say?
I think it's one of the better ones. Yeah.
It didn't grab my attention, and like I never finished it. Now I'm going to finish it eventually. Like I want to, and it's in the zeitgeist, and people are talking about it, and people have things to say about season 5. So I'd like to get to it, but like I've just letting you know, season 4 didn't like really grab me. I was waiting for it to do it, but like I don't know, man. Yeah.
Well, is it enough for you to keep your interest going in the show, or like like Hunter, you want to abandon it?
I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to abandon it. I'll finish it eventually. I want to get through season 5 eventually, but it's not like a priority for me.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But what is a priority is passing that game, The Last of Us, so you can watch the show. That's priority number 1.
Okay. Look, there's a whole odyssey here happening. All right. Look, all right. So Hunter doesn't understand. Let me just let you know, Hunter. All right, this is just the original Last of Us. I haven't beaten it, and like it's like a big thing. I haven't gotten past like one of like the earliest dungeons. There's like a part in it that just for some reason like confounds me. And, on a deep level, I just can't get through it. Any case,
Gibbs and it's lactoid. Yo, hey.
Yeah. So I'll continue on. But anyway, to Corey. So I told you I was dealing with Cyberpunk, right? I beat the Cyberpunk initial campaign. Actually, I was very proud of myself. I did this months ago. And I was going to brag to you about it, how I beat this game, which I had been sitting on for 2 years, whatever. But anyway, so I beat that. And I was almost done with the DLC. The DLC is excellent. And I was almost done with it, but then I stopped playing. So once I finished with that, okay, then I still probably have a bunch of other things on my list. But no, actually, I'll probably do Last of Us as soon as I finish Cyberpunk DLC, which I have like 2 or 3 missions left. Right, I'm trying to like do everything like in one go. I have like 2 or 3 like of the story missions left, and I just haven't done it. But like I will, and then I can try Last of Us again.
And then you can start watching the show.
And I can start after that, and I can start watching the show.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Hey, friend.
You can watch the show without playing the game.
No, not in Prime.
Prime. Maybe it's just me, but your microphone sounds.
Your
crazy,
mic is.
Prime.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up too. Prime.
Yeah, your mic is crazy.
It's
a little,
it's very loud.
Crazy, but it's a little bit louder.
It's crazy.
It's
spiking.
Sounds
It's loud.
like you have like the gain like way high or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Is the brightness on my camera like look really weird?
Not to me.
No, it's fine.
Just
Okay.
a little dark. That's all.
Oh, really?
Just a little bit. Yeah.
It
it's not
looks
super
weirdly
bright.
light on my side.
Test. My same thing.
You're
Well, it's
quieter
different, but now
now.
it's worse. I think to my
Now
ear.
it's
Yeah.
Okay, now it's good. Now it's good.
Now it's good.
Now it's
okay.
That's good.
All right.
There you go.
I've literally touched no settings. I just like unplugged it and replugged. I've touched
All right,
nothing.
now
Yeah,
it's good.
sometimes
That is a
it's
setting. The plug-in.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for letting me know, though. I wouldn't have known otherwise. I appreciate you. Okay. Yeah. But no. Lactoid. Just you don't seem to fully understand me. Okay. All right. I don't like spoilers. I don't like spoilers, and so I'm not going to watch the.
Aren't you spoiling the show by playing the game?
No, I'm spoiling the game by watching the show.
But you're also spoiling the show by playing the game.
No. The
Like
show
one of them
actually-
is going to be spoiled.
Right.
The show is a derivative of the game, and
So you're
It also
spoiling
takes
it.
place before the game.
But
Well, no, the show
You're
takes
still
place before
spoiling
the
it.
game.
You're still spoiling it.
Wait a second. I can look.
Am
there
I
are different
wrong?
Works. No.
You're wrong. The show leads into the game. It's not gonna spoil anything.
Right.
It doesn't matter though. It's still spoiling what's occurring in the show. You're still
No,
gonna know
no,
what's
it
happening in the
It
show.
absolutely does matter. Of course, hold on. Of
The
course,
left
Yeah,
and the
you
right
should
can
watch
come
the
together
show
and
before
agree
you
on
watch
this,
it.
Prime. That's
Yes.
how you know we're right.
Me and Lactoid together.
You need to finish the
Against the
show
world.
and then finish the game.
No.
I'm only on board just because it will force you to watch the show. If the argument holds
Yeah, the
true,
show has
that
to-
means
if
there's
you
no
watch the- if you
reason
finish the
for you to
game,
not watch
watch
the
the
show.
show.
So
It's a great
I'm
show.
on board.
No.
The
Okay.
show needs to
La-
finish before the game.
No. Absolutely.
It doesn't matter. You're
No.
still spoiling. That's fine
No,
for you to
guys.
have that opinion.
Guys, no.
It's
hold on.
fine
Wait
for
a
you to
minute.
want to do the
Wait a minute,
game
hold on,
before the
on.
show, but you are
Okay,
spoiling the show.
It's very well known, right? It's no secret that Prime reads manga and watches anime, right? Anime almost always is a derivative, a secondary property of manga, right?
Mhm.
But I can read the manga and then enjoy the story, in
Even
a
though
secondary format.
you're spoiling the anime when you watch the manga.
Okay, all right.
It's I swear, like
All
It
right,
works
all
both ways. Ergo, you
Okay.
have to watch the show, no matter what.
right.
See, I didn't want to spoil the show, so I went ahead and watched that first, and then
right.
yeah, maybe I'll spoil the game, but that's more interactive. It's less, based on,
It's
drama.
also your own story.
Yeah.
Well, your own story ends the game differently, but no matter how you end the game, you win the show for yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just whenever I'm gonna go back and I beat that dungeon. Okay, it's gonna happen one of these days. Yeah, let's do the stream together thing.
I'm still not over this spoiling thing because, like, when Dobby died in book 7.
Whoa.
Exactly. Spoilers. You can't share that shit when the book came out, okay?
Mhm.
But then you also couldn't share it when the movie came out, even though that information came out like 5-10 years prior.
Oh yeah, that
because
makes
it's a
sense.
spoiler, even though that information's still out there. And if someone was spoiled that information that Dobby was dying, and I who had read the book, we go up to the movie theater and we are equally unsurprised when we watch the movie because it has been spoiled for both of us because I read the book and because he got that information. Whatever.
Hold
It's
on,
fine.
hold on. You can wait. It's right. Hold on. Like when I read an original work, right, and then it gets a derivative, it gets a secondary property, right? That secondary property transforms, right? Now what it is an enhancement of the original property.
And when
right?
I spoil it in my little YouTube video, I also enhance it through the product of a YouTube video.
It could also be worse, right?
No, hold on. If I
way.
didn't see the original, that means I got nothing, right? It's an original property, so like the Harry Potter thing, right? So I did have read the books, and then I don't know if I ever finished the movies, but like in any case, no, I definitely didn't finish the movies. In any case, right? Like if I had gotten that piece of information, right?
Okay.
In terms of the Dobby thing.
Here's my fucking question, because it seems like your issue is that you're okay. What if I
don't
at
think
the
you
schoolyard?
issue.
I do
I
think I understand your issue.
If I'm
on the schoolyard and I
before you watched it?
read Harry Potter book 7 and I do an immaculate fucking play about what I read for all of the people at the schoolyard, am I spoiling it for them or am I transitioning it into a new media? Like I'm arguing it's both, obviously, right? Like it's still obviously a spoiler. I'm still informing them what happened in the book without them enjoying the original. But it's like I'm also making it my own little story and the way that I share with my classmates.
Know why. I don't understand why you think this. I don't know what like the conflict is here that you think I would have trouble dealing with this question.
Well, wait. What is the answer to your question? Is that a spoiler?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so then at what point does my schoolyard tale...
Hold on a second. Right? It's a spoiler if you had intended to read the books, right? If the point was like I wanted to read the books, you read it in its full form, right? Whatever you're gonna produce, child, within the schoolyard, right, will be a lesser product than the books, right? So if I wanted to experience it through the books, right, and you spoil an important part of the book, then yes, you've done me a disservice.
But can't I say the same thing about the movie, where if you're watching the movie and spoiling it for the book?
Yeah, you can, but that's if, It depends on the audience member, right? Like,
wait,
what do they want to do? If you like, hold on a second. There are plenty of movies, right, that are based on books that I have no intention of reading, right, at all.
Okay.
Right? There are anime, right, that are based on manga that I don't feel like reading. I'm like, I'll just wait for the anime and I'll just watch that, right?
Okay.
Indeed,
totally.
It's technically a spoiler for the manga, but I'm not going to even
totally
engage with that property.
So then, what if someone's so excited for the new Harry Potter movie to come out? This is in like fucking 2010 or whenever the Harry Potter movie came out. That number 7 comes out, and then someone gives them the book 7, and they're like, "Look, I know you're about to read the movie," and they're like, "No, I can't. That's going to spoil it. I was going to enjoy it in the movies." Because isn't it a spoiler, the book?
Yeah, the book would be a spoiler for the movie. Yeah,
awesome. I fully converted him to my side with that. You said the opposite like 15 minutes ago.
No, hon. My side. No,
I beat him with facts and logic. Are you proud of me? Please.
I'm completely consistent.
I love it.
Because once again, I'm saying the games are the primary work, and that's something I want to experience. It's the fullest version.
Totally, but as long as you
experience it.
Hold on, but
so,
here's the problem with that problem with this one. This is the movie.
Shows,
the TV show's made by the games, though. Like the game makers made this, and the problem
I understand that doesn't have.
Hold on, here's the problem, though. Here's the problem with what you're saying. All right, specifically with this specific franchise, right? This game, right, is good,
matter.
And it's hold on, just hear me out. It's all about choose your own adventure, etc., etc. I played the Cyberpunk; it's good. I played through it, and I wish I had watched the show first, because when you watch the show first, the show not only gives you the background depth to the other stuff, it also enhances one of the major plot points towards the end of the game. And whenever you end the game, you're like, oh shit! If I had not watched the movie or the TV show, all of this doesn't even matter to me. I don't give a shit about the guy that you kill, one of the big guys you fight at the end. I'm like, he's just a big bad, whatever. But after you watch the show, whatever. Now, since I did it backwards, like what you're prescribing, it took away from the show, and I wish I hadn't watched the show at all. So you're just gonna ruin the show for yourself.
You had the game spoiled.
The game basically at the end, like I didn't experience the show,
even though the game came out first.
Yeah, because the game came out first. Totally. I played the game first and played it all the way through, and then watched the show. And the show is ruined. There's no point. There's no emotional impact to the show because I know the big twist at the end. Like I know how it plays out after that. But if you watch the show first, the twist at the end, that's a big deal. But then you're gonna play the game first, and that twist's not gonna matter. You're like, the show was mids. But if you watch the show first, you're like, wow, this is really good.
Okay, we're all against Prime here, right? Corey, get on our side.
I'm only on your side.
Watch Return of the Jedi before watching.
I'm trying to get him to watch the show.
That's what Prime's saying.
Which is laudable.
Prime is saying watch Return of the Jedi first.
As usual.
Do you
Prime
watch the
stands
prequels
against the
before
Horde.
you watch?
Right?
Wait, do you watch the prequels?
Wait, what show are you talking about?
You watch the original trilogy?
The Last of Us.
I thought the show's pretty good.
I do like the I forgot what the order, but you go. Wait, you're talking prequels and sequels, Star Wars, right?
Yeah, I was just.
Have you heard? You go 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 6.
I've done that. It's like there's a lot of ways to watch it, but I think that the way if I'm watching it for the first time with like friends, I make them watch the original trilogy first. And
I do understand that, but I also need you guys to understand how fucking great it is for someone to have watched Rogue One first, and then that is their intro into Episode 4. It's so cool.
Oh yeah, Rogue One can go before.
There we go.
That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, Doobie. So we were talking about The Last of Us, and I don't want to bring this up with you because you made fun of me on this before. But like I'm saying, I'm not going to watch the show until I finish the game. You know why I haven't finished the game?
Show.
But eventually I will. I'm going to beat the game at some point in time, and then I'll watch the show.
By the way, Rogue One first is the right take. Wanted to say that. Yeah, he was right about that one.
Rogue One is fantastic. It
definitely makes 4 more impactful.
Well, no, actually, even better. No, you should watch Andor.
Fucking
Rogue
hate.
One.
Yeah, that's what I was.
I agree with that too.
Well, sure. If you've got if someone's new to Star Wars and they're like, I have
that's what I do with
4 days to do this.
I watch Andor all the way through, then watch Rogue One, and she loved it.
Yeah, Andor's great.
100%.
So the best media on television.
But you have to be realistic about your viewing experience. If you're introducing someone to Star Wars, you can't really, it's a lot to ask for. Yeah, I mean, if we really wanted to say the right way, it's all the Clone Wars, then Rumble. There we go.
There's a lot of movies, a lot of shit to catch up with. It's a lot. I mean, that's kind of how I feel about like the Marvel stuff. No,
you could just skip all of it.
No, my wife hasn't seen like any of the any Marvel. Like she's seen like a movie here and there, but she really had like no idea of the timeline. So I tried to get her to sit down and like watch all of it from start to finish, and then watch like the old like Sam Raimi Spider-Man and shit. So she'd get all the references. She just couldn't do it. We never finished it. Just too much shit going on. Too much, to keep up with. Too many characters. Just too much.
Yeah, I just watched the last battle.
Pretty cool.
That's like of
when
the Marvel stuff really started getting going. Like Iron Man was really good though. That first movie was really good.
Yeah. And then name one other movie that was good in Marvel. Maybe
Winter Soldier was really good.
They started hiring actual doctor historians to write the like in-universe histories. Like right now, I just got this book, Rain. Right, it is like an in-universe doctor, and he's like writing his historical thesis on like why the Imperial Empire fell. And I think they're about to put one out for like the Slovakian Accords or whatever for Marvel. And it's kind of cool that they're like hiring actual historians to write like faux pas in-universe histories and stuff. I think it's kind of a cool concept.
Okay. All right. Well, as long as we agree that I was right. But
no one agrees that you're right.
Anyway, so quite a few people, 3 people, have said that they are going to be late, like to get in here, right? Let me take a quick look.
How many people are coming?
9. Well, you see it in the group TM. That's how many.
They're all white time. So your typical
Am I stupid?
racist
Wait, you
quotes
said people are
can't
going to be
used here.
maybe whatever. It doesn't matter. Just continue.
Okay. Sorry. I mean, well, who knows, Lactoid? Possibly they also went shopping and bought FUBU over the weekend. And now they can't help themselves.
If they're Alex Jones, they bought Labubu.
He's brown enough, right? And like he's been late for he's characteristically late. So I don't know about him. And then the other two. Eucharist, he's got kids, and Socrates, he's got a. Well, I don't know what's going on, but like he said, he won't be home on time, so it is what it is. Okay, so we can jump in immediately unless someone has something they want to address. In case you don't know, Hunter. Oftentimes what we do here is we start with something random. Someone's got a bone to pick with someone else, or just a topic they want to bring up.
You know, I've been on this show before, right, Prime?
Yeah, but well, one, I don't remember when.
That's what the issue is. You forgot who you are.
Whatever.
That's true. No, I no that okay. No, there's multiple things happening here. One, true, I did completely forget about him. But he reminded me previously that he was on, but I don't know when he was on. Right? And we haven't always been doing these.
I've been on it like 3 or 4 times. I think.
I got a bone.
I mean, the last time he was on,
this is crazy.
FQ was here. He was on during the whole underscore fiasco.
Lactoid Gibbs, you guys
He was
still
on
support
the
Trump, given that he's
fiasco,
like a rapist,
Yes.
pedophile, murderer?
Trump, listen, I haven't followed any of the Trump Epstein stuff, but you know what? If
Why haven't you been? Like, come on, that's the most interesting thing happening right now. Actually,
no, I'll tell you why, dude. Let me tell you why. I think you might not have been here for when we talked about this last time when I got quizzed. I didn't the Epstein list shit. That was about like point number 42 for what I voted for. Like, right?
I get that. I get that, but I mean, wouldn't you want to know if your president is like covering for pedophiles? Like, I don't.
No, I don't. If he is sitting in the jail with the wood chipper and all, right, that's fine. I'll tell you what I want to talk about.
That's fine.
Why are all the Dems running from this Minnesota scandal that's encompassing the nation? I haven't been able to find one Dem that wants to talk about this shit. They're all running like they're little scared baby fat bitches, and it's just getting bigger.
I think there's anything to be like afraid of. Like, it's just there's a bunch of scamming happening. Like, this happens.
Honestly, it is the
when they did the PPE loans, right, with COVID, like there's a fuck ton of like scams, fraud through that. Like, people,
dude, hold on.
People defraud the government sometimes.
Gibbs, it's
fucking. And then they directly fund the Dem
Hold
party,
on, Gibbs. Hold on. It's fucking crazy that in your media landscape, you genuinely think that this Tim Walz shit is as big as the Epstein list. Like, that goes to show how much your media environment is trying to cover for what the fuck your president has done. Where you're like, Tim Walz has done something in Minnesota, guys. Please, I promise.
Hold on.
Hold on. To be fair to Gibbs, it's not just about the Republicans. It's not. To be fair, he said it's not. It's his media's full of the Republicans, but I think that it's not just about the Republicans, right? It's like. It's about the entire political class, I think, right? The entire elite, quote unquote, class. I think
are we talking about?
The Epstein list, right? So like
it's obviously the biggest it's way more indicting to fucking Donald Trump than anyone else.
I don't think so. Currently, yes, but Biden also sat on this. Right. I think.
Wait, no. Wait, what the fuck? Ghislaine Maxwell was the judge ordered that all this court documents had to be sealed. The fuck are you talking about?
No, well, hold on.
Until 2020.
Hold on.
When Trump was president.
If the Republicans and Democrats right now,
or until 2024,
could push to have it have them unsealed and push to release this. Why couldn't the Democrats? Why couldn't Biden?
No. It got unsealed naturally after Ghislaine got sentenced.
Okay, but correct me if I'm wrong, but Congress and the president have the ability to force the unsealing of documents, don't they?
If it's wait, hold on. The judge ordered it sealed, and Democrats were looking at it and going, okay, well, it's going to become unsealed in a few years anyway. Why would we push? I don't think that's such a fucking big scandal.
Why wouldn't you push? Given that, hold on. If what's in there is possibly wait, hold. If what's in there, I don't know what the fuck. They don't know what the fuck's in there.
If
what's in there is possibly evidence, right? That massive, not just like billionaires and massively influential people, but current sitting Congress people and senators or involved in some like fucking sex trafficking ring.
But that it can also
influence.
It could also influence the sentencing of one of the biggest sex traffickers on the planet. That's why they sealed it, is because
wasn't
Ghislaine
she sentenced in
Maxwell's
2022?
No. But it was the appeal ended in 2024, and that's when the judge released
It was because
how
they were releasing shit in January.
Are you implying that she would?
Dude, I'm not. Hold on.
Are you implying that she would have been given a lighter sentence if it was unsealed? Like I think.
Hold on. I don't know
sentence,
that.
Actually,
maybe Lactoid can inform us. I don't know why usually the court records are sealed until the appeals are over, but that's pretty par for the course.
So Lactoid can just quickly,
What?
Hunter. I think you're also a bit gainy. Maybe turn down your gain a little bit. I think it's a little. Yeah.
So,
but go ahead.
So to Doobie and to Hunter, actually, like they kind of touched on something. One, I think
better?
that you may, yeah, that's a lot better.
We'll
you
go
might,
from there.
you might. I don't want to be misconstrued. My feed is full of the Epstein stuff. Like I live in Texas. These fuckers have been on the conspiracy train about all these people for fucking 10 years now, right? Like all I see is the Epstein shit, right? But I think that actually somebody just said the class thing. I think is actually very interesting here. And to me, when I look at this fraud thing, right, I see that affecting the day-to-day class quite a bit more. I see that as a much bigger on the day-to-day issue. That's like a real time have an effect. If we get rid of let's say all of them are guilty. We get rid of every single one of them. All that's about to happen is they're about to put the same people back in charge, and it's going to be just more pedos. I'm like dead to it on the inside, or I just think all these guys are just evil at the top now. But it's like I don't know. I feel like the class is going to be affected a lot more by the billions and billions of tax dollars being funneled to the Dems and being defrauded than if we take out 40 politicians.
Well, hold on, but those 40 politicians are the ones who put those programs in place that get defrauded, right? And then refuse to turn the other way, right? If their political interests are the ones defrauding them. So I feel like these are all kind of connected. And I agree, like to the people in Minnesota, this hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud is definitely going to be a bigger issue, right? But to the country, I think if you have a political class or an elite class, right, of billionaires and $100 millionaires that are just fucking embedded in this fucking sex trafficking thing, and there's all this shit happening in the background to cover it up and to make sure that the names of the co-conspirators don't get out, to make sure that it's what he did is downplayed and what Ghislaine Maxwell did is downplayed. I think that's a pretty big fucking deal, right? I think what that says is there's massive, deep corruption happening.
Okay, so just so we're clear on the timelines, it looks like the unsealing was ordered in December of 2023. Which means that, to Gibbs's argument, the Biden administration did have a full year.
Okay. I'd have to look into that to see if Dems tried to get that
Well,
passed.
Kamala already gave a speech on why she didn't release it. And this is not me just bashing the Dems. I want all of y'all to go watch the 4 minutes where Kamala defends why they didn't release it. And you tell me what you think of that shit. And it's a bad look. All around, and it's a bad look for all these presidents, really. This is
mostly a bad look on Trump, though.
It's just really bad look on Trump, though. To be clear, he's the worst look.
So we've had this thing for 20 years, right? I remember people talking about this since I was in college, in the early 2000s, and I was talking to someone I think it was Sadie, and she was bringing up how they brought it up in the 90s, the
Epstein list they were talking about in the 90s.
They were talking about Epstein in the 90s. I think that my issue is
a little bit
at this point, it's said to be so tainted that they're all evil. Just get rid of them all. I want to talk about. I just it doesn't affect you day to day, other than what Doobie.
So Gibbs, I can sympathize with you there, right? That they're all evil, right? So that's why I'm certainly not going to defend the Democrats. I think the Democrats, I think there's a lot of blame to go around, right? So I agree with you on the basic point. I just think it's kind of convenient, right, that on this issue that really implicates Trump, right? You're oh well, just throw them all out, right? There's a general sense of blame to happen, right? There's no point focusing on one or the other, but that's true. But we could also focus on Trump. Right? You can talk individually about the actors involved, right? So fuck Biden, fuck Kamala Harris, right? Fuck Bill Clinton for being literally in them and on the island, right? Fuck them all, right? But also we can say fuck Trump, right? You can say fuck Trump, right?
I mean, sure, if there's like definitive evidence that
so you can say it, right?
If someone shows me,
actually,
I mean, if you show me like evidence that he like specifically is diddling kids, then yeah, I'll say fuck Trump, sure. But like,
it's not even just that though, Gibbs. It's not even, so he's either doing it himself or he's covering for people who did it because they're his friends, right? Or it's gonna be like embarrassing to him in some way. Like, so maybe we're like, you forgot, but when this really started like getting like coverage, right? He said that there was nothing there, right? They looked into it, no co-conspirators, nothing there. Then he called it like a Democrat hoax. He said that it was,
and there were no files. They didn't exist.
Yeah, there were no files actually. There might be something
even
in there.
Even though they're finding millions by the day.
Obama's in there. Obama's in there way more than I am, right? But like, come on, like it's just bullshit. Like, obviously.
I mean, but these all
hold on. Now they actually they're forced to release some of it, and he's fucking everywhere, right? So like, I don't know.
Yeah, but you say that right. And once again, what have I said? I've said he was a Democrat from New York the whole time. He's like a populist Democrat from New York. So like, once again, like if the argument is, oh, Gibbs, you're not defending him because he's Republican. I barely think Trump is Republican at all. That's why he's mad. I'm not a diehard Trumper. I just haven't.
No, it's not because Republican, because you just love Trump, right? Because you are.
I don't just love Trump.
So
I'm not deep in the MAGA. I'm not even a MAGA guy.
I'll give the opportunity once again, right? Like now, right?
Okay, and show me evidence.
No, not diddly kids. Not diddly kids.
Why that matters? But I don't know.
Hold on. But hon, is there? I just said, fuck Kamala Harris, right? Is there any indication that Kamala Harris diddled kids, right? Did that come into my calculation at all? No,
I have no idea.
Great, right? Yeah, so Harris wasn't involved in it. Like, fuck also Hillary Clinton. Fuck the entire Democratic establishment.
And we don't have evidence that he was diddling kids, but we do.
Stop.
Yep.
Sorry.
Like, fuck the entire Democratic establishment. I'm willing to say that because a lot of them, right? Yes, they didn't push the release the files when they had the chance to, right?
Well,
and so they deserve blame.
So I'm not
talking about individuals who actually abuse kids, right? I'm talking about an establishment who protected a predator. That's what I'm talking about. And that includes Trump. And so now I'll give you the opportunity. Once again, will you condemn Trump right now for protecting a predator?
Yeah, snitches get stitches. I mean, like, listen, I could call.
Yeah, I know. So yeah, because you're
right now. I'm not gonna rat. Listen, nobody likes a rat. I'm just saying. Do you like a rat?
You would say, hey, protect pedophiles, right? You should protect pedophiles. That's Gibbs. I want to make sure, right?
Gibbs reporting.
Hold on.
No, my argument is this: one, you haven't proven. One, I haven't seen that he diddle kids. Nobody showed me that.
You want to see it?
Again, no one's asking.
I don't want to see it.
Is that what you just? I just want to see. That what you want to see?
Like, you give me an FBI report saying he diddled kids. I'll be like, all right, cool. Let's fucking throw him in there. Like, if they can read something and they can describe the evidence.
What evidence did you see of anyone else diddling kids?
Hold on. I guess you missed the first part because I haven't even said anything about anybody diddling kids. I've said, listen, I don't care about this issue. Like, it's not high on my voting list. But when you're gonna sit here and go, oh, well, he's friends with so and so, he's a scumbag. I mean, like, I literally grew up with like 15 guys under the cartel.
Yeah, I'm friends with Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You gotta be friends. It's like I'm friends with scumbags. I'm not gonna just bash someone because they're also
friends with
scumbags.
So
I will bash them if they're fucking
guys. Hold on. Epstein. If you were friends with Epstein, you would say, hey, I'm going to protect this individual. Snitches get stitches, right? And so I have an indication. I have thoughts in my head that
I'm just not going to associate with it no more. It's like so once you have a photo with him, what are you supposed to do?
If you thought, I got to make this explicitly clear for the audience, for everyone here, right? If you thought that Epstein or anyone else, right? Fuck, anyone else... I won't even put anyone on the panel, but I'm saying any of your friends, anyone in your social circle, right? Anyone in your social circle was a actual factual pedophile, you'd say your response is not to inform the authorities, not to do anything, not to let people know who can intervene, right? You'd say, oh, I would just walk away.
Well, snitches do get stitches.
Gibbs, is that your position?
He doesn't have the courage to say anything.
Snitches get stitches, first of all.
And two, so say it. You would not snitch on your friend, the pedophile. Say that.
I don't have any friends that are pedophiles.
Exactly.
The hypothetical.
I don't associate. Say it.
First of all,
if you once in your life.
hold on, y'all. I've got that, but here's the thing. I think this is what's crazy is y'all.
This is what's crazy. No,
he is taking a pretty wild position. I don't know if you can accuse him of
I'm
not
not taking a position.
He's kind of taking a position right now.
My position is it's none of my goddamn business. If he's not diddling my kids,
you're right.
and I don't know his kids.
Your friend none of my business.
Lactoid, how you doing, buddy? How are you?
Maybe more y'all should be doing none of my business. That's just
Gibbs. How much of we heard you go on and on about like trans people grooming kids and shit? Like you do care.
I don't talk about that.
You do care.
Hold on. I don't
you have talked about that.
Well, what I've talked about specifically when it comes to trans issues is sports mainly. I don't give a shit what
why the fuck do you care?
Gibbs is afraid
You're not playing
of
those sports.
You got to remember that.
Your kids aren't playing those sports.
Yeah, Muslims. No, we got to talk about that.
Oh God.
But no, I mean, no. You sitting here trying to.
There were no Muslims on Epstein's list. Just saying.
Well, what's the thing about parallel lines running together? Muhammad, Diddy, Epstein. Of course, they won't be on each other's list. You got to go. You got to go 1,500 years back for us. Thanks, bro. Appreciate that.
I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna back up part of what Gibbs is sort of.
Well, if y'all gonna photo right now, and y'all found out I donated millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Run cover, bro. Run cover. Let's see you.
You have a backbone as well for once?
No, I think Trump is wrong for what he's been doing about the Epstein files, and I think I've been highly critical of him for a while now. Yeah,
do you condemn
everything about this?
No, do you condemn Trump?
Well, hold on. Let's
about the Epstein files, yes.
What if tomorrow? What if tomorrow there was millions of dollars given out to Israel, and y'all found out Gibbs was the one behind it all, right? And I was funding Israeli terrorism in Gaza or something, right? And y'all found out, and then y'all didn't know about none of this, but y'all have all been doing this panel with me for years now, right? And now guess what? All of y'all are on the Gibbs list for Israeli terrorism. Are y'all going to sit here and be like, oh, well, this isn't embarrassing for us at all. Like, you're going to be doing the same thing as Trump and them.
It depends how cagey you're being on releasing the information, right? That's the criticism, really. It's not. The criticism is not about like, oh, he didn't like. The people hung out with Epstein for a while. Hanged out. That's a horrible double entendre.
Nice.
It's not like it's not like the people who hung out with Epstein were necessarily saying they're terrible like people. The criticism is, hey man, why are you saying it's a hoax and saying there's nothing left? And then like 2 months later, there's more documents being released.
Also,
that's
why are you making these weird comments about Ghislaine? Like if you were doing that, Gibbs, I'd say that guy's a fucking psycho, and I kind of always thought so.
Yeah, there's some weird shit.
But like the fact that Biden was like, hey, I wish her well. I might look into a pardon.
Biden? Trump. Yeah.
Trump. No, I think if Biden,
you said Biden. You actually said Biden.
I meant Trump.
But here's where I want to back up just a little bit here.
Yeah, true.
We've been, which is fair. I think it's fair to criticize Trump for this, and we definitely did. But especially when it was supposed with a deadline.
Not kids.
Okay, well, we be generous. Be generous with me, okay? We criticized when there was supposed to be all the documents supposed to be released by Friday, and then they weren't.
Did you?
Yes.
No.
I just want my position.
What is criticizing? Saying like, hey, you should. I don't like that you did this.
He sent out a tweet.
And I've been arguing with people. I have been called a traitor by half the conservatives in politics at this point. Anyway,
I believe you, Latch. I believe you.
I know, but I do think that this Somali fraud shit that's going on in Minnesota is a big story. And I have noticed that it reminds me of that scene from Mad Men, right? Where it's like, if you don't like what's being talked about, change the conversation. Like, is this what's going to happen whenever shit, like, happens? Like, record-breaking fraud is happening in Minnesota. Well, do we really have the time to talk about that when there's Epstein going on?
No. I think you're going the opposite direction.
It reminds me,
that is the story they're trying to focus on to avoid the Epstein shit, because the Epstein shit's really embarrassing.
But we've been talking about the Epstein shit for like half a year now.
Hold on.
And nothing changes.
More than half a year.
And I will.
The fraud thing is finding out in multiple states now. It's not just Minnesota anymore. Now it's Washington and Ohio and Texas.
Hold on. I have no problem talking about fraud whatsoever, right? No matter who's committing the fraud.
Real quick.
That's never an issue for me, right? Though I can see how people, will do a bit like, what about it?
You told me the fraud didn't exist 3 weeks ago, Brian.
So I
asked you to do a fraud 3 weeks ago. You told me it didn't exist.
We're going to put a pin in that. I'm going to go back to whatever it is you're talking about, okay? No problem. I'll do that. But before we do that, okay? the thing I got to address is Donald Trump and the thing that you've been trying to avoid. So Donald Trump, and this is also one lactoid, right? Or attack towards lactoid, and to Scott, though he's not here to defend himself. Hey, like I remember on this panel, I brought up Trump's relationship with Epstein. Right, I talked about like how this guy was buddy with them. How like we constantly. This is like a year, maybe 2 years ago. We had this conversation. Right, how he was so buddy with Epstein. How we have so much video of him. Right, how his friendship goes back decades, and all of a sudden he didn't know. Right, but then you guys corrected me, specifically Lactoid and Scott talking about. Well, you see, Trump. He tossed him out of his club, right? There's this whole story about how Trump was such a good guy, and he saw through him like years beforehand.
Yeah, you know why he threw him out?
That you were pushing
competition
was a lie.
Yeah, it was competition.
Right?
He poached his client.
Yeah, right. And so Lactoid, and Scott's not here to defend himself, but Lactoid, I want to give you the opportunity to retract that. Right, and I'm not saying that like you were trying to be like deceitful. I think you were going off the best information you had, right? But you can admit that Trump lied about that. He did say those stories, but he lied about them, and the friendship of Epstein continued for years afterwards. You can say that, right? You can retract that.
Hold on, I have no problem admitting that Trump has lied about a shit ton of stuff regarding Epstein. The specific claim that he was still friends with him after that incident, I don't know. I could just be like I haven't.
Yeah, this is
you know why you don't know
performative ignorance, bro. This is performative ignorance.
No, it's not. No, I don't think he's lying.
Go ahead. I don't know.
Wait, no. Is that even correct? Was he friends with Epstein after that incident? Because as far as I was aware, there was a pretty big fallout, and
yeah, that's what I understood.
He was still cordial with him, and like still like basically stood by him. But like they didn't hang out really at all.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my understanding too. So I don't
let DB tell the story. Go ahead.
Like, am I wrong?
Hold on 1 second. I said let DB tell the story.
So just really quickly. So Lacton, I think you just demonstrated something. So I think the reason you don't know is probably because you've been distracted by the Minnesota shit. And that's
kind of the same reason Staxium doesn't know.
Listen. Hold on. Well, maybe he's been distracted too. Okay, I don't know.
Distracted by the Minnesota thing.
Listen for a second. So I think there's like the Minnesota thing is easy, right? If there's fraud, prosecute. Okay, move on. Like, there's nothing really there, I think. However, the Epstein stuff, right? I think you said we were talking about this for like a year. It's true, talking about this for a year, but now the files are actually starting to come out. And we're seeing that the government story is falling apart every day. Every time they release something, it contradicts some shit they said in the past. And with Trump specifically, my understanding is that there are like multiple emails that talk about him hanging out with Epstein, going to parties with Epstein, at Epstein's fucking house for Thanksgiving. So like, they were 100% still friends. After, years after.
Wow.
And
so, bullshit.
To be clear, there are Trump has told multiple stories about how his friendship ended with Epstein, right? And so, like the one that Lactoid and Scott were defending, this was again, and I'm not trying to call you a liar, like Lactoid. That's not the goal here, right? But like the thing that you were defending at the time was this: you were putting forth this story where it was at his club, right? And Epstein was being weird with one of the younger.
Story I was told,
Yeah, the club members, their daughter, right? And then he tossed them out. That was a fabrication.
Correct.
There was something to that story. It wasn't like out of nowhere. My understanding, this is my understanding of it, that it wasn't out of nowhere. But this relationship continued on after that, right? And to the best of my knowledge,
I understand what you guys are saying.
Don't tell me to hold on. 1 second, please. To my understanding, right? That this relationship actually started. Well, there's two things that were a problem. One, he was poaching girls from his property, from Mar-a-Lago, right? Massage girls, right? And two, there was a real estate deal that fell apart. They were like competing over a real estate deal, and then that like blew the relationship. But this was years afterwards. That other story was a lie.
No, but it happened around the same time frame. So that what I'm saying is, they did have a falling out around 2004, and it seems like they didn't really hang out. But that was largely because of a competitive nature, and he did lie about that. Like, you guys, I don't understand where we're getting our wires crossed.
Because
can anyone wait? Hold on, no. I want to say this. Can anyone show me Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump hanging out post 2004. I'm not defending the guy. I think he's a pedophile, but like I do think just to the point. I don't think that I do think that there was a genuine falling out and they didn't hang out afterward.
I didn't. Sorry, go ahead.
And if so, after 2004, I want to know what year.
Yes.
Here's my thing. You know what? Let me answer Prime's question right here. It says, "Are Republicans ignoring Epstein?" It's not what Doobie said. This Republican is. I don't give a shit. Wasn't an issue I voted on. Fucking, that's all it is. I'm not. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I never gave a shit. I haven't given a shit. When I voted, it was like, listen, I got to be honest.
That's most of MAGA, to be fair.
No, for
listen,
real.
On the list of the issues that I voted on, it was maybe like 42 out of 50. If I had a 50 thing list, it was 50 out of 50.
But maybe once you're aware that your president is a pedophile,
don't care. Listen,
that would enter your list.
Well, Gibbs Wayne just see the footage until he makes his judgment.
At this point, they're all pedos. I'm not surprised anymore. You can tell me they're all frog people. It probably wouldn't surprise me anymore either. Like at this point, nothing surprises me. But you know what is surprising? That the way the Dems are sitting here trying to shift the thing to talk about this anything but fraud. And Doobie, I gotta say, I think the Epstein thing is the distraction. We've had this Epstein thing we're talking on going on
from the Somali fraud,
and we're literally not. It's not just Somalian fraud now. Now we're finding out over what was it? 50 of these daycares have given the money back to the Democratic Party through ActBlue. This is fucking money laundering to the Democratic Party on an unprecedented level. Then we were told, illegal.
Brother, Trump has a Bitcoin.
Hold on. We were given I don't give a shit about the Bitcoin. How many people are affected by that? Not that.
Sorry, what? Wait, hold on. Gibbs, you can't move away from that. You can't talk about Trump coin and the fact that the Trump administration has defrauded the current government.
Once again, we're doing a what about it?
I'm talking about the president of the United States. I'm talking about the president of the United States, and you brought it up.
This is the thing. I keep bringing this up, and every time
you fucking brought it up.
The government
brought it
up
2 weeks ago. Literally 2-3 weeks ago, Prime told me there was no fraud, and on here, I think it was on here, said that it was a racist ploy against Somalis. And now we're finding out not only did illegal immigrants get health care, but they've also gotten driver's license. Nevada just filed a report saying there's 49,000 people in the voting records from that were illegal, potentially. Here we're sitting here going through all this. We're seeing this widespread fraud embraced by the Dems at every level. And then we bring it up, and hold on, every time I try to bring it up and talk about it at all on any of these panels, we do exactly what you're doing, Stats, and go, but what about Trump coin?
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
I want the credit. I want the credit.
For real. Hold on.
Gibbs,
here's all I'm saying. I am not attacking. I didn't try to pin away the conversation. You said I care about fraud and I don't give a fuck about Trump's crypto. That to me is the issue. That to me is the issue. Do you not care about the fucking pardon of CZ? Do you not care about the fact that when he met with the Indonesian president, he said, meet with Eric Trump. We're gonna talk about business reasons. Do you not care about the fucking dinner that the crowd spent nearly $150 million trying to curry favor with the current president of the United States to pay?
Or the executive club
to go. Wait, hold on. People are basically paying the current president of the United States to gain favor with him. Do you not see that as a form of fraud?
No, he's doing it directly. He's telling you what he's doing.
What is fraud then? I don't even understand. If someone pays
fraud is taking taxpayer dollars and spending it on a daycare where there's no kids.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's fraud.
That is good fraud. That is
fraud.
You know what?
And to Doobie's point,
no, but that's the definition of fraud. There are no other ways that fraud can occur other than through the daycare.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and
the Democrats can do fraud.
Meme coin.
I don't know about the daycare. Maybe that is too.
Meme coin. Guy. Democrats are fraudsters.
Meme coins are like kind of this pseudo. Like it's not true fraud. It's scummy.
When your president is doing it, when your president is doing it,
but when we're talking.
This isn't a streamer. This is a president.
It doesn't matter who is doing something. The question is it fraud?
100%
not in the terms of definitions of fraud. If it's not really fraud, then it's not fraud whether the president does it or whether you do it. If you're going to sit and compare
the president's actions or the president's fraud to like that of like a streamer or like your average influencer, there's a difference here.
First of all, I'm about to compare it to the governor of a U.S. state, first of all, who is like kind of high up there. Second of all, if you're looking at different actions, you're obviously going to be treating them differently. I also don't equate this, like Trump's meme coin, to like, I don't know, fucking genocide. Like, but that person's not the president of the United States. Yeah, I know, but it's a different action, so I'm talking about it differently. A meme coin, I would say a meme coin is not true fraud. Because it's putting out an incredibly speculative investment. Like I put it in the same categories as I think it's on the blockchain like NFTs, etc. I mean, I think it's bullshit. I think it's kind of scummy. But it's not true fraud in the same way. What I think Gibbs is pointing out, which is there apparently has been a lot of fraud going on. In Minnesota, and there has been evidence of it going in other states. And to Doobie's point of, well, it's just fraud. You catch it and you punish the people involved. Sure, but you can still criticize a politician for failure of oversight when when they don't take proactive measures or enact policies to prevent something like this from happening. This is like a big deal.
And it was their VP candidate. Well, hold on. If he became the VP, he's one heartbeat away from becoming the president. This guy presided over this and bragged about it in the presidential debate.
Is anyone defending Walz here? Or who are you guys even yapping to?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So if there are people who did this, convict them. I don't think anybody will be opposed to that.
Yeah, genuinely the reason
he fucked up.
So we should send all these to be tortured in the seaside.
Hold on real quick. I'm going to repeat what I said, which is you're right. If it's fraud, you can convict them. But again, this represents a political failure, not only of Tim Walz, but remember he had just been vetted to be the vice presidential candidate by the DNC. What? 2 years ago?
Wait, but Lactoid. So I just did a quick search, random states. I just look in the group chat, and I found people defrauding the fucking government programs in all of these states, right? Very quickly. And I'm sure if I did this with every state in the fucking country, I'd find some group of people defrauding the government of millions of dollars, right? It's just something.
This is billions, baby.
Billions. Hold on.
But this is more extensive.
People defraud the government.
People
defraud the government. No, hold on. With the PPE loans, there's fucking billions of dollars in fraud there too. Yeah. Right, so this happens all the fucking time. It's a bad thing for sure.
And that was a scandal that we talked about.
This is something that never happens, and oh god, how could this ever happen? How could Walz allow this to happen in the state? It's ridiculous.
But Doobie, the problem is entrenching the system.
I'm not even saying it's not comparable. I'm not even saying this is comparable.
They're very good
at
changing the subject from Epstein to this.
I was just about to say I'm not saying this is comparable in the sense of badness to what's going on with the
Epstein, care more though.
It is.
But you care more though.
No, it's
literally the day after the shit happens. Yeah, I'm going to care a little bit more than something we've been talking about for a year.
That's fair.
And probably in 3 weeks, I'm going to go back to caring more about the Epstein shit.
But you're being more reasonable than Gibbs, who's saying, I just don't give a fuck.
That's my purpose on this panel, okay? I'm trying to,
this is the
try to make things a little bit easier to...
Is y'all are going, okay, let's keep talking about the Epstein thing. That's fine, whatever. Y'all love the Epstein thing. It's the one thing they got on Trump. I get it. I'm happy that...
One thing.
Hold on.
That is hilarious.
Here's
the
thing, though.
You should love
the
the
big issue.
thing.
And this is why it's worse. The fraud thing. Is because what we're seeing now, and this has been the accusation coming from Republicans for a while, which is, that there's this deep state, there's this fraudulent thing that got Biden elected fraudulently, there's this fraudulent thing where they keep getting the money, where's our tax dollars going? And now we're seeing that this fraud is directly funding the Democratic Party, the National Party. And so you have somebody that was a VP candidate that goes up there and then defends this program as something they're proud of. Like no shame, talks about this, look at all our child care centers in Minnesota. We're leading the way on child care. Then it turns out this is what he did.
Could I respond?
It turns out it's all fraud. And yeah, one second, I'm literally almost done. It's literally all fraud. And then we find out it's being funneled to fund their running of the DNC and have people be
What's your source for that?
This is what people are talking about. I have a source for it. Yeah, I can
provide it, please.
There's about 15. I will. Give me about 10 seconds.
Genuine question, Gibbs. Genuine question. So look, I totally willing to concede. I haven't looked into this personally. Genuinely, I don't know. I'm sure that maybe Tim Walz defrauded his whole government. That would be fucked. That'd be really crazy. But are you really claiming that 2 years ago or whenever Tim Walz became the VP, that the entire DNC was fully aware of this fraud and positioned himself as vice president anyway?
No,
because
nobody's saying that.
No, Gibbs did say that.
No, Gibbs.
He did. No, I said, what was it? Whatever the election was last year, he went up on stage against Vance, and he talked about how great Minnesota's child care centers are. Literally bragged about it.
But the DNC knew about all this, right?
Well, the DNC, it looks like they sure did. Well, they got
okay, beautiful. Thank you, Lactoid. You got that? Heard. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm saying they did. Yeah, it's corruption at the highest level. Awesome. You don't think that they knew this, Lactoid? They clearly did.
Hold on. Wait. We don't know if I think there's a criticism of the DNC that you can levy in terms
There's
of
more evidence
their
the DNC
failure
knows
to
than
vet.
anything about Epstein.
No, hold on.
Sure, yeah, that's
I think you
Your
criticize
source
their failure
can't be
to
a
vet.
tweet, Gibbs.
I think you can criticize. I think there's a lot of Tim Walz is a goober. I think there's a lot of things you can criticize him for and the DNC for. I am not comfortable saying that the DNC knew at the time they selected him. Like they affirmatively knew that.
No,
he was,
I'm saying,
we don't know
listen,
that.
I know you don't want to say, and like y'all call people out, but y'all need to have backbone.
You gotta
like
look
that.
at the people
Why
in your
don't
own
you have
camp,
some
dude.
backbone?
This is
How about
fun.
have
This
some
is great.
backbone?
You gotta come to our
How about
side.
y'all
This
have
is way
some
more
backbone
reasonable over
and
here.
just admit that the DNC was in on it. This was a DNC collusion. This is why the
Jesus
Republicans kept
Christ.
talking about a deep site. Why don't you have some backbone and stand by what I'm doing?
Dude, like this. There's nothing here. Why would they fucking put someone in the vice president who's
told me it was a racist conspiracy?
Gibbs. The photo that you shared is $1, $5, $4, $2
And this is a tweet. This is a tweet from Benny Johnson. Can you have any other source?
There's about
any other source.
Shit, dude.
I mean, they've been
You said a
posting
Benny
all day.
Johnson tweet as your source.
I literally posted one was like 5 seconds. It's like libs and talk.
Okay, well, give any other one.
Send a different one. We're happy to hear a different
You
one.
said you had 10. Okay, Ken. So choose some of your
Let's
10.
go.
But not a
Let's
Benny
go through
Johnson.
your 9 others.
That's an image.
This was the
10
Dave
seconds
Rubin
for
tweet.
sure.
Jesus Christ, dude.
This is like less than like $100 in donations, less than $100 in
Yeah.
donations. Like what's
It's just
$100.
the start. They
Eight
just
pages.
discovered this image.
This is just an
This is
image.
pathetic.
It was
pathetic.
a search result.
How
It was a
in your
search
mind
result
is
for
this
daycare.
able to
There's
include
hundreds
anything?
of articles. There's
You're
like
fucking
tons of
pathetic.
articles
This is
coming
so
out.
funny.
There's
There's
results
hundreds
of
of articles, and
daycare, and
you
they came up
posted
with-
a Benny Johnson tweet. So post one of the hundreds of articles.
Well, they literally like listen.
Literally, there's hundreds.
Literally, dude, you don't even get it, dude.
Literally.
You can't
So
do this
anything
to
besides
yourself.
from
You
Benny
can't do
Johnson
this to
tweet
yourself,
that has an
brother.
image.
Anything. Here you go. Here's one from Mario
You can't do
Nafuel.
this
There you
to
go. How's that
yourself,
sound?
Yes,
that?
even better. Yeah.
I'm gonna pick an even better one. You know what
Let
I'm
me
saying?
be the dumbest
Is this how
person
you
on
do
this
your
panel,
research? You
please.
just search shit on Twitter and then you like go
No,
through
what's
people
funny,
you follow.
I'm literally doing this on purpose because I know they're not going to actually do the Google search themselves.
We're
I'm gonna post
triggering the
word
list.
for word.
Sorry, wait, hold on. You're giving fake sources as a meme
No, they're
because
real
you know
sources. They're real sources.
They're not real
They're just
sources.
not-
A Benny Johnson
they're
tweet is not a real
sources.
source.
Is he a reporter? He's a reporter.
Are you
right?
fucking for real? He's like a pundit. He's like a garbage meme.
Oh,
He's like a
so
conservative
pundits don't
meme
report
guy who does a
anything?
show
How
where he
about-
goes,
okay.
"Look at this
How about-
new Trump meme," and it's Trump
about-
standing with an eagle in the background, going,
Wait,
"You're
is
glad
Harry-
you
so-
wish you voted for him
so
today."
Wait, do you watch Harry Stisson or whatever his name is?
Yeah.
The guy-
Well, no,
Oh,
I
he's
know
the same fucking thing.
I'm not fucking quoting him as my source.
He's not.
He's
he
a
didn't
source.
post-
He's just
he
as
didn't
any
post
other
the tweet.
source.
I'm not fucking quoting. If someone asked me for a fucking source, I'm not going to show him a Harry Sisson tweet, dude. Are you
It's
fucking
still a
for real?
source.
Oh, did you see?
And
Did
by
you
the
not
way,
see the
I
Harry
get
not a
Sisson
source all
debate?
the time on here.
Did
I
you not
literally
see
get
this
sources
debate
all
on TikTok
the
where he
time.
totally owned this
Holy shit.
Republican? You don't use that as sources? Like, look, he owned this guy. He totally
That's not what we're
mogged
talking
him.
about here.
How do you guys feel
You're
about
so stupid.
clavicular? You guys lost clavicular.
You
and
always
the
see it acts
Reuters.
like this isn't happening.
They're all,
You already,
they're all getting
literally
to do some
decide
things.
Just
How do you
fucking
guys feel
show
about
us
that?
it happening, and then I'll say it's bad and it happened. Got it.
Here's another one.
He doesn't have anything. That's
Gavin
the whole point.
Newsom mobbed.
Like he just likes to throw out accusations. This is the person. This is the person that will only believe Trump is a diddler if he sees the footage. But this
No,
he wants to
for
go by
real.
the
The footage. I don't see the
Democrats.
footage.
He wants.
Wait,
he
we
wants
have
to go by
fucking
the Benny
Jeffrey
Johnson
Epstein writing down Donald Trump loves fucking little girls, and he goes, I need to see the inside of the vagina myself.
Yeah, the standard of
Otherwise, it
evidence for
doesn't
Gibbs
count.
for Trump, he needs to see the footage. But
Yeah.
Benny Johnson tweet to condemn all the
A
Democrats.
fucking Benny
that's
Johnson
gonna
tweet
fly.
is crazy.
For
I
over
mean, this is the first
$100
one.
in
We're literally
donations,
seeing it.
Corey.
Listen,
$100.
hold on. What was literally
We're
crazy
literally
is like a couple
seeing.
weeks
There's
ago,
already
there was
hundreds of
no
articles. They
fraud.
literally
No
post one of those hundreds of
fraud.
articles.
39.
Yeah.
Hold on,
I'm
no
gonna
one's
pick another
fucking
one.
saying there's not fraud. It's
45, 49.
so
It's not
possible
even
that Tim Walz committed the
$100.
fraud.
It's not even,
Okay.
It's not even $75. It's
Then he's a bad
$74.
dude. We should
It's
not have him as
$74
governor
in
anymore.
donations.
It's like
$74 in donations is fraud, according to Benny Johnson and
No, this is
Margaret
thousands of
Cleveland.
dollars. Here you go.
Mind you, it's the Margaret Cleveland quote. You
Jesus Christ.
tweet. That's the tweet that you're referencing. It's not the Benny
There you go,
Johnson
that's a good
tweet.
one.
Whoever Margaret Cleveland is, she is
How about
the
Mario Nafuel? There you
professor
go.
of MJ. What the fuck?
Can
who
you?
is this person?
It's so clear that you're like scrambling. I'll find something, guys.
Nah.
Please, I promise.
I literally, you can ask Lactoid. I literally sent him about 50 sources earlier today. Some of them
Okay,
mentioned
Lactoid,
this,
send
some
Dude,
one of those.
I am
sources.
so
Lactoid,
sorry.
Can you corroborate with
Dude, that's-
with Gibbsy here? Help him
some
out.
tweets, some articles.
I've made my
I
look. I don't agree with Gibbs's very strong claim here. I've seen these articles. Gibbs did send me articles that he's posting here in chat. That he's not lying about
Wait,
that.
the Benny Johnson tweet is an article to you?
No.
It was about 50. Yeah, not all of them were articles. It was about like 50 different links. Some of them were tweets. Some of them were like.
He's saying.
Like
what's the ratio
look,
of
I'll
tweets,
pretend to be on
like,
Gibbs'
articles?
side, but
The
sometimes he
point
sends me a whole bunch of bullshit.
I
and
know
I
the
have to
ratio.
wait.
What happens is I come on here.
Lactoid,
and then
was it like
I'll make a
5 to
claim,
45?
And then Gibbs won't provide a source, and I'll provide a source. And what's even crazier is you go to my Discord. I have about 200 sources posted. Like I literally post nonstop.
Fucking post any of them.
Hold on.
Post one.
You're in my Discord. You can go in there and look right
Go
now.
find
No,
it.
just you
Go
fucking
in.
post it.
No.
You keep making this claim.
No, because what's going to happen? I'm going to keep making this claim because I've been told many times that we can come on. I literally got told last week it's okay if you come on here and lie and we fact check if it's wrong. And then I come over here and I post sources. Y'all just don't like the sources. And then what happens? I end up being right.
A Benny Johnson tweet is not a fucking source. That's so
absolutely
it's insane that you're like
to the
he's a
guys, look
reporter
at my
years
sources.
ago.
Here, I'm gonna.
He's a reporter.
He's a BuzzFeed reporter that talked about who the sexiest presidents
Wait, hold
were.
on.
So this is one of
When
those
you say
sources that
BuzzFeed's
Gibbs
not a
sent me.
source?
This is one of the things he sent me hours ago. Gibbs did send this to me hours ago. It's from CBS.
Oh, okay.
And it is arguing that there's several employees that were part of Feeding Our Future that pressured the government to stop investigating fraud as early as July 2019.
Yeah. So, like I said, I posted a whole bunch of shit today, like about this. I've been posting about this
I'm
shit for
confused
weeks.
Can I?
No, but you're not. You're not
claim-
corroborating. This is not evidence of any transfers to the DNC or how this supports the DNC.
I just posted another one where they have.
Wait, hold on. Can we take one fucking thing? Can we do it one at a time?
That's the claim that I'm like. It's one of the claims I'm not.
No, like,
Well, that's the
this
new
is
claim.
saying,
That's come
this
out
is
last
saying that they
4 rounds.
received.
Does this claim
They
say that
received
fucking
pressure-
Tim Walz knew about it, or that the fucking DNC knew about it?
This is what's really interesting.
Wait, hold on,
Jackson. I'm so glad you
okay.
brought this up. That's a perfect segue into my next thing. Is there's rumors now because we want to talk about other things.
Let's post rumors.
Rumors. Hold on. I don't have the rumor, but I can see the rumors.
You're making it up right as we speak.
He's
Hold
fucking
on.
got the
But
rumors, guys.
Melissa Hortman, remember her, the one that got killed?
Yes,
was the
I know.
only one that voted against the child care, and she died right after to someone with Tim Walz connections. Interesting how that
Are you
worked
fucking for real? Dude,
Is she working with Mossad?
Lactoid, like,
Mossad
I'm
good?
not gonna get Gibbs. Lactoid, you have to look at your own
Can I
party
respond to
and
this?
go, what the fuck is wrong with
Well,
these
hold on.
people?
What's crazy is I keep ending up being right.
Lactoid's chilling, bro.
Yeah, because he knows.
What
he
do
has
you
no
want
leg to
from me?
stand
Because I
up.
end up being right. That
These
more
are
than
the
wrong.
people you voted with. I want you to understand. These are the people you voted and sided with.
It's
And
a
I
Big
asked you
Tent
about
party.
this-
I have
I
to
asked you
agree with
about this-
everything that everyone says. That
No, but you can-
say
hold
one
on,
line.
you can
did
shit
help-
on
you
it.
did help
Hold on,
usher
y'all
this
said there was
in.
no fraud 3
You did
weeks ago.
help
Now
usher
there's
this
fraud.
in. See, I have
It's
no guilt.
interesting
I didn't
how
vote
keep
either
seeming to
way.
be right.
No,
Who
like,
thinks
that's the
everyone's a
easy way.
pedophile
That's the
voted.
easy
You guys
way
already
out.
voted for this side.
like
I'm
the
just saying.
CBS story.
I'm just saying I
says
keep ending up
that-
being right on this issue, and y'all keep going, nah.
Can you
really quick,
make
really quick.
one fucking
Let Jimmy jump in
Really
just for a
quick.
second. Go ahead.
Go
So,
ahead.
like the CBS story doesn't say that the Democrat Party or Tim Walz or whoever put pressure on them to stop. It was that the charitable
Feeding Our
organization
Future.
itself that
Yeah.
they were investigating filed a lawsuit, and that's why they stopped. Right? They filed a lawsuit against them, and that put pressure on them to drop the investigation.
Well, hold
Guys,
on.
he's right about everything.
No,
Every
there-
single claim he's made.
Well, there's
Yeah, so
also.
look,
I-
it
I-
says that-
Stop
no,
doing
no,
that
there was
also
there was more to
bullshit.
that article. There was
Well,
more
there's
to that
three
article.
judges that dismissed. There's three.
God
judges
damn
that
it. Every
dismissed-
time we corner you, you go, wait, hold on. Guys, I've got
Hold on,
another
there's more than
source.
this. Hold on,
There's
there's
100 of
three
these.
Three judges.
I'm on my
dismissed
third one
cases
now.
About Somali health care.
Oh, dude, is this what it's like?
Judges. I'm just saying, y'all saying this didn't happen. That was also a while back. So it's not like this is just a new thing.
How did these people come and learn this scam so good in America? Is what I want.
I don't know.
Who's
This
teaching
is
No,
not
them?
like
wait,
virus to take
Gibbs.
notes.
Oh,
The Somali virus
Gibbs.
take notes.
Let me address something Doobie said. The lawsuit was later in 2020 or 2021.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
hold on. So just like
But
so it says in
the very first sentence of the
2019,
article.
they spotted early signs, and then it says
Yeah.
they quickly faced pressure from leaders of the group that
Mm-hmm.
the Feeding Our Future to stop asking questions. And if you read through the story, that pressure is the lawsuit. That's what they're referring to. If I was a
Well,
lawsuit,
that's not the only pressure that they got. There's obviously going to be
hold
political
on.
pressure as well.
Where does it say that? Where does it say they got political pressure from any Democrat Party organization or anybody in politics? Like it looks like the pressure was from the group claiming that they were being discriminated against by the government, by the state, through this investigation.
When are we doing the real debate? The one that we came here for? Are we waiting on someone?
When we're done with this
next year.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It's just crazy because literally 3 weeks ago, I was told this wasn't a thing. Gibbs's conspiracy theory is crazy. As of today, it looks like there's already 60 convictions or 60 people pled guilty to this out of 92.
When you make 1,000 fucking claims and with like vague sources every time, one of those is going to end up landing.
Well, what's crazy is I made this specific one about the Somali fraud thing, and
like I said,
I've been trying to do this like for a while, and once again, it's come up, and it's amazing how it's right, and y'all go, oh, it's crazy if you make these claims.
Isn't it like? I think calling it like the Somali fraud thing is a little bit iffy. I think, because I mean, as I said earlier, there are plenty of people to defraud the government. No, there are plenty of people who defraud the government. I posted a bunch of links about the stories in California, Arizona, and I think Florida in our group chat. Like, I don't think their ethnicity is relevant. They're just people who.
It is relevant. Let me read this to you. I'll post this in here, and I'll tell you why it's relevant. Right?
Let's see it's
not just the Somali. It's not just the Somalis, right? If this is like it's really, I think that the immigrant crime has been a Democratic Party thing in general. But of the research come back, and of 1,020 of them, 800 of the ones that are of them are Somali owned. So like that's the problem here, right here. This specifically in Minnesota is Somali based, but I think we should expand it to where it's immigrant fraud, like and include things like the driver's license scams and then the welfare and the Medicaid. I think all those should be included. And I think that when it's American citizens defrauding the government, that's bad. But it's a different thing when you have foreign people that coming in here and taking American.
Are these foreign? When you say foreign people, are these like immigrants or are they like are they citizens?
Yeah, I would say well. Most of them would be.
They always are.
But I mean, some of them got.
Benny Johnson wouldn't be tweeting about it if they weren't immigrants.
Right? Okay. No,
but some of them are. Some of them are. I mean, I just posted actual local news articles as well. I mean, if you think local news is not a good credible source, then I don't know. But like, I just.
Are you fucking for real? I'm just. Can we move on to the real debate, the one that we're prepared for? Because I can't wade through all these fucking weird sources that he sends me.
Nobody can.
I mean. Good sources.
There was definitely political pressure. There was the lawsuit in 2020, but there was definitely political pressure. And when the payments were unfrozen in 2021, they quite literally said that from Omar Fattah, State Senator Omar Fattah, saying the pressure on leadership was working when they unfroze the payments.
No, but is that
does that fucking vindicate you, Gibbs? Is that every single modicum of like fraud touches your ears and you go, "See, I told you guys."
No, I'm gonna just Gibbs, with all due respect, like we got to be careful about how strong some of our claims are. Okay.
Wait, you got a Benny Johnson tweet at the foundation, so it's rock solid.
I will make the claim. This is the claim, and this is the claim that I was actually hesitant to get on board with this for many years until
no one believes
very recently. This is the claim that's been going out, right? Is one, the Democrats and maybe the Uniparty, whatever that actually looks like, have had some kind of corrupt hold in the government to where they ensure their people are elected and they've basically been funneling our tax dollars. And then now we're peeling back the layers of this nasty onion, and we're finding out about the immigrant fraud in these states that told us no illegal immigrants voted. We're finding out some of them had thousands vote. We don't know if it's enough to say, that got Biden elected. We're finding out, this fraud went billions and billions of dollars to foreign nationals, some of them. And it's just crazy. Y'all going to go,
Sorry, hon. I missed. I was doing something else. I do apologize. We also know that they were defrauded votes.
Yeah, I mean that's something to find out now. Nevada just put out a thing yesterday, I believe, about it. Yeah, I'm sure we can find that one, talking about how they basically gave out 47,000 licenses. We have 1,500 dead people voted in this election. They listed a whole bunch of different stuff, and we're finding this out in like all sorts of states. And then some of these places, like Minnesota, Minnesota doesn't have voter ID law.
Sorry. Let me just do this a little bit more slowly. Saying dead people voted is something that Republicans do all the time, right? And they'll base that off of voter rolls where people have died, right? But like there are other people with a similar name, and they voted, right?
Can you
like,
show?
well,
can you show us?
Voted.
Just
so
show us the source.
So I'll have to see like information on that specifically, right?
Sure.
But also like and getting a driver's license may be fraudulently. I don't know what the case may be there. I can believe that that's the thing that's happened, but like that doesn't turn into a vote. Right?
Maybe Matt Walsh tweeted about it. You can check his.
No, it was Senator Langford is the one who tweeted about it. Is he a good enough source for y'all?
No, wait, hold on. No. That's not a source. He tweeted about. No.
He gave a speech, and then they which they quoted. He revealed the sources, and then next week they retweeted clips of it. Yeah, that is a source, correct?
What the fuck is he talking about? You just say it at a rally.
All right, hold on.
You're a congressman, therefore it's true.
If you want, are you? Listen, I say this with all due respect. Are you retarded? If I say,
is that what you're saying? I'm lost. Am I crazy?
If I say something and I'm giving a presentation to Congress, and then the news reports on that clip and takes a clip and reports that and posts the highlight reel of like, oh, all the stats I listed and has me saying it, is that
I'm not fucking following what you're saying. Can you just send me the fucking tweet and then I can look at it myself? Because I think you're.
I just posted.
Okay, great. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm gonna look.
So while he's talking, I think what his
and this is just a tip.
Fiction. I think what his fiction review here is that like there's a difference between a primary source and a secondary source, right? And so a congressman, well, it depends what we're talking about. But a congressman might oftentimes be a secondary source, right? They're like reporting, hey, NBC News said this. I'm a congressman, right? And I say NBC News says this, right? I'm not the primary source. I'm a secondary source. Like, and you can say,
well, even NBC is secondary.
NBC, oh no, you're correct. No, you're absolutely correct there.
No,
secondary source is they're reporting it. The primary source would be the individuals who actually were involved.
Yeah, sorry. Did the Nevada Commission say this?
Yeah. Yes. Thank you for correcting me.
Where did the Nevada Commission say this? Because that's not in the fucking tweet.
Hold on.
It's crazy you keep sending me tweets.
It takes effort to track that information down. It's easy to go to a tweet and just say this person said something at a presentation.
All right. I posted actual articles in there. You didn't read those either. I posted the tweets.
I'm going through this.
You're posting like 50 things. I'm trying to track them all at once.
The tweets are small, very easily readable, little nuggets of information in this day and era.
This is how you consume your media. It's crazy.
No.
Hold on. Gibbs, you are not showing me. There's not a single article about this Nevada roll call. I'm focusing in on that. What the fuck are you talking about when you said 2,000 people voted who were dead in Nevada? Can you show any source, primary source for that?
I literally just posted this one.
No. You posted a fucking congressman saying that.
Oh, congressman saying it. So you're saying we should just not quote some congressman. So next time.
Wait. So when Trump says there's 25 million illegals in the United States, that is a true number.
It's true because he's the president?
I mean, it's a usable number.
What do you mean it's usable?
You can't fucking get that anywhere else. That doesn't mean anything.
He just made it up and then we go, all right, well, that's what it's.
25 million is a usable number.
Do you have more information than the president of the United States?
Okay, so you back it up.
No, but I'm less of a liar than he is. That's fucking crazy, dude.
This guy knows more than the president of the United States.
Jesus Christ.
He knows.
The world you live in. Wait. Gibbs. Didn't you just say that all politicians were corrupt?
Sure.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it's not a source.
What the fuck are we talking about? So hold on. So they are fully corrupt behind the surface, swindling the governments for millions, but also everything that they say 100% of the time is unimpeachably true.
That's not what I said.
Well, that's where you have to go if you're sourcing it by a congressman.
No. See, okay. This is just me and you, right? I get my information from a plethora of different sources. Some are deep and well researched. Some might be just a tweet. Sometimes, listen, I don't know how you do business. I don't know what kind of business you're in. In my business, listen, all my shit's not the ranching because that shit's.
But do you own a business? If you don't own a business,
hold on. If you're looking at things to invest into, you got to be looking at what's moving like on the surface. You're not always going to have the most detailed financial reports on a potential purchase, right? Sometimes you're going to have to make educated guesses. And if I'm seeing from 50 different surface level sources, hey, there's smoke right here. And then later when I make this claim, say, hey, there are sources saying this, y'all go, that's ludicrous. And then 3 weeks later, now all the facts come out that back up what these original claims were. Then y'all go, well,
Hold on. You have been screaming. Wait, hold on. You guys have been screaming about faulty and like dead people voting for at least 6 years at the minimum. Okay. Can you show me?
Much longer than that.
I said at the fucking minimum.
That's not the minimum. I'm saying it's not the minimum. It's
Are you retarded, dude? Are you fucking for real?
Go ahead. No, you can go ahead, but like I'm just saying, like there's a long history of Republicans like making claims about dead voters. Like it's like the whole thing.
Fucking go minimum. Ahead. God damn it!
Hold on. You saying a minimum could be an hour for at least a minimum
Julius
of an
Caesar
hour.
Died in
no, it's got to be if 6 years is the minimum.
More than 3 years ago.
Then it's above 6 years.
Yeah.
He's not saying a maximum of 6 years. He's saying a minimum of 6 years.
Yeah, Caesar
died.
I
know. I'm saying yes, but I'm saying that's an incorrect scale.
Okay, whatever.
If I say
whatever,
it would also be
okay. I don't care.
I'm
almost saying whatever.
It would be also be incorrect, right? If I said they've been making these claims for at least an hour, right? Like, no, so it'd be correct. Yes, they've been making that claim for at least an hour, true, right? But like, that's an incorrect scale.
Fine.
Like actually,
Fine.
Like.
I'm happy to concede that. Fine, I'm happy.
Oh, are you saying that the scale is like gives the wrong idea, kind of?
Yeah. It's like a misleading thing to say.
Like the Roman Empire like existed at least 2 hours ago.
That's what Gibbs said.
Technically true, but I mean.
Okay, fine. Can you show me a single fucking source of like more than maybe 3 people who have been dead who have been voting in elections?
According to the tweet that he posted, over 1,500.
Oh shit! Oh wait, hold on. Did a congressman say that?
Yes.
Oh fuck! All right, never mind. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Gibbs gonna have a source of the 1,500 resurrection of the dead voting.
Shit, dude. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't realize a congressman said it.
Yeah, I mean, I was more worried about the illegals voting. That's more what I've been preaching about for this whole time with the
Can you fucking point to a single fucking point to those?
Over 4,000 undocumented. That's right, illegal aliens. So
point to those fucking people,
right?
please,
4,
with a real source. A real fucking source, and not like 2 people where it comes out later and then it's like, oh shit, and then they fix it. Like a real substantial. And when I say substantial, more than fucking 50 is substantial. I will accept 51 illegal immigrants, and I go, shit, that's a problem. And I know you're claiming that there's like fucking 3 million, so you better find 51.
I mean, I could think of 51 off the top of my head.
You can think of that's a usable number. That's a usable thought. Yeah. So therefore, it must be true.
Ken Paxton. There's a lawsuit already right now open where he gets 2,700 people that Ken Paxton has going. So
that's a lawsuit. Wait, no. Could you show me a fucking source rather than just someone making a claim and then suing the government over it?
Sure, I'll find one talking about Ken Texas. Here you go.
Jesus Christ, dude, your sources are so fucking weird. They're like, someone said it once, and then according to this specific person, someone said, oh, they also said it at this time. Fuck. Yeah. Oh, I can't deal with this shit. I can't fucking have political conversations like this. It drives me fucking crazy.
Yeah, I mean, because listen, this is the problem that y'all have is y'all want to
give you something
the whole
Gibbs,
time instead of arguing.
I want to give you something, Gibbs. I want to give you something because I don't dodge the smoke, right? Because this is for me originally, right? I have not looked into. I've heard like a news story about the Minnesota, some supposedly Somali fraud situation, right? Have AIDS story, but haven't deeply looked into it yet. Sorry, but just haven't done that. But I want to. Okay. But in any case, right? The smoke was for me, and I'll say if this pans out, right, then you were correct. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
But this is why I like Prime. He can admit things.
Okay, yeah. If it pans out, yeah, indeed, you're correct.
He didn't even fucking say anything other than if you're right, you're right.
Listen,
he's just like I like to hear when people tell me that I'm right. It makes me feel good.
But it makes everybody feel good. But first of all, I get told I'm crazy when I bring these stories up.
Because you fucking are. Like I can't.
And then I end up becoming true.
Conversations.
Listen, I'm the new Alex Jones.
You're gonna make me crash out. Dude. This is crazy.
The only thing, though, and again,
this is the problem. Y'all so worried about the quality of the source of the data that sometimes y'all miss obvious shit. Like this happens.
Lactoid.
Oh, gotcha. So if you hear that, 50
sometimes you're just too worried about the quality of the source, Lactoid, right?
That's fucking crazy.
He takes his energy to court, right? He tells that to the judge. Sometimes you're too worried about like the evidence that I'm representing, right? Like it can come from anywhere, and I think you're focusing on the wrong thing.
Dude, Lactoid, I really need you to crash out more at Gibbs because this is fucking crazy.
Look,
if I deal with enough leftists who I freak out at.
Has no backbone.
I need you to freak it. I need you to freak
I'm
out.
not gonna. This is not. Hold on. If I'm in a heated like discussion, usually one-on-one with somebody, and like escalates, sometimes like I'll crash out. Yeah, but like I'm not crashing out. Right.
Okay, that's fair.
You guys are all kind of jumping down Gibbs's neck. I don't think.
Well,
you guys...
for good reason.
Look, I think Gibbs is making claims that are too strong. I think that there's plenty here to criticize the Democrats without going to like.
You're so fucking
rumors,
kind to people on your own side. Because I know what's in your heart. I know what's in your heart. You go, dude, this fucking fucking idiot.
No,
I
I
just
do
didn't
like
be
it.
right though.
I'm not,
the
I'm
problem.
Not
it's
thinking
like
that.
you keep saying this. It's like
there's some
like,
conspiracy theories that are coming out right now, though. That's fair.
The thing is that y'all do this, and like this is the thing I've had with several of the debates. Like, okay, I will do this beforehand. Is I'll post like actual good sources along with the bad.
Stop saying actual good sources. You haven't sent one yet.
Well, that's on purpose now at this point. But this is the thing.
Oh, okay. I fucking got them.
Because
I'm actually a fucking idiot, and I showed my hand.
No,
holy shit!
I mean, and I always do this beforehand. I always make sure at least a couple people have seen that I got the bullshit stacked up. The thing is, though, we all sit here and y'all get are like, oh, if it's not the 3 trustees of like natural law by John Locke with like 15 people's like thesis written on it, and 50 people's fucking like data points that have sat down with 200 years of study and like all, then it's not good enough. And I'm sorry, like that's not how shit happens in the real world. First, there's smoke.
True, you don't need to see the tapes of Trump molesting kids to condemn him.
Like I
right?
said,
you don't need that standard of evidence, right?
It's tapes and it's proof.
You need the fucking tapes. Dude, I could show you a million tweets from congressmen saying that Trump is a rapist, and I could point to millions of people saying this shit.
Yeah, there's tweets.
No, wait, hold on. No, now you need a conviction. Now you need a fucking conviction.
Okay, so there's no photos.
Hold on. Do we think Diddy killed Biggie? Everybody here thinks Diddy and Tupac.
I have no idea.
Right? Most people do. Most people think Diddy has something to do with it.
No, most people don't have a fucking opinion. Most people don't fucking know or care or think about
it. However, nobody's convicted.
There was a documentary.
He did it.
Yeah,
100%.
It's not 100%.
We don't know.
100%.
Look, we know OJ did it. Okay, that's 100%.
There we go. Yes.
Did he kill anyone?
OJ, come on, that white woman doesn't seem so trustworthy. We might have been sorry.
Damn it.
Gibbs, would you have voted to acquit OJ?
Yes.
Okay.
Listen, if you're dumb enough to have the guy put the fucking glove on and it don't fit in the courtroom, that's pretty.
It don't fit, so you must have quit. Hold on.
That's like a woman saying that.
Gibbs.
It's one thing.
One thing. So, like I said again, the Somali thing, right? Like, if all pans out, you're correct. However, right? I want to like combine that with what Doobie was saying previously, right? And the fact that there seems to be like a pot of money here, right? That was given out with like lax oversight. It seems like a lot of people were using that. Now, I've seen the exact same, like during the COVID, right? I was talking to people. I remember especially one person in particular. I was talking to him. He was telling me about his roommates, right? He was living with at least 2 other people, right? Those 2 other people separately had 2 businesses, right? Or at least 2 businesses between them. And they were like the sole proprietor for those businesses. Though they were getting COVID money for like to keep on workers they didn't have, right? They were like, they were just bragging about this. They went to the banks and they took it. These people were not Somalis, right?
Yeah, fuck those people too.
The only thing I want to caveat, right, is like the proportion. So like I can like if it seems like Somali individuals have been involved with fraud, first of all, put them all in jail, no problem, right? But what it sounds like to me, and I could be wrong about this, right? It sounds like to me that like just people were committing fraud, right? And some of them were Somali, right? And so like
take a shot every time Prime says right.
Somali individuals were involved, but like if it's like a tiny proportion of them, does that mean anything? it would just be like
that's actually
Somalis
that's
were among
actually
a
good
group
question.
of people. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, that's actually a good question, and like this is why I kind of want to say like the immigrant fraud is a big deal, and it's not because like they're immigrants per se. It's because they're not citizens. Yeah, citizen fraud is bad, but like I think it's different when it's our money going to like foreign people or people that took advantage of a system. Like when it's just being sent for like right now, Somali pirates should be the ones most mad about this. You know why? Because Somalia's GDP is about like 18 billion, and these people, the Somali fraudsters in Minnesota specifically, have pulled out 18 billion in less than like a year, some shit like that, some crazy amount of time, and that's just on the tip of the iceberg. And I think what this is, we're seeing like this bigger scam that the Dems have, where it's that use immigrants, both legal and illegal, to fund their party and maintain.
Dude, it's
power.
impossible arguing with you. It's impossible having a conversation with you.
No, some of those were not.
Every single fucking source
and it's like thousands.
just leads down another rabbit hole.
Prime. Here's I think.
Yeah, that's the problem. This is a nasty.
Exactly.
Here's the actual criticism. So you're right. PPP, the loans scams. There was a ton of those, and that was fucked.
Yeah, those are bad.
And I was at the time very consistently critical of those loans even being given out in the first place because of the lack of oversight and just how quickly. And I understand there was a lot of pressure, blah blah blah. I still think it was the wrong move, even if I have the benefit of hindsight of saying that. But I was opposed to it at the beginning too, so I should at least get some credit for being right all along.
You get credit. Like
that's fine. I think with the Somalians specifically, the reason why they're fixated on like the Somali aspect is because it looks like that this fraud, in large part, was sort of within the like Somali community, and any kind of attempt to investigate into this was met with accusations of racism. This was part of the pressure that these organizations were levying against state officials, as they were pressuring the state. Yes, and they've also filed a lawsuit in 2020 alleging racism. Right? They were saying that, well, this is bullshit. You're looking into us unfairly because we're Somali, and the whole time, like, people who were saying actually we should be looking into this were being like insinuated and called racist when it actually was happening. And
but they were looking into it
to a relatively hold on. Yes, and they were getting criticized and called racist for looking into it. Like, there is a cultural dynamic here that I don't think can be ignored.
Sure.
When you say they were, like, who was criticizing them? Were they just getting public pressure, or was it like a?
I'm talking about public. I'm talking about like from these organizations, especially, and from the community, and also some
like the
ACLU,
well. Or is it
Omar Fattah,
government as well?
Yeah, Omar Fattah, some other kind of local state senators. There was pressure kind of from this community specifically. Now, this is on the back of, and this is another thing that's true. This is on the back of, like, immigrant communities are not all the same when we're looking at how successful they are in America in terms of welfare usage, crime rate, et cetera, et cetera. And Somalis tend to be actually kind of on the poorer end of a lot of the metrics that we're talking about. Mexican immigrants tend to use welfare relatively low and relatively low numbers compared to Somali immigrants. Somali immigrants use up actually a considerable amount of welfare. I think of all the immigrant groups, they are the biggest, or at least in like one of the top in terms of percentages of them on welfare.
Okay.
Much more likely to commit crime than other immigrant groups, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that there is kind of already that stewing, with that criticism, I suppose, stewing, and then this happens, which is like, oh, and there was also this big fraud plot that was exposed, and the part where I think there's tons of criticism there that can genuinely be levied. I think the part that I'm not on board with is saying, first of all, that the Dems knew about it in 2024. Or the early part of 2024. I haven't seen any evidence of that. If that comes out, then
and it would be crazy.
That would be crazy big, because that would mean the DNC is like actually should be like criminally indicted. That's fucking crazy. Like, a bunch of people are going to be criminally indicted if that happens. I haven't seen evidence of that.
That's what it's looking like.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying we haven't seen that yet. I'm just saying we haven't seen that yet.
Dude, Lacto, you're being so fucking reasonable and so like. And then fucking Gibbs comes in with a hand grenade and just goes, "Fuck you."
We just haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen it yet, and so that would be crazy. I'm not convinced that Hoffman, the senator that was horribly and tragically murdered, is all related. Yeah.
But we should ask some questions.
Oh no! Fuck,
so
Jesus
I
Christ.
just want so what
okay,
you're
wait,
saying.
hold on.
Why shouldn't we ask?
Can I respond?
One second, hold on, 1 second. Just quickly, because this was to
Go
me.
for it, Brian.
But yeah, Lactoid. So you're saying that like the proportion isn't the problem necessarily. It's simply that when people were trying to look into this, right, however many people were involved, right, they were maligned for doing so and called racist, and that's what they find
by
galling
some
here.
right? by some, yes.
By some.
And we're talking about again like an immigrant group that has really concentrated in large respects in Minnesota, much more so than almost any other state. And does hold considerable political influence in that state. Not to say like Somalians overall are a pretty small percentage of the U.S., but in Minnesota they're actually kind of a big percentage of the population.
Yeah, like
right?
Jews in New York. Yeah.
Sure, absolutely, right. That's a good comparison. And so, and you on top of that, you have in terms of again the socioeconomic metrics, welfare usage, crime rates, etc. They're not as successful as other immigrant groups, which is already kind of, for some, causing tensions in those communities.
Well, but this is the thing, Lactoid, right? And I know y'all are all like laughing and being like, "Ha, Gibbs is saying crazy shit." But
hey,
like,
it's mostly me.
In fact, Prime, I think if you remember all the way back to Tim Pool when we did it, I remember distinctly saying it's pretty crazy how the Dems now can't fund their stuff, right? Now that USAID has been cut. There hadn't been a definitive link proven yet between that, but it's kind of suspicious. And then now we're saying it's right here, right now with this Somali fraud kind of case. We had Tim Walz go up on the VP stage and debate Vance and talk about the child care system and how great it was. Then he claimed he'd stop funding some of these when he actually kept funding some of these groups, right? And we have videos of Tim Walz putting the Somali flag behind him and replacing the Minnesota state flag. So it seems like there is some widespread knowing by the DNC. Let me give you a further
that
one.
That new flag is suspiciously like a Somalian flag.
And here's another one. Another one. We got Ilhan Omar's husband eliminated all the investors and all the people that are on her
Somalia is Israel for Republicans.
Off his thing after we find out between $30 and $60 million have been made by him in less than a year under this program with him. So it's like when we're looking at this, it seems like there is some sort of link between this fraud and the actual DNC itself. Now, what that link is, I don't know, but there's a lot of smoke. And so when I say this and y'all go, oh,
there's a lot of smoke around Trump and Epstein, but that doesn't, you don't care about that.
Well, it's shitty. That's good, bad for them.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but there's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of smoke.
But he doesn't care. He admitted he doesn't care.
I already admitted it. Or Republicans ignoring
Okay, we could say we don't care then. We don't care. We don't care about the fraud. We don't care.
At the same time, we can say that we don't care, right?
You could do that. You could do that. But the problem is,
it's a valid position just as yours, right?
Yeah,
you not caring about us.
This is a bigger problem because the
why
affects just Trump. That's not like it's if Trump goes
down, the president.
Hold on. Is Vance in the Epstein list?
Levitt, Pam Bondi.
Is Vance in the Epstein list?
Vance is what did
Clavicular say? So if Trump is gone, if Trump is gone, then we can see what President Vance is going to do. I, for one, am excited. I'm ready for that. So you know what? I hope y'all get.
Even though Gavin Newsom mogs him,
I hope y'all get Trump, and then
Gavin
we can see
Newsom
what
mogs
President
everybody.
Vance is like. I'm like,
Gavin Newsom mogs. So JD Vance with his recessed maxilla.
Bro, he couldn't mog fucking DeSantis with the poop map. How are you going to tell me he mogs?
No, he mogs DeSantis too. DeSantis also has a recessed maxilla.
I'd prefer Vance. I would prefer Vance to Trump. I'm with Gibbs.
I mean, yeah, y'all act like that's a punishment for people like me. I'm happy if Vance gets in. I'll be like, hell yeah, no more Trump. Whatever. Let's do
Vance isn't winning anytime soon.
So the problem is this other one is it entrenches the whole Democratic Party. That's the problem.
You gotta fix that camera, brother.
Okay, so again, if there's fraud and if there's
disable Zoom
to Gibbs, right, to deal with you directly. If the DNC knew about it,
it looks shit.
It looked like shit, right? They should be in jail. Absolutely, no question. They should be indicted, right? There should be huge investigations. Let's have some perp walks, right? That Fox News and all other news sources should be plastering all around.
Literally, not a single person disagrees with this. I don't know what you're talking about.
Would you be okay with disbanding the Democratic Party that turns out the DNC itself?
See, why can't we argue on that ground? Like, you're giving too much credit. You're like, well, I think fraud is bad. No one disagrees.
I want to disband the Democratic Party for supporting a genocide. That's what I want to do.
He anyway.
I'm ready to go.
Base pride. There we go.
Fuck that. Yeah.
We're slowly going to win to our side.
If Hunter, you want to say anything else, go ahead.
You are not.
No, I would love to go on to the real fucking conversation. The one I prepared for. Listen, the ones I've actually got sources for.
I can trade Israel out for Prague.
Betty Johnson tweets?
Yeah. No, this one's from Dave Rubin. This one's from Matt Walsh. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Once again, great start. This is a lot of fun. Hey y'all, if you enjoyed that sitting out there pre-debate, right? Consider supporting the channel, follow the channel, right? Whether you be on Twitch, YouTube, or Kick, right? Consider doing that. Follow me on TikTok too. I am there. I haven't posted a video, but like one day we hope it'll happen. But we're trying to stream TikTok. We're trying to make that happen. Okay.
Keep telling you the secret, man.
And Ali has been yelling about me in my DMs. I haven't replied, but I will. I'll deal with it later. I just don't want to. I don't want to. I know.
We're gonna stop saying it out loud, and we're just gonna hope someone gifts it to you.
Okay. All right. But anyway, everyone, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs, right? Support us on YouTube. Super chats. We'll throw your super chat on screen and we'll discuss it. We'll talk about it. It'll be great. Sometimes if you get a good super chat, we'll just like derail the whole conversation. Just talk about your super chat. So if that's something that interests you, consider supporting the channel that way. But thank you to anyone who has. Consider following the channel on any platform. So we've got a great group of guests here. Why don't we just like jump into the topic and then you guys can introduce yourselves as we go along. Okay. So, all right. The topic is in the previous week, under the leadership of Barry Weiss, CBS pulled a 60-minute segment about the treatment of detainees at the CCOT prison in El Salvador. In the segment, testimonies of former prisoners paint CCOT as nothing less than a torture chamber. Horrific stories of abuse are detailed. A common refrain is that America doesn't torture. So much of America's self-perception rests on having some sort of moral high ground in comparison to other major powers. In your opinion, has this ever been true? Is the U.S. at all better than its rivals? Has the U.S. ever been above the use of torture? Or is all of this just a story Americans tell to themselves to hide the brutality they inflict on the world? This story did blow up, and I'm curious how much legs the story has. But last week there was supposed to be a 60-minute report about CCOT, and they interviewed a lot of people who were there, right? And some who were let go afterwards. And they compared statements that the Trump administration had made about the detainees compared to who was actually there, right? Like we had that whole moment where Kristi Noem went to the prison and said, like, look at the people behind me, these animals, who had all those tattoos. Like, these are the people we're putting back there, and the Democrats want to fight us and all that, right? But that wasn't true, right? Those people weren't the people we sent. They were just like other people from El Salvador. So it was an interesting and well-researched piece. It got pulled by Barry Weiss. CBS has just recently been bought by Larry Ellison and his son, I don't know, dumbass Ellison. I forget what the other guy's the son's name is, but they're both like super ugly. I'm gonna put that out there. They're like unattractive people. Not.
Therefore, by default, they're incorrect just by virtue of being ugly.
Yeah,
it's no Barry Johnson tweet on the level of correctness.
Listen, Benny's a good-looking guy. He gets 10 IQ points just for being.
Benny's a good-looking guy. I'll give him that. He's an awful propagandist, but he's a good-looking guy, I think. Anyway, but these people are staunch allies of Trump, right? Barry Weiss, an ally of Trump, and it seems like she pulled a story down to cover for him. At least that's what people are saying. In any case, we could talk about that, but also like the heart of it, and like what is America like? What is our relation to the mistreatment of prisoners? Is it something that we actually do, or is it something we do a little bit, or is it something we've always done a lot, and we've just been lying to ourselves? So I really want to dig into all that. We'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Hi, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I've been critical of CCOT for a while now as well. I don't think it's good, kind of the details surrounding it. I'm not necessarily opposed to like a mega prison. I'm also not necessarily opposed to what El Salvador did when they launched their war on, they call it like the war on terrorism or something. You know, you always got to be really careful whenever a government says, oh, we got to go take care of these terrorists. So we're taking away a whole bunch of civil rights, which is quite literally what happened. But the situation in El Salvador, I think it's one of those rare times where they genuinely may have had a good point. I think it's like 90% of El Salvadorians approve of what's going on. He has a super majority of support regarding this, like in a way that we would never get in the U.S. about almost any subject. Has a super majority, massive super majority of support on a very controversial issue, removing basically the civil rights for the whole country. That's how bad the gang warfare was, and yeah, it was really fucking bad. So, not necessarily opposed to the existence of CCOT. I am concerned about the allegations of torture. That's fucked. And torture happens in plenty of countries. We have no problems backing countries that engage in torture. We back El Salvador. We back Ukraine. We back countries that have documented instances of torture. That being said, it's a little bit different, I think, when we are involved in sending people there with no due process. That's the main criticism that's been levied against the Trump administration, and I think that's fair. I understand, again, wanting to deport terrorists or gang members to prisons, and if the only people going to CCOT were people found like illegal immigrants convicted of murder or convicted of some kind of horrendous crime, I'd be okay with it. The problem is the government has not released a lot of the information that they're using to allege that the people sent to CCOT were actually gang members or terrorists or involved in any kind of definitive crime, which I think is a big problem. So I don't support the overall program. I don't think that makes America bad. I mean, if that makes America bad, then I guess we lost our moral superiority back when Guantanamo Bay opened, because we've been doing this shit for a long time. But I think we're better than other countries.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
He says that as a Canadian, by the way.
Indeed.
Yeah, I do think we're better than other countries. We're better at fucking winning. That's what we're good at. I don't think we're morally superior. I think all these countries are fucking evil in regards to that kind of shit. So, I feel like we should stop pretending that we're better in that regard. I feel like maybe we should just go back to embracing torture. Maybe we should just ship these people out. If you committed a bunch of fraud and you're Somalian or you're Mexican or whatever you are, guess what? You're going to CCOT and you're going to be part of the human centipede. Maybe don't commit fraud next time. I'm just saying. Sounds like a bad time. I probably wouldn't do it. You go to Saudi Arabia, they cut off your hand. You know what they don't have? Thieves. Their thievery rate low. I'm not saying that it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying it works apparently. And you know what? I'm sick of all this fraud happening, and I'm ready to start shipping people to Torture Town, USA, which happens to be in El Salvador. So fuck it. Let's do it. I'm done hearing all this whiny shit from all of you lefties. Y'all radicalized me. We went from drone strikes to now I'm okay with torture. Congrats. Thank you, guys. I feel so much better being in the politics world.
We are the ones who did that to Gibbs, right? We pushed him over the edge. I just want everyone else. The left pushed. He was. Before he was a good person. Was the now
I was in the middle.
Because we bugged him a bit. Now he's for torture. It's our.
I have been described as an ally at one point. Now I'm over here advocating for Torture Town, USA.
Oh my god! Thank you, Gibbs. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, I'll probably keep it short. I think maybe at some point in history, the U.S. Could be looked upon as some moral authority or having the moral high ground. I think that holds true, recently, for a variety of reasons that maybe we can get into. And I do echo pretty much one of the sentiments that Lactoid mentioned in terms of pretty much, yes, what looks to be at least the deport or sending people to CCOT without a due process. And are we actually sending, let's say, people that are not actually criminals, aside from the illegal immigration aspect, but there's a saying in terms of judging a nation by how it treats its most vulnerable, so to speak. Like, yes, I do find it strange that even some people will say that just by virtue of them being illegal immigrants, you can do whatever you want to them, and even send them to a torture prison. I don't think that is true, and I would say that reflects poor moral character. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you so much. Our good friend Doobie.
So yeah, I don't think we've ever been the anti-torture people. I think that's basically a story, a narrative that allows us to hold on to we're the good guys' identity, right, as a country. But I do think that we should try to be that country. Right? We should try to not to do terrible things to people. I don't support CCOT. I don't support sending people who are not involved in drug trafficking, murder, criminal activity, etc., to that place. That's disgusting, I think. What they're doing in Venezuela, right, is popularity there. I have no context for this, right? I understand that they had a massive issue with gangs in that country. So maybe from the perspective of a Venezuelan who's living that life and dealing with his gangs every day, maybe this makes sense to them, right? To me as an American, it doesn't make sense to me, right? The people that we're sending there don't seem to pose that kind of major threat to our country. So it seems ridiculous, disgusting that we are doing this. So yeah, I think we should stop that.
Thank you. Hunter, love to hear your tips.
So Lactoid isn't here, but I just want to let him know that we've debated like 20 times before, and this is the first time we're going to be on the same side. I think America's been like the longest surviving government for a reason. It's one of the most protective of civil liberties. It's been a roadmap for independence for centuries. I would obviously concede that there are times that that America's taken advantage of being the sheriff. Like we could obviously point to something like Iraq. Are you squinting about the oldest government?
I've never heard that claim, but that's interesting.
I'm squinting at it.
Yeah, no, it's a real. Well, sorry, it's not the same exact government, but the fact that the Constitution has existed for like 250 years is very unique to America. I think that very often when we talk about foreign policy, we only really talk about the bad parts, which are really fair, right? I'm not going to back what happened in Iraq is fucked. What we're doing right now with Venezuela is fucked. There's a lot of really, really bad things that America's done, but I also think that being the sheriff, like we've done a lot of really positive things. We ended genocide in the Balkans. We in Yugoslavia, we liberated Kuwait. Like there are a lot of really positive things that we have done. And I think that we have to be nuanced about these sort of conversations. And also, one other thing that I want to say is that Gibbs does not love this country or anything else that it really stands for. Because when he talks about torture, when he talks about revoking civil liberties, that is what I fucking love about this country, is how much we stand up for our civil liberties. And the fact that he wants to revoke it shows that Trump Republicans do not care about this country. And that is my biggest issue about Trump, is that he is a very different force than we're used to in America. And he is denigrating what America has stood for. So I guess I actually don't know what side I'm standing on. But
okay, so I guess maybe not on the Lactoid side. All right, thank you.
Yeah, but it sounds like me and Lactoid agree on.
You know you're not on Gibbs's side. That's what
I am not fucking on Gibbs's side. That's
there you
fucked.
Go. Yeah. All right.
Torture is bad. We can most of us
not according to this fucking guy. Yeah. Jesus.
All right. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, I think I agree with Doobie. Right, and that we should be striving to not be doing these things, but it was a nice way that Lactoid and Staxium put it, right? Like they put the cape on for America, but then Gibbs took the mask off, right? That this is the truth of America. This is actually what, at least a large amount of the Republican Party right now think, like all of MAGA thinks like this. And so I don't know. I think it is a little bit time to stop running with this facade that we're like this moral country, that we don't do these things. I mean, we are the richest country. We're the most advanced, I think, in terms of a lot of things, right? You were saying a lot, Saxon was saying a lot about our freedoms and our Constitution. But then also we have the most imprisonment, right? We imprison the most people, which is like also fucked. And then towards what we do in the rest of the world, I mean, yeah, we can, well, we free up people here and then we bomb them over here. So it's really not like, the balancing act isn't really fun, and to the people that are getting bombed, I don't think they care that you freed people in other places.
But the people who are Sorry, this is your
yeah, the people who are freed are really
don't
excited.
really care about the bombs.
And they're all, they don't care about the bombs, but then that's only because we freed them, right? So we only got them on our side so that they can vote with us, right? And then, but now we support the bombs. But now these people support the bombs. These people support the torture. These people come over here and they're like, "Oh, America freed us. They can't be the bad. They can't be the bad guy. They're the good guy. All the people they're bombing are the bad guys, then, right?" And we have this whole other problem that ensues. But I'm just saying, like, I mean, maybe it is time for America to embrace. I mean, we see that the current administration is doing it, right? Secretary of War, right? We don't have it. You know, we are in a mask off era. It's fucked. I don't think we've ever really. I think people were lying to themselves because they lived here and they're like, well, we're Americans. We're the good guys. As citizens, we're just people. As a country, we've kind of always been the bad guy.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Excited to have our friend Eucharist jump in, but even more excited for Eucharist's dad stash, right? That's the real star, MVP. It's gonna be bringing the ladies. They love that kind of energy. So thank you, Eucharist, for being here.
That stash needs a separate opening statement. I'm sure it has.
We need a chat poll going if it's more Ned Flanders or Ted Lasso, because I get both every time I'm on stream. But yeah, I take Prime's question to be functionally like, is the U.S. just the international hypocrite on this issue of torture? And I'm gonna say the answer is it depends, right? So if you look at like pre 9/11. I think the answer is really different. Post 9/11, obviously, we've had our ups and downs. And I take us also to be kind of comparing America to other countries that are, let's call them like stable and institutionally accountable, or what is sometimes maybe condescendingly called developed democracies as opposed to developing democracies, right? So if we compare the U.S. to like Scandinavia and a lot of Western Europe, we might kind of fall short. When we compare the U.S., though, to other countries that have experienced similar things to the U.S., not maybe on the same scale, but similar sort of like terrorist incidents that lead to anti-terror activities, that lead to crackdowns on these sorts of things. Spain, the UK, and France were kind of like squarely middle of the road, I think. And so I think the things we're going to need to be talking about, though, are like, in terms of risk of using torture as a developed democracy, the things that create risk for use of torture are things like some sort of great focusing incident like a terrorist attack, some sort of low institutional accountability, whether that's from a weakened judiciary or an increased power to the executive, or whether that's distrust in the media or media reporting that favors terrorism. As far as CCOT itself, I think even if we're like Lactoid and we don't agree, or even if we're like Lactoid and we sort of agree, okay, I'd be fine with, them doing CCOT in principle in their own country. I think one thing that came up in the 60 Minutes report that was spiked is that in the marketing and media around this, the Trump administration has really intentionally focused the pictures and the videos around actual MS-13 gang members who are very obvious about their gang membership because they have giant freaking MSs and 13s on their chest, as opposed to the people who just have like a weed leaf on their knuckle and would just say that means something about MS-13.
Or it's photoshopped on.
Right, exactly. And so I think that speaks something about the kind and quality of people that we're sending to a different country. Not just a different country, again, but a country that they have no connection to, right? If we just want to crack down on immigration, if we want to say, you cross the border, you're a criminal, let's send you back where you came from, I'm not going to say I'm fully on board with that, but I would be way more on board with that than you crossed our border, now you're a criminal, and we're going to accuse you arbitrarily of a bunch of stuff you didn't do, and now we're going to ship you to the torture dungeon. Gibbs seems very okay with that. I'm violently offended by that. So yeah, if that makes me a weak, cuck, lib, left, whatever, fine. I just think it's ridiculous. It's insane. And then get to the tail end of the 60 Minutes report, things we already knew, of course, that now the administration is considering sending people to other unrelated countries in Africa, other places famous for torturing people. I just can find no justification for it. It seems ridiculous, other than if you have this vindictive spirit that Gibbs seems to have, which is, I just don't want you in my country. You've done a crime I think is bad enough that I don't care what happens to you. I agree with Hunter that what I like about this country is that we're not supposed to do that. There's supposed to be due process. There's supposed to be proportionality in the punishments we assign for crimes, etc. So we have a way of dealing with people who are in this country illegally. We should follow it, and that's that thing that's called due process. So yeah, glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
I found my side, by the way.
Just real quick, Gibbs. What is it? What is? Yeah. What is this like new fascination with like all I hear is this comparison to like Saudi Arabia or like the UAE, like in the UAE you can't do the shit that you do. Do you guys want to be the UAE?
No, for real.
Like, do you want to be Dubai? Do you want to be like Saudi?
Drinking
fucking aristocratic.
Listen.
I was thinking more Byzantine Empire kind of.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I always see this comparison, like especially when
I can be
Muslims proselytizing, like go be a Christian and go do that in Saudi Arabia. They'll fucking kill you. It's like, do you want to kill people in the streets? You want to chop people's hands off for stealing? What are we doing here?
Well, so I think this is actually like maybe like a meta take. I like
pro Sharia.
I use them as the example of like the no crime, like kind of comparing what El Salvador did, where they had a very harsh sentencing in like an area that traditionally had like corruption was a problem, right? And they have like they set that down and they knocked it out. There's like no more corruption. When typically when you look at places like around them, there's a lot of corruption, kind of like Mexico, right?
How big is El Salvador compared to America?
I think the thing is the reason why Republicans in general, and y'all are going to maybe find this ludicrous when I say this, I think the reason why it's gone mainstream with Republicans making this comparison is because they bought the WWE and the UFC, and they're besties with Trump and them. And so now they're pushing a big, like, hey, look how great Saudi Arabia is. Look at Riyadh season. We don't have any crime. Look how awesome this is. That's why
you guys are owned by Qatar now?
I mean, well, I guess they're owned by Saudi. I don't know if they're owned by Qatar. I think they're getting away from Qatar. They just closed down
the Middle East. I asked this question because you're kind of pushing for you're pushing for pro like authoritarian like theocracy regimes, and like not for nothing in comparison, these are Muslim regimes. Like as a Muslim, I don't even want this fucking shit in the fucking country. But you guys are like all pro it, and it seems that like now we're bought off by Middle Eastern countries, and we should act as Middle Eastern countries.
That's not what I'm saying. I feel like there's pros and cons. I feel like crime is a massive problem right now in the United States, right? I think specifically, like, immigration.
Crime is like at an all-time low.
Yeah, the reporting for crime is really weird, right?
Oh, shoot. You haven't seen the tweets yet.
Yeah. If you say no, hold on.
He's following all the fatigue Twitter accounts, and that's where he gets his crime stats.
No. If I sit here and say, "Oh, crime is down," but then I look and y'all stop reporting all theft under $1,500.
You have evidence that they stop reporting.
Yes, there's lots of evidence.
Okay, can you post other than a tweet? Can you post a source for that?
This is not. Listen. Why don't you do this, Corey? All right, before I can finish.
I'm not. You don't tell me to do anything. I can do whatever I want. Unless Prime tells me, I'll listen to Prime. I don't need to listen to you.
You don't have.
How do I use Discord? How do I find? I'm on your Discord. How do I find these links? I don't know how to use this.
California not prosecuting anything under $1,500.
Not prosecuting is different than not reporting. Wait, what claim are you making exactly?
Well, if you're not charging, you're not prosecuting, you're not committing the crime.
Wait, you could report
it. You can report it in a
Discord.
Hold on. Why would you even report it?
Wait, I'll defer to Lactoid.
Hold on.
Is prosecuting the same thing as reporting?
No, but if you're going to sit here, are you going to even report something if you know?
What's your claim?
It's not, but a lot of the FBI crime stats comes from arrests, or comes from the government actually like stepping in and doing something and like reporting that information. So it doesn't necessarily. The store is still going to have a record. The cops still might still swing by and like create an event number, etc. But that's not going to be reported the same way to the FBI as because the FBI.
Fine. Wait. Sorry, I think we could concede this then, right? Then we could just say, okay, well then small time crimes are still occurring, but yet, wait, hold on. Murders, rapes, anything that is reported are at an all-time low. Do you agree with that?
Not an all-time low.
No. I'm asking Gibbs. Sorry, Lactoid. I'm not asking a reasonable one.
Too reasonable, Lactoid.
I think it depends. Like once again, it depends on where you're at. I think like if I'm in my city, for example. We have like an all-time low murder rate, but we got like an all-time high like aggressive assault rate. So like pros and cons. Like it's not that it's that it's a cascading series of problems, right? Like so the immigration issue and the crime is debatable, like whether or not it's low or high or whatever. I like to see evidence of crime all the time. Right. And I see it being worse and worse. Right. And like I see homelessness under Biden. I don't know what homeless currently is, but going into the election was at a 15-year high. Part of that is due to the immigration issue. And then when we're sitting here seeing all this fraud stuff and all these different things, it's like I think it's time we have a crackdown. And like what that looks like is not going to be pretty when you have a crackdown. And like that's what we need right now. And everybody's just like, oh, that's mean. But it's like
Germany's crackdown was pretty bad. You're right.
Sure, that was bad.
I'm sorry. Wait, no. Hold on. the issue of a crackdown on crime is actually functionally completely different from the issue of, do we randomly send people to torture prison in a different country they're not from? Those are totally different things. You're just conflating them in a way that is just so infuriating.
Okay, so
Gibbs
that's fine.
conflating things? That is a wild
That's
thing.
fine. Okay, let's
reporting and
fine.
prosecuting.
I'll agree with that. Then let's say everybody has to go back exactly where they came from. Do you want to do that instead?
I'd be more okay with that than sending them to the torture prison.
Yeah,
Yes.
perfect. Well, let's do that. Then. Well, then okay, I'll grant that.
Okay, I guess I'm getting deported to Poland. Because 4 generations back, my great grandparents.
Because the problem is people don't want to go back.
It's different. What about your parents?
That's the problem.
If it's your parents, do you get sent back?
My dad is deported. So
wait, no, I agree. I agree. They don't want to go back to where they came from. I agree that should, whether or not they want to go back, should not be the thing that determines whether or not the U.S. allows them in. But you can also agree. But you can also agree, right, that there might be good reasons why they might not want to go back. Right there. This is why we have an entire asylum system. Again, you're going to suggest it's been abused. Fine, but there's a reason why we have an asylum system, which is there might be good reasons why they don't want to go back where they're from. Right.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Okay, great. So you're acting like we're ridiculous. You're like, well, but they don't want to go back where they came from. And we're like, yeah, they might have a good reason for that.
To a point. Well, hold on. The asylum systems were taken to the advantage of the point.
Fine.
Unusual.
Again, completely different issue. The asylum system's been taken advantage of. I don't care whether they want to go back to where they're from or not. That doesn't mean we send them to the murder prison or torture prison, rather.
Well, okay, well, cool. Then I'll build that bridge with you. The problem is most people aren't going to want to take the bullet and say, all right, if we ship everybody back where they came from, then a lot of these people might die there, and that's better than, I guess, torture prison. Sure, then let's do that. I agree. I think we need to get out of the asylum treaty. I think the asylum system is broken, and we maybe need to look at how do we redo this so that we can take asylum seekers. But right now, it's not working, and then people just taking advantage of it en masse, as we see with the Somali stuff in Minnesota right now.
Sure. So I'm not a policy wonk like some people that are here, but correct me if I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure that at least some parts of that good old proposed bipartisan border bill would have helped some of the asylum process, turning people through the system. But one quick question.
The Schumer rejected because we didn't include DACA.
Later than that. Okay. But one question I had for you, Gibbs, on the Saudi Arabia stuff. So you seem pretty okay with Saudi Arabia chopping off hands and stuff. What do you have any intuition percentage wise what religion the Somalis are that we're complaining about in Minnesota and Michigan?
I'm going to say Zoroastrianism.
No, that's a wild guess, but no, I mean I'm pretty sure last FBI stats I looked at said Somalia is 99% Sunni Muslim, which is the same sect of Islam as Saudi Arabia. So I think the culturally sensitive option here would just be to allow the Somalis in these states to establish Sharia law. I think it'd be closer to what you want,
Dearborn
right?
Establish Sharia, baby.
They just start cutting off hands for stealing and fraud and stuff, right? Wouldn't that be better?
Yeah.
Well, so wait. So how come El Salvador was able to do it? Have the same culture as Mexico, right?
Wait. Answer the question. Would you be in favor of Somalis developing Sharia law in America?
It's probably bigger than Somalia size-wise.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yeah.
Can you answer the question?
Could
you answer the question? Are you in favor of us implementing Sharia law in America so that we cut off hands of those who thieve?
I would prefer a system like El Salvador's over Saudi Arabia's if I have to choose between the two.
But you would choose it over America's, right?
No, I would not choose over America's.
Okay, that's good. That's at least a good concession. I'm okay with that. Okay, I'll stop for a while.
Breaking bread here.
So
I wanted to say a couple things.
Go ahead.
Prime. Okay.
But we do need a crackdown.
The first thing is crime is down since the 90s when it was at a insanely high period or insanely high amount rate.
Yeah.
For almost every kind of crime. It's just crazy how we tolerated that in the 90s. I think the booming economy probably kind of distracted us from
Well,
a
we
lot
didn't
of that.
really tolerate it, right?
It led to crackdowns, right? It led to mass police crackdowns, and then that rate has since fallen. It hasn't fallen down below, if I'm not mistaken, of like the 50s, like before then. There's still kind of that idyllic, leave it to beaver home life that a lot of conservatives think about, in which the crime was indeed lower. And I don't like the entire foundation of the argument of, well, it's down since the 90s, so we can ease up on policies regarding it. Well, that's not necessarily the case, right? We could have a lower tolerance for violence than we currently have now, even if it was higher in the 90s. Just because the crime was higher in the 90s doesn't mean I think we should even accept the crime rate as it is right now. I think the crime rate is too high in America when you compare it to other developed countries. It's not
the problem, Lactoid, is that you're not arguing against anyone in particular.
Well, that's
what we were saying.
Yeah. That's the second thing I was going to say, which is I think Eucharist was right when he said that's not necessarily related to the CCOT question,
Yes.
because the CCOT question isn't necessarily we're talking about sending violent criminals there.
I'm
However,
totally fine to talk about...
is a line. There is a line. There is one line. And this is why what's happening with CCOT. Let's level and just be honest. It is part of a fear campaign to get people to stop coming to America.
Yes,
that's the idea.
Mm-hmm.
It is a deterrence. Yeah. And if you really, really care about illegal immigration, you might be more comfortable using deterrence, making an example out of people, which is, I think, quite literally, because I watched the 60 Minutes part, and that was quite literally a statement that one of the person who ran it made, which is that this is meant to make an example out of people. And so I guess what would you say, because I'm still not convinced it's worth it, but what would you say to somebody who says, hey, clearly making an example out of these people has worked because border crossings are at an all-time low. We have successfully scared people away from illegally immigrating when beforehand there was no deterrence. Yeah, they get deported and then they come right back, right? They're just being sent back to the same country. No real way to stop them from, hopping the border again or coming into the country again. But now they're not because, oh shit, I might not get sent back to Mexico. I might get, or Venezuela or whatever. I might get sent to CCOT. Holy shit.
Yeah, I would say, sorry, I'm a red-blooded American, but I don't think the sacrificing of our civil liberties is worth anything.
Well, hold on. At some point, hold on. At some point,
fine. It hasn't even gotten fucking close.
Gather your thoughts faster because you sound like you're fumbling. Hold on.
I got a little hard off that one, man. I'm not gonna lie.
No. You're saying it hasn't even come close. I think in El Salvador it was there. I think in El Salvador, look, I'm not free if I walk out and I can't walk down the street without getting harassed and extorted by a gang member.
I totally hear you, but I don't think that the
wait. Hold on.
One other thing, before you move on, let me just ask one question. Well, because Selactwood just brought up the deterrence factor, and I think that's something y'all should examine a little more here. That's
what we're currently examining.
Right. Texas put up the balls of death in the Rio Grande, right? And, people are like, oh, they're going to die if they swim. And then the Texas National Guard might shoot at us. And immediately crossings dropped from 1,500 a day to 3 a day in Shelby Park.
No one's saying that it wouldn't actually deter immigration. We're saying that it's fucking murdering people.
Hold on. Let me ask the question. The question is, what is the greater value, right? Because the argument for that was it's going to stop a lot of sex trafficking. All these women are being trafficked. It's real bad. Like all this thing, it's a greater harm. With the deterrence, it's like we're getting greater good. Do you not put any value in like that happening, with this kind of scenario?
Obviously. And to answer Lactoid's question, which is, isn't there a specific point? I would say that the answer in El Salvador is not to violently, create torture prisons, but it's to establish a real democracy in that area. I'm not familiar enough with El Salvador, but I would bet that it's a little bit, it's extremely corrupt, that civil liberties are at an all-time low, and that I don't know. I think that establishing...
To answer that, it was corrupt because the gangs controlled the government. They would literally stop officials from being able to campaign in certain areas. They would harass voters. They would control entire areas. Yes, it is. There was. Mexico is not any, even Mexico, and I would classify that as sort of like a narco state at this point, wasn't as bad. It was horrific there. It was the most violent country in the world, and shit has turned around, right? They have brought back, for most Salvadorians, more freedom than they lived under when they had civil rights under the government.
So I'm so glad you mentioned that how bad it was comparatively, because surely we can all agree that that is not the state that the U.S. is in, right? And so I think the comparison is very bad. When people want to make that comparison and praise what El Salvador did, again, maybe contextually, maybe some of us could agree. I don't know that I do. I'm not signing on to it, but maybe some of us could agree. Yeah, given how bad that was, literally, as you said, I'm not free if I can't walk out my door without being harassed or murdered by a gang member. Maybe that's warranted, right? But very different here. And I want to ask the same question back to Lactoid, Gibbs, whoever else. similarly, I'm glad you asked that question, because if we're going by tweets and anecdotes, right, we have lots of tweets and anecdotes of people who are either U.S. citizens or who are here legally, who are being harassed and stopped by ICE for relatively arbitrary things like skin color, Spanish speaking, or in one case that popped up today, a guy who was not Hispanic descent at all, who put a Mexican flag on his truck just to see what would happen. So same question, am I really free if I can't walk out of my house without being harassed by ICE? Right? Isn't that an important question that we should be asking?
Before you guys answer, can we, like, I want to add to your first thing in the comparison thing. El Salvador is like smaller than the state of Massachusetts. We need to stop comparing America to countries that are like the size of like states. All right, we can't.
Yeah, if Massachusetts wants to have a torture prison, fine, let them. It's the 10th Amendment, okay?
Yeah, when we're like, well, look, El Salvador got rid of its thing, and if we just did torture prisons, we'd get that's not how that works. When the country that you're talking about is the size of one, not even the size, smaller than one of our states, it's a little bit ridiculous. Like this comparison to all these other countries.
How big Somalia?
Comparing ourselves to Sweden, you need to compare someone to somewhat of a comparable side if you want to use their.
Ali, but we did do that. Ali, we did do that. We compared El Salvador to Somalia. They're the same size.
Yeah, but there's not really an apt comparison of the U.S. to really any country. Then
I think you agree with that. But my argument that I think Ali, you kind of skipped over there, is when I made that comparison, I said El Salvador and Somalia have similar cultures of like corruption, right? And one of them countries, El Salvador, decided we're going to come in here and we're just going to kill all the people. We're going to put them in the gang. We're going to put them in the prisons. We're going to crack down. Whereas the other one hasn't done that. When y'all arguing about the Sharia versus whatever. And I think Somalia to El Salvador is an apt comparison because they're similar size. Why was one country able to do that? The other one is in the midst of a lot of
Somalia's like
I don't know what the fuck's going on in East Africa, brother. Right? Like I don't necessarily know what's going on in Latin America or South America either. But like. So I don't stand. You're telling me to like figure out why El Salvador could fix their corruption. Maybe it's the torture prisons, sure, but then like advocate for Somalia to have torture prisons, not us to send them. Okay, so we should send people to torture prisons. Like we should tell all
Somalia should take a look notes.
I mean, maybe we should just have a prison state and call it a day.
I agree. There's problems with cross-country comparisons. This is. Like there's a whole bunch of shit that people use cross-country comparisons for, especially when it comes to like gun violence, etc. It's problematic to do that. I'm not disputing that, but I do think it's fair to look at when a country implements a policy, what kind of effects come afterwards, right? Because you're like localizing the actual impact of a single policy. It's possible that like tough on crime policing could have a different effect in the U.S. Although our history also indicates that it appears to have worked. 90s police reforms were pretty tough compared to what they were before, and even pretty tough compared to what they are now.
And it led to riots back then and riots now. So I mean, like, I don't know if the police reform was like great.
There's also the fact. There's also the fact that we ended the stop and frisk policies, and then crime continued to plummet even faster.
So that's tough, right? There's a lot of different reasons why crime fell in the U.S. It is a lot of people credit it to the policing reform. People credit it to the rise of the internet. People credit it to removal of lead. People credit it to abortion. There's there's kind of a perfect confluence of events that all come together that kind of predate about 20 years when it comes to the stuff that has a lag time of 20 years before the crime rate starts dropping again, and then stuff that was also happening directly in the 90s.
Probably other reasons why you can't compare us to like El Salvador, right?
I understand there's differences, but there are meta-analyses on like the effects of policing, and incarceration is an effective way to reduce the crime rate in an area. Like this,
we have the highest incarceration rate of any country, and yet it's still not a deterrent.
That doesn't mean that incarceration doesn't work in lowering the crime rate. What you just did was a cross-country comparison. You just said, well, we incarcerate the most people. Why isn't our crime rate lower than Sweden?
I'm saying we're doing the thing that you want, which is, hey, we looked at other countries.
Yeah, are you saying ramping it up?
No. Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying what you just did a cross-country comparison when you were criticizing Gibbs for making one earlier. What I'm saying is,
sure, because my comparison makes sense. Because my comparison is saying we are the biggest, we have the most people, we're supposed to be the most. We're supposed to be the police state, and yet we still imprison the most people. While you're saying that, well, look, El Salvador fixed its problem by imprisoning its people and having a torture prison. The only reasonable next after is that, well, I guess America should open up its own torture prison. That deterrent seemed to work in El Salvador. If we opened one up here, well, then definitely that'll deter people.
I think that's the extreme version of it, the torture prison. I think that's the extreme version of it. I think that a better American version of it would be like, don't defund the police, maybe build more prisons, etc. Like there's, like, I think a more moderate thing you can do in America, because we're not facing. I mean, to Eucharis's point, we're not facing the situation that was happening in El Salvador.
Yeah,
and if that gets to that point, I probably would be okay with the torture prison at that point, right?
Because people see the police as gangs in America. like, you understand that.
No, yes, and we've been through this. A lot of that is like misconception and propaganda. Like there's a big
no,
problem
people
with that
just
in
don't
America.
like when cops are driving next to them because they don't want to get a ticket. It's as simple as these. It's as simple as people don't like cops because they hand out municipal tickets that some people can't afford. Right? It's really, really, really simple things that a lot of people have strong dislikes towards policing, right? And police only when it benefits them do they like it, right? If I get robbed, if I need protection, yeah, sure, I can call the cops. But outside of that, when they're serving and protecting, it just seems to at least some people, right, that they're not really necessarily doing that, right? More people are probably harassed by like the police while they're driving. They feel that than gangs. And so, like, even then, when you're saying in America, like, how do you ramp up the policing? That's what Staxium was going to ask you. Like, what do we do? We already have the most incarcerated people.
No, I think
not enough of a deterrent. What's next?
Well, we don't now that El Salvador did their thing. But I think there is room to credibly argue.
They incarcerate more people per capita?
Yeah, I think so.
Wait, could I counter this real quick? I'm not to muddy the waters even more so, but the relationship that incarcerations increases when is a deterrent to crime. You're assuming that the relationship is linear. Obviously, there's probably going to be a point at which more incarceration is going to, on the back end, like it's going to dip, right? That there's going to be a. I'm just saying we're at the top, so we don't know what's higher than this, and you're assuming that it follows the same trend. And
well, hold on. When you say we're at the top, when you say we're at the top, what do you mean?
Because we have the most incarcerations.
No, I think we're behind El Salvador now.
Okay, sure, but El Salvador is such a fucking different example.
Well, I know. That's why I think it's interesting to look at El Salvador, because we're talking and look at CCOT, which is the purpose of this discussion, because we're talking about a country that went from like night to day with this thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it's like holy shit. Like this is like an interesting example of, what happens when a country does XYZ. What happens when a country suspends constitutional rights? The cops can just go and arrest people without any kind of due process and throw them in a cage. What happens? Well, there's innocent people that get arrested. It's horrific. There's like abuses that are happening in these cages. It's horrific, and crime drops 57%. And people are 90% of the population supports it, and they can walk outside now for the first time in years. Like. I agree. Again, I don't think we're at the point that El Salvador was at, but I think what this does do is it makes us think like, okay, what is the role of incapacitation and what is the role of deterrence when it comes to preventing crime? Now,
yeah, but okay, do you not think that there might be a slight other problem here, which is just that, there's a lot of reporting, some scholarship has disputed this, but there's a lot of reporting that a majority of Americans supported use of torture after 9/11. But even if that's not true, let's assume it was, wouldn't it be easier to find in your heart some support for torture if every single person who participated in 9/11 and the planning of it and murdering Americans had tattooed on their chest, I did 9/11? Wouldn't that be a little bit different than whatever situation we're in the US, right? So isn't MS-13 literally different in the way that Kristi Noem has used them in her propaganda videos, in the sense that they literally emblazon themselves with the symbol of their terroristic and murderous activities? Isn't that different?
It is different. And this is I'm not.
That's
like I said at the beginning. Like this is I think where the disconnect is, at least with me in supporting this policy, which is again, if the people going here were like, oh, we confirmed this guy was a gang member, or and he shot 2 people, or we confirmed that this guy shot 2 people, or we confirmed blah blah blah. So now he's going to CCOT. Okay, right. But from what I'm seeing is that it's not actually those people. I think it's like 3% or something based on the last numbers I saw that are confirmed. That it's not a lot.
Very low. Yeah, it was very low based on the reporting that CBS confirmed with NBC. Whoever did 60 Minutes, I never.
Yeah, no, it's CBS. Yeah,
CBS.
It is very few. But that's why I think that what the purpose of this really is it's to deter people from coming to America illegally. And so the real question here is, and I think that maybe only one person on this panel would say yes to this probably, is illegal immigration so bad that we should be making an example so strongly of people who just illegally immigrate in order to deter more illegal immigrants from coming, right?
But what's your answer?
Don't invoke Gibbs like that.
Can I ask
Am I
another question?
wrong? I don't think.
Can I ask another question to both of
But
you?
are you
use him to say what
No,
you're
I
really
don't.
thinking?
Okay.
Because I don't think so. This is just one example, and it's what we're debating about. So I don't want to go too far afield. But like, it's not just the deterrent of we're going to send you to the torture prison. There are people who are in the midst of a legal process, who are in a perfectly legal application for green card status, or there are people who are here on work visas and things who are also not necessarily being sent to CCOT, but who are being given expedited deportations. And so I'm just curious how you guys feel about that, right? Where we have these paths of legal status, people on work visas or whatever. What should be the criteria for just sort of stripping these? And is that a deterrent as well, or is this just part of a general we would like fewer brown people here thing, right?
Right, like wouldn't that be a deterrent
both.
for
It's a
going through a
deterrent.
legal?
I think this is the problem. Like this is the problem, right? So you brought up the 2018 or 2020 like deal. I think maybe it was 2021. I don't know whatever deal you brought up about the bipartisan border.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
They would have funded more
So
immigration judges who would have been able to expedite what we're dealing with right now, the backlog. You know, wouldn't that be better?
Yeah. So you brought that up, right?
I did.
Now, I don't know if you recall before that there was another bill, 2016 or 2018, I don't remember which, where they pushed the Republicans pushed the same one but with more stuff, and then the only thing they wouldn't do was DACA because like third of the Republicans revived it, and then they took it to Schumer, and Schumer said not without DACA.
I'm taking your word that this is the accurate retelling. I remember this, but
vaguely. So my thing is, like, we did that, and then we get to the bipartisan bill, and then the people down here, like, I live by the border. Like, I from day one was like, this border bill is not enough. I'd rather have nothing than what we're going to get here because it's going to be piecemeal. We're never actually going to get the problem solved. Like, it'd be better like to have one big crisis and people come in here to see what's happening and then actually solve it instead of drip feeding this help. And like people thought that was a wild take. And then Abbott sent the people to Martha's Vineyard, and all of a sudden now they see this issue. Like, all right. And so
fair enough.
I think when we talk about this immigration issue, it's the people that don't deal with it on a daily issue. Like, they're not like here being flooded. Like, y'all don't understand what is happening to the extent. And so when we come in here, we're like, oh, like this needs to be handled now. That's very appealing to us because it's like, it's been like a flood, and like what we've been doing is putting a finger in the dike. And like, it comes off as harsh, but it's like this is a real problem that needs to be fixed today, not tomorrow. Like,
so let me draw one quick comparison, then I'll shut up for a little bit. I'm sorry, I've been talking too much. But another quick comparison is the same thing that happens in developed democracies after some focusing event like a terrorist attack that spikes support for torturous activities, which I think most of us on here, I don't know how you guys Lactoid and Gibbs feel about torture in the abstract, but most of us are like, torture bad, right? But so same thing happens, right? In the wake of some big event, we're like, screw the boundaries, screw the whatever. Like it needs to be dealt with now, and so that might be something that we should think about. I'm just curious, also, Gibbs. I'll give you forewarning. I'm trying to trap you. How would you feel about somebody having their work visa stripped when it was found that they were being paid off by a foreign government to propagandize in the United States? They're not a U.S. citizen. They're here on a work visa, and then the Trump administration helps them get their work visa back immediately. How would you feel about that?
I mean, I guess. Depends on if they're helping.
Depends on if it's a person.
Depends on if it's a Russian or not, a Russian propaganda or not.
Is it the Tates or who?
Lauren Chen's getting her work visa back apparently, and specifically thank the Trump administration. So I just sent that to you, but I feel like there might be a bit of a double standard on the MAGA side. I don't know. Okay, I'm done for a while. Sorry.
I mean, I don't know who Lauren Chen is, but
Tenant Media,
Russian agent. She's a Russian agent.
Okay. So,
hey, listen, if somebody wants to pay me some money.
So,
you can't pin Gibbs down, Eucharist. You thought you had him.
So, lots of things. One,
I call it a lobbyist.
He eats bullets for breakfast. Okay.
I do want to get my friend Doobie back in here. I want more of his thoughts, his insights. But quickly on this this gang thing. So El Salvador dealt with a crushing civil war for decades. It was ugly. And that started off as a a El Salvador government backed by the United States, right, versus a militia, right, of these coup attempters, who were left wing and backed by the USSR. And there was a big fight. It didn't end, as far as I can tell, until the USSR collapsed. But this was like over the span of almost 2 decades, I think. And it left the country shattered, and with, the government having a tenuous like hold on the nation. Now into that, right, came a group of immigrants, right? So there were individuals who were from the United States, right, who had been living in the United States, who were sent back to El Salvador. So in the United States, in our prisons, we had these individuals. They became MS-13. They became Barrio 18 or 18th Street. Right? Those were prison gangs made in the United States. We shipped them back to El Salvador. I guess some of them were originally from there, right? So they're re-immigrating into El Salvador. We sent them into a country that, again, just hanging on by a thread, especially in certain areas, right? Tons of poverty. We sent these individuals there. They grew in power. These small gangs that were in our prisons now grew in power. They had ample space to do so, and they become the terrorists that they are now. Decades, like 2 more decades, go by. Violence spikes. El Salvador, called the murder capital of the world. And like it's like honestly just horrible. I think Electro did a really good job of explaining just like how brutal it was. Really fucking scary. And then in response to that, there are multiple crackdowns. I believe once before Bukele, right? Like Bukele is using a power, from my understanding, if I'm wrong, I apologize, but he's using a power that was given to the government to incarcerate people just for looking like a gang member, right? Like
they have voted to renew it. I think 46 or 47 times. Like it's up to the parliament, and they keep voting to renew the power.
Yeah. So then into that, the steps in Bukele, and then in 2022 he does like the big crackdown, and he like gathers all these individuals up, and he's just like sending them out, right? Like busloads of these guys into CCOT, right? And even before like Trump got involved, like we saw like the famous videos, right, of them like running them through CCOT and then having them all like bent down in a crouching position, right, as a show of power, of the show of strength. That's the situation that we stepped into with this, right? Keep in mind, though, that the entire time this crackdown was happening, there have been complaints within El Salvador. I think our friend Lacto is correct in saying that overall, like the opinion polls are just like very clear as to how the public feels about this. However, right, we know there are plenty of individuals who were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. A police officer said that guy's a criminal. He's got a tattoo, or maybe even not, whatever, and he's gone. There's no appeal. Gone, disappeared. So that's the situation that we're walking into. And then that Trump decides, I'm going to send these prisoners, our prisoners, over into CCOT. Now, I want to remember the conversations we had there, and I won't take too much more time. I want like us to remember the conversations we had previously, right? We were talking about how these people were definitely gang members of the national conversation. They were definitely gang members that they just had to go, right? Very, very super terrorist style conversation, right? Remember what happened with Guantanamo Bay, where Obama tried to close Guantanamo Bay and send the prisoners into like various American prisons, right? Who were told they were like super terrorists and they might break out and like destroy America, right? He's putting America in danger. This is kind of the conversation. Well, we can't house them here, so we got to send them there. And also, once they go there, there's nothing we can do. In fact, they're outside of our control. There's no way to bring them back. Some of them have been brought back. Some of them are back in U.S. territory, right? Let's understand what the Trump administration did here. They like sent these people out without due process. We saw like identifying people by tattoos, even though what was it, Trende Agua, I believe is the one who doesn't use tattoos, right? They were saying these are guys at Trende Agua, but they don't use tattoos as a matter of course, right, to identify themselves like MS-13 does. But just some officers, some ICE official says that they are a part of the gang, off they go. We did that also here in the United States, right? So like when I can't say what the answer was for El Salvador. I'm not going to tell them like what the answer was because oh my God, it was brutal.
If I can, you're missing one part. It was about 200 something Venezuelans that we sent over to CCOT. They're not in CCOT anymore. We actually negotiated with the Venezuelans, traded them to Venezuela to release U.S. prisoners. So we, that was a bargain.
After a very protracted legal battle and after paying El Salvador lots of money to take them, right? So
I just as my only point. So to wrap up very quickly, right? It's just that like, what's the lesson here? Like well, it's hard for me to tell El Salvador what to have done when like they became the murder capital of the world. Like, what is the proper response, right? Like, do we say that like we should eliminate civil liberties? Is that what we want? Is that what we want in the United States, to just do away with that? Leave it up to some officer. I thought of conservatives, they sometimes pretend to be skeptical of police power, right? Do we want to say that these random police officers can just simply decide that this person is guilty and then we ship them off the plane before a judge can even weigh in on it? Is that what we want? Right? And then afterwards, right? Like, imagine if a Democrat had done exactly that. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. So no, I reject the Trump's use of this president. Right? I reject the idea that this is our only option. I reject that these people were so dangerous that they had to be sent off. Most of them weren't. I think they weren't guilty of anything. But that's even itself a separate story. And I think that when we start using these tactics, right, or embracing these tactics abroad, we import them here, and that makes life dangerous for all of us. All of us. Done.
Yeah. So on the haven't done anything thing, I will accept that like Gibbs and Lactoid and myself would like to see reforms to the way the asylum system is being handled, but at least one of the people in the 60 Minutes thing was someone who was going through the perfectly legal process of asylum, waited his turn in line, went through the proper checkpoint, then arrived in the U.S., sat for his interview, and then was just thrown in jail. So on the question of like, was he illegally here or not, it doesn't seem that he was, like, at least as far as it was reported and fact checked in that story. But I'll say the most conservative thing I'll say tonight, Prime, on the like why. So Gibbs has his stories from the border. I'm nowhere close to the border, but if I could like give like one example of why people I think might be skeptical of, say, like local police and might be inviting of ICE or DHS to come in general in these situations. There was a really funny story this past year where in my town there had been reports from. So I'm in Tennessee. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation had released a report that there had been. I don't think it was MS-13. I think it was another Venezuelan gang, or it was a Venezuelan gang. I think that there was a TBI report that this gang was active in Tennessee and people should be on the lookout for certain signs of their gang activity. Then the police chief in my town or my city released a public report that said, we have no knowledge of this stuff that the TBI just released. We have no evidence that they're operating in our city. Like, don't worry about this stuff, guys. And then a week after this police chief's report, there was a huge bust at a motel in my city where they arrested like 10 people associated with this gang who had been trafficking women for prostitution at this motel. And I just looked at these like 3 news reports in a row and I was like, okay, I'm not a conspiratorial person, but if I was, I could look at these 3 news articles and I could see why somebody would come away from this with a fundamental distrust of the institutional authority of my city and say, these people are lying to me, and I would prefer that ICE or somebody show up and deal with this instead of them just lying to my face. I get that. I totally get that impulse. But again, to what I said to Gibbs earlier, even that impulse, I don't think is a good justification for the revocation of civil liberties and everything else. Yeah.
So I mean, but you that's like an anecdotal example. But I like so y'all remember the Aurora, Colorado thing with Trump, right? Well, I was really upset that like he picked Aurora. I wish he had picked San Antonio specifically because literally we had the exact same situation you described. Then there was an apartment complex that like basically got taken over, and it cost 200 people their homes. They basically had to all move out, and these are people like in a low income side of town, basically because they ended up getting the place condemned, and then the police had to force them to come in. I think they got like 18 people arrested, right, from Trinidad. And after we had just been told this isn't happening anywhere, and it's like I can like look at other places, and it's the exact same thing. They take over like hotels and housing projects in these areas, and they just prey on the community. And like these are people that are coming in literally like whatever. And I'm just like Trump. I wish you had picked like an actual example. And then I guess turns out I don't know if Aurora ended up being exactly what you described, but it sounds like identical. And so yeah, like when I'm sitting here seeing this on a like weekly or other weekly basis, like yeah, it's a real problem here. And I just like something needs to happen now. Like
but okay, I do want to let in Doobie in for a second, but just like in terms of the what happened in Colorado, like the situation is mixed, right? So there was gang activity there. That absolutely was the case, right? But like we also know that like the main reason why like the cops were called in, and the main reason why that there were so many problems at those properties was because like there was a slumlord running it, I believe from fucking Florida. And like these places have been dilapidated, and they wanted to get those tenants out, and like they had been like like identified as a slumlord, right? And they were like there was like litigation happening. It was a whole messy situation there. And so it's and there was a law firm involved, and I think that they wanted to push the story of a gang takeover because it would benefit them and whatever litigation was happening. A very messy, ugly situation there. So like let's not draw too many lessons from that, but not telling that you're wrong, Gibbs, that like there's like lots of gang activity that's ignored. Again, I'm not trying to contradict you there. It's just that Aurora was just crazy. That's
what I was saying. I wish you'd picked like San Antonio, right, instead, because like the situation you described was happening. It's happening here, but it's like he picked one that was like, he picked Aurora because it was like hot button news at the time before like the facts came out, and it ended up being a messy kind of like whatever. And like, well, if he just picked here, then nobody could be like, that's crazy talk, that's whatever. But it's like, you know what I'm saying? I wish you picked a different example, like because what he described is happening. It's just I don't think it was happening in Aurora, if I recall correctly.
So at some point I want to move on to the other part of this story about the U.S.'s general role in torture, because I think that's a part's important. I have some thoughts on that as well. But before then, GB, like, what are your thoughts on in terms of like response to gang activity, right? Like gangs exist here in the United States, right? Many of them created from our prisons, but still they exist, and they terrorize people, and some of them may be immigrant affiliated. Well, what should our response be? Isn't a fair response to ship them out? Let's assume we're correctly identifying them as gang members. Isn't it a fair response? Let's just get these people out of us. And what difference does it make to us where they end up?
So if they're illegal immigrants, I'm not opposed to deporting them if they're involved with gangs, obviously. But yeah, I don't think this seems like unnecessarily cruel. It seems like if they're from Mexico, for example, we should work with Mexico to send them back to Mexico, right? I don't think we need to go the extra step of sending them to the torture prison. Right? If they're from Venezuela, I guess we can send them to the torture prison, right? We send them there, and if they want to put them in the prison, that's on them, right? But this seems like that I hate to agree with Nick Fuentes, okay? But I feel like a lot of what Trump has been doing recently, a lot of what MAGA quote unquote has been doing recently is like performative cruelty, right? It's like
you didn't have to agree to Fuentes there. There's plenty of people saying that.
I saw that Fuentes clip too. Yeah,
or there's like this vice signal, right? It's like fuck it, I'm just gonna do the worst thing possible just because, right? Because I'm that base or whatever the fuck. Like I think it's gross. I think it's a bad habit that the Republican Party needs to wean itself off of. and I think they do it because they're at the core. Trump is a massive disappointment. So he does these things to make headlines, to draw attention. It's like red meat, like unironically red meat to the base, right? And I think that we should stop enabling that. But in terms of like gangs within the United States, I think that I mean, that I am for much more draconian laws, punishments for these people, for drug dealers, gang members, et cetera, right? Murderers, all these people. But these are, if they're Americans, it's an American problem. I don't think we should be sending them to other places. I think that there are a lot of things we currently do to enable the existence of these gangs and ensure that they continue to exist. And I think we need to start doing those things.
So hold on, I want to jump 1 second, just like one quick thing, because we talk about how other countries. Let's put El Salvador just to the side, just for a second, right? But we talk about how other countries are so badly run, right? There's massive corruption, and they can't actually control their criminals. Mexico is famous for this, right? Like we've seen, like people like literally tunnel out multiple times out of like a Mexican jail. Crazy, right? And like they're afraid. They're literally afraid of being sent to an American jail because that doesn't happen here. Right? Like Mexican drug lords, they want to be like jailed in Mexico, not in the United States. So America is really good at imprisoning people. We kind of mastered that art. Why send people to other countries any which way? Right? Like here's something else that happens. Like when
I have the answer.
And I'm going to go straight to you. So we have people who aren't gang members, right? We send them out to whatever country, and we know, right, there's a conservative complaint that they come right back, right? Okay, on that note, right, on that wavelength, if like we can't rely on other countries to properly punish them, control them, actual criminals, dangerous individuals, right? Then why wouldn't we want to actually just jail them in professionally run, right? Very well funded American jails.
I'd support it. So those people specifically, I'd support just killing them, actually, just executing them. So if we deport you and you come back and you get right back into gang activity and fucking with our people, then yeah, just fuck you, right? I don't see any reason to show these people mercy.
Can I challenge you?
I like that.
Whichever wants to go.
You're in favor of you've said it multiple times. You're in favor of the blowing up the ships. They're bringing the drugs over to America.
It depends. So the specific ones, what Trump is doing, I'm iffy on it because I don't trust Trump at all. I don't trust that these are actually drug smuggling ships because Trump is a liar. His administration is full of incompetent people. So I don't really trust that. But if it were the case that these were drug smugglers, right, and if Trump wanted to. Not Trump. Fuck Trump. If some other president was in office that I could semi-trust, and he decided to work with Mexico to take out the cartels or any of these other South American countries to start going after the cartels militarily, I would absolutely support this. I think we don't treat that problem seriously enough.
And that would fit in, I guess, that would be pretty consistent with your position of if we find out they're gang members, we can kill them, but if not, then don't, kind of thing.
Well, with the gang, so if they're like illegal immigrant gang members, right, and we deport them, and then they come back and they go right back into illegal activity, yeah, I don't really see any reason to show them any mercy.
Did you want to say something, Gibbs?
Yeah, I just wanted to say the answer to your question is because capitalism, right? And we have private prisons that are good at holding people in because they competed and we figured out which ones are really good at keeping people in jail. So whenever we have a chance to get rid of some people on the cheap, we're just being capitalistic. El Salvador is running these prisons cheap and doesn't look like anybody's getting out. So this is just like testing the market.
I mean, okay.
He's not wrong. He's just honest.
I mean, that's the truth.
I think the real truth.
He's saying it's too expensive to keep. He's saying it'd be too expensive to keep all the criminals, right? Might as well just fucking deport them. And if we can deport them to a place that we have like some allyship and it's cheaper, I mean, fuck it. Why not? It's a win-win.
Yeah, and then then for the big special big bad guys, we keep them, locked up here.
Like prisons are expensive to maintain.
Yeah, but like
it is costly.
Sure. But thousands of like middle management and lower, nah, ship them out to El Salvador. Let them handle it.
They'll
do it for pennies on the dollar.
Well, I think the other reason. I mean, there's two other reasons. I mean, the cost might be a factor. I think the one reason, the obvious reason too, is that in American prisons they're going to have a lot more protections than they would in El Salvador, obviously, since the Constitution's suspended there.
Why do you say that with such a grin, though? You get so happy when
no,
you have less protections.
It's an acknowledging. I'm acknowledging the reason why it's happening. Yes, that is one of the reasons why it's happening. I think another one could also be if we send them to El Salvador, we can count that as a deportation. And I think one of the criticisms that Trump has been getting and why there's so much performance around CCOD and you know the vibe videos that you see on the White House Twitter is because the numbers really aren't matching up to the narrative. This administration's deported far less people than Obama did. Obama was far more efficient at deporting people. Now, in all due fairness, Obama ran into a lot fewer legal hurdles. There was a lot fewer judges that were stopping him. Universal injunctions were not used against Obama the same way they were being used against Trump. I mean, that universal injunctions were really kind of a pretty recent phenomenon. But that being said, there's kind of this perception of, we don't want to hear excuses. We want results. And if your numbers aren't even matching up with Obama, I mean, what does that say about you? I think that's also why they were targeting the work sites a lot as well, because they're trying to boost up the numbers. Mm-hmm. I think that's probably a significant factor as well. You want to get those numbers up to look good.
I like what you're saying there in terms of boosting this. I think that's a very good, well said point. But also, goes to the point that the other side has been saying is that these deportations have been bullshit, right? Like they were sold to the American, part of the American electorate as, we're just going after the quote unquote criminals, the dangerous ones, right? But very quickly, they found out there weren't many of those individuals. They just weren't, right? Here's a proof. Like we don't see shootouts with ICE. We don't see that, right? We don't see like massive gun. We don't see. We saw shootout. No. We saw ICE claim they were shot at, right? They were claimed they were shot out, and then afterwards we discovered they're absolutely lying about that. Like
did a couple of illegal immigrants literally die because a ICE facility was shot at?
I think we're premising when they go out to get these people at their homes or at their workplaces, there's not like a massive gunfight because these are not criminals, right? These are not like gang members who are violent and dangerous.
Yeah. And that's the two-step that they're doing. But at first we're sold to the American public, the general American public, that these are dangerous gang members, right? Like with the image of MS-13, right? Like burned into our retinas, right? That's what we were sold that we're going afterwards. And then afterwards, they're criminals in that. Yeah, they cross the border. They cross the border.
But it's twofold.
That's what we actually meant. We knew you were all lying about this.
No, it's a twofold thing, right? So, like, the first, this is kind of where your misconception, right? It's like, this guy got here, he's no longer a criminal. All he wanted to do, it was just cross the border and work. Okay, that sounds good on paper, but that's not what happens. What happens is these guys will cross the border and they'll owe the cartel, the Coyote, something. They'll owe him either money for an extended period of time that they have to pay him while he's here, or for a certain amount of years, or they'll be like, when we call you, you answer and you do something. So it might be 5 years they never hear him. They call him up and then they unlock the door at a hotel when they need him to go in there and kill somebody, right? And then they clean up after them. It's they'll do shit like that. So it's these guys might be fine, or they might be funding the cartel back home because they're sitting there paying them a dividend after they got here. And you're like, don't deport them, even because they're not committing any crimes themselves. I'm like, no, they're still funding these evil people, right? They're still a part of the system. Maybe. And then we're seeing, we're turning around, we're seeing construction, for example, was initially hit hard by this illegal immigration crackdown, right? Because they get people from work, right? Well, guess what? I've in turn seen my friends that work in construction, their wages have gone way up because they got more work than ever because there's suddenly less people, which is exactly what Trump promised to a lot of these people, which is I'm going to get jobs. If we get rid of a lot of these illegal people working, suddenly your wage is going to go up because you're going to be more in demand and they're going to be hiring more of you, which is exactly what's happening.
The other win and I think this, to add on to this, the other win I think that just cannot be ignored too is, however disappointing Trump's results are when it comes to the numbers of deportations, border crossings are astronomically down. Like he has won on that promise. That is undeniable at this point. Even Bernie Sanders has admitted that. So the policies are working to some degree in terms of that specific result.
Right, but the question isn't whether or not it's worked. The question is, are the trade-offs worth it?
Right. But that's fair. The only reason I add that is because I think it's easy to get caught up in, well, nothing he can do is right. Like,
sure.
And I felt like I was maybe playing that into that a little bit when I was saying, yeah, he's not even deporting as many people as Obama. And that's true. But when you look at border crossings, right, you see a massive reversal as to what was happening prior. And so maybe his numbers on deportations
Gibbs,
aren't
do you
good,
see a massive reversal?
But on the border crossings,
Yeah, I mean,
this is just
No,
numerically
I'm asking Gibbs
faster.
specifically. I'm asking Gibbs specifically.
Yeah, the crossings are way down, and then the other thing that's way down is like fencing damages to ranchers, like because these guys will go to avoid the checkpoints, so they'll drive through like ranches and dirt roads and stuff and destroy fences, and that's way down. Like in the recent years, I think I want to point one thing out. Obama deported many people, but like the border was more porous then. So it's like if you have a flood coming in and you're just deporting people willy-nilly, but you're not stopping the real problem, what's better? Stopping the people from coming and then deporting less people, like at a slower pace and get rid of them? Or is like, what's more effective? I would argue that if you stop the flow at whatever pace you're going, eventually you'll like get the backlog out. But if you have a just continuous flow, you can deport like millions and millions, and it won't matter if millions and millions more are coming.
So
Could be true.
I guess I want to move on to I do want to at some point like really like dig into this immigration point, but like that's like not the main focus of this topic, right? So I want to talk about torture. Our friend Eucharist within his opening talked about like with the United States, like there is a clear difference between like before 9/11 and after 9/11 in terms of U.S. behavior. I actually reject that idea. The U.S. has been torturing for a long time, right? Like, so when you look at past examples, there was like Vietnam. The U.S. had a torture program against the Vietnamese, and it was awful. It was like a disgusting thing that we're doing. There was also MK Ultra, right? The U.S. Was experimenting and torturing individuals domestically, right? The CIA was doing that, but then also there was the School of the Americas. Right, so this is the program we're running to train operatives who went out into Latin America to spread freedom. They did that by capturing like a group of villagers who were suspected of communist leanings, right, and then torturing and raping and murdering them and dumping them in shallow graves. Right, they learned that from CIA operatives who sometimes were literally there at the time. Literally part of going on. Literally
war on
instructing them on torture tactics while they're there. And within that, like America had the CIA had a manual. I believe it was the CIA. I can look that up again. CIA had a field manual on how to get information out of resistant sources. Right? It was torture. America has been torturing for decades, for a very long time. And we can go further back. I mean, America literally tortured slaves. Like it had there was industrial policy of torturing slaves, right, into submission.
We wouldn't do that to slaves, would we?
Exactly, right? Yeah. So we called a form of that buck breaking. That's the thing that we did, right? They literally like viciously tortured these individuals who thought better of themselves, as if they had human rights.
Wait,
that's
that
what America's always done.
That's
so
a Tariq Nasheed myth. Got to be careful with that one.
Oh, okay, well, we're going to discuss that. But in any case, there have been all kinds of torture. We'll go into.
I'm not saying there wasn't torture. I'm just saying buck breaking
specific one.
If there's something that I don't know, fair.
Well, that's pushed by Tariq Nasheed, who is like a black nationalist. He's all over Twitter.
Let me try to defend my point, and then you guys can tear me apart. I agree with everything you said mostly. The like CIA involvement in some of these either Central and South American trainings or overseas trainings is, call it disputed, but I'm perfectly fine accepting it. There's a series of manuals produced by various defense or intelligence agencies called the torture manuals altogether that I agree exist. Vietnam, prominent examples of this. Where I would distinguish, I guess, is in Vietnam, right, for example, one of the reasons we know about it is because there was sort of high profile criticism of it. It was not officially authorized, and it sort of didn't spread beyond the sort of call it targeted uses. And when I use these terms, it's going to sound justificatory, and I don't mean it in that way. I think it's all bad, right? I don't think it's all sort of scalar on all of it's bad. What we see in post 9/11 is sort of we have legal authorization for it in combination of AUMFs and Patriot Act and everything else, how we treat enemy combatants, and especially what we see in court cases after 9/11, how we treat people who are being tortured offshore. Like if you're not in U.S. territory and you're being tortured by especially the CIA, the court basically said, well, the Constitution, right? So they're after 9/11 comes this sort of systematization of it, sort of expansion of it, and sort of legal thumbs up to it that I don't think existed pre that. I think you're right to say, like, oh yeah, as an institution we had slavery that in many cases legally justified torture. Okay, I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole. We'll have a whole other pre Civil War conversation sometime. There are more examples in the South of legal cases favoring slaves than people like to admit sometimes. Again, this sounds justificatory. It's not. It's all bad, right? So this is all scales of bad. So that's what I was trying to distinguish is I think pre 9/11 we have a U.S. who does sometimes engage in torture, does so in a less systematic, less legally justified, less expansive international way. That's what I would call it.
When you say sometimes, I think is going to be the ratio to
yeah. I think we did it way less before 9/11 than we did after. Yeah, I think so. Like by numbers of people we tortured, by frequency, by wars, I think way less. Yeah.
So okay, so I'm reading from an article. The Phoenix program was crafted by the CIA's intelligence ladder and channel in Vietnam in 1967. It was a culmination of all counterinsurgency operations of the country, such as police, military intelligence, and other CIA operations in the region. I'm skipping over a bit for brevity's sake. But it says one arm of the Phoenix program of the Office of Public Safety, or OPS, was a program to help train allied police forces around the world that was created in 1962. And it quickly became a key tool in disseminating CIA torture techniques and stopping communism worldwide. The OPS would take trainees from Latin America, Vietnam, and other nations to a clandestine training center in Washington, D.C., where they were taught torture techniques by U.S. officials. In the case of Vietnam, trainees were trained under, quote unquote, stringent wartime measures designed to assist in defeating the enemy, end quote. In 1971, a South Vietnamese trainee wrote in his thesis, last thing, despite the fact that brutal interrogation is strongly criticized by moralists, it's important must not be denied if we want to have order and security in daily life, right? A pro-torture narrative. So even in Vietnam, it was systematized. It wasn't just like isolated individuals. The CIA actively backed the torture program there.
I'll let other people intervene really quickly, though. I'll just say, like, one thing you'll find if you dig into, I can send in the chat, Human Rights Watch, which we've talked about, 60 Minutes talked about, Human Rights Watch report from 2011. One of the things you'll find in reports about the Bush era, Iraq War era torture is the word unprecedented will come up a lot, and they mean that, I think, empirically. Like, as far as the best records we have available, which by 2011 we had good records on the Phoenix program and things like this, like, it is just qualitatively different from previous torture programs. And so, yeah, in saying that, I'm not going to come in and be like, oh, well, hold on. When we were doing these Phoenix Center, tortures in Vietnam, and that was fine because, like, no, that's not my point. My point is just I think we, in scale, legal justification and application was quite different. But fair enough. Okay, other people talk.
I think. I don't know the exact. I guess I don't know the exact ratios of like percentage of torture that the U.S. did in any given decade in American history. I think it's fair to say that following 9/11, I mean, the Patriot Act certainly allowed more avenues, or allowed some avenues that didn't exist prior to do this, and torture likely happened because of these specific legal pathways. I think that's fair to say. But this is, I think, where we might strongly disagree, which is, even you can show me torture, you can show me wrong things that a country does. I mean, there's plenty of it, and we can even do country comparisons. I think in this case, like, oh, this country does X, Y, Z. This government's really bad compared to our country. I don't see how this necessarily deprives us of our moral authority. Every great power, every country, and especially any kind of country with the amount of responsibilities that the U.S. has, is going to do this shit, and historically has always done this shit. Oftentimes in much larger degree than we have, in terms of America. So if this is just like a truism that it will happen, countries will act in their self-interest and will do horrific shit. But we look at the U.S. and say, well, for all the countries that do horrific shit, the U.S. seems to like be pretty good in comparison, right? We do try to, compare to other countries, minimize civilian casualties as much as possible. Even though we don't perhaps get it right in the types of warfare that we're engaging with, we do, hold ourselves domestically for the most part to like a pretty strict sense of like constitutional rights that prisoners have, with exceptions, Guantanamo Bay that I brought up earlier. So, and CCOT, you could, with what's happening in CCOT to some degree, I think much less so than Guantanamo Bay, but still to some degree as well. But does that mean that we are comparable in any degree to what? I mean, what country would you put us with? China?
Well, hold on.
North Korea? Like, I mean, Jesus.
Hold on. That's not how I want. I don't want to hear what Hunter's thoughts on this.
I'll throw. I largely agree with Lactoid. I know everyone's surprised here. I think I would posit a question instead. I think sorry, I don't know everyone's names here. The guy with the orange-ish background. Yeah, what's your name? Ali. Sorry, Ali. Yeah. You said before that like America has always been the bad guy, or is now the bad guy. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but I think you'll agree with this. Been the bad guy. Yeah. Who is the good guy? Because I'm looking around on a global scale, and I can maybe look at countries that haven't really done much, but they're such small players that I don't know if that it's fair to draw a comparison to. I don't know who the gold standard is when it comes to countries, if not America.
Gold standard for what?
Well, for moral superiority, right? That's what we're talking about. Because I'm confused when we're talking like.
So I guess the thing, but like what everyone seems to be saying is that like we're just like the least worst, right?
Yeah, because, maybe.
Like yeah, of the big players we're the least worst, and so I mean like, yeah. So like then why has it like why is it portrayed as that like that's not like a moral superiority then, right?
Yeah, it is.
Just admit why just admit that you play the game. And you seem to need to play it less.
No. If I'm speeding, if I'm going 10 over, and then I'm speeding, I'm going 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, and then somebody just zooms past me going like 50 over. Mm-hmm. I mean that person is worse. That person is more flagrantly breaking the law than me, aren't they?
No.
Wait. As a point, I do want to say that it's fair to criticize where we get wrong, and I'm all for criticisms of America. I criticize America. I think we should be held to a higher standard than where we are right now. At the least
but your question was like you kind of of constitutional standard. That's kind of what like you framed it as. I'm saying is like in terms of what Prime's question is in terms of torture in other places to other people, right? where do we stand? And like, yeah, I would say that like there's probably a lot of hidden torture that you can't just uncover on a Google lookup, right? There's gonna be a lot of classified CIA shit that you're not going to see, and then like there's gonna be like minute like systematic shit, like when you talk about like the CIA pumping cocaine into fucking California to fund a war, right? And then that sparks a crack epidemic, right? Like, I mean, do you see that as like a torture of a people in mass, right? Like you destabilized entire groups of people, and then you jailed them. Then we hit them with a war on drugs, right? So like like not only are we like
third,
and
fourth
jailing
level
people,
consequences.
No,
hold on.
You're saying like, oh, we got to fund the Contras and at least a cocaine in areas, and then we criminalize it.
Let me try this.
This is very different than like the government.
Where were they getting all the coke?
Where
are they getting all the coke? And it would be from the CIA.
No one's not critical of that though. And like, I hear what you're saying. Well, actually, maybe Gibbs isn't. Gibbs is like, yeah, fuck those. But
so I'm saying like, if we just look at torture as like, okay, we put this person, we waterboarded them. Yeah, sure. If we're just gonna sit here and compare ourselves to like, once again, the communism in China. I mean, their propaganda seems to be working really well right now. Their people seem to be doing, quote unquote, fine, right? Obviously,
according to their propaganda, they don't allow the plywood to be torn down like we do.
So forth. I'm just saying, if we're gonna talk comparisons. Who's the bad guy? If we're going to talk about the big bad wolves, right? I mean, sure, maybe we're maybe bronze, right? But like, we're doing a lot of caping to say that we're bronze, and then like saying that being bronze is like means anything in the world.
Let's go to Gibbs, and I do want to hear from Doobie because he was trying to jump in.
I like to an extent actually agree with Prime and Ali here on this. Like, I feel like we needed. What did you say earlier? It's a mask off era. Yeah, you're goddamn right. It's about time. It's time to take the mask off and stop pretending that we're not going to fuck your ass up. We have a rules set for war. We have these wars. We got rules. Until, guess what? It's going to cost us 1 million troops to take your country over, so we're just going to nuke you. Like, I mean, listen, it's every time there's been a thing, oh, we're not going to beat these guys traditionally, we're going to pull some bullshit out. I guess that's what Ollie's talking about, where it's like, we're the nicest of the bad guys. I feel like maybe we should just be like, okay, listen, we're not going to torture our citizens, so it's better if you surrender and become part of us. And then, at some point, we won't torture you no more. Now, if you're on the other team, rules are off. Like, I mean, just like World War II. We were the good guys. World War II.
We still won a world war. And I think that worked out well for.
We did fucked up shit in World War II, but we were still better than like the Japanese Empire.
But we weren't. I guess it's better than us shoving bamboo shoots up their ass before we shoot them.
Or we also dropped 2 nukes on civilians. Yeah,
dropped 2 nukes. The fire bombings are worse than the nukes.
Okay, who cares?
That was in order to compel a country to make peace.
Hold on. Do you know? No. We invented.
No, I'll fight you on this later. I have a whole thing on this.
Actually, invented daytime carpet bomb. We literally just went in. We invented this. We're not like that. Is the most like crazed, wild, fucked up. 3 countries in the world still allow cluster bombs. It's the United States, Israel, North Korea. Crazy. We're the only ones. You know why? Because we got the B-52s, and we're just gonna cluster bomb the fuck out of you if you like literally push us to our limit. Like, we need to stop pretending that's not who we are. Like, literally Japan, right? What is their image of us? We need to be the American Japan thinks we are. Every anime, as they got an America's got big old gun, American flags, Patriot coming in, whooping ass. We're literally the world's arms dealers, and we're acting like, hey, we're all these good guys. We're the number 1 arms dealer worldwide. Like, I've never heard anybody go, "Hey, arms dealers are they're great guy." Except for Russia, we traded Brittany Griner to her. They loved him. So I mean, I guess once again, if that's what we're comparing each other to, hey, then we are the worst people. Like, I don't know why we're pretending we're not. Like, we need to just embrace this shit
because we're not.
That's what I was saying in my opening is that
I know.
Like you. I mean, to this point, also Eucharist, Saxium, and Lactoid. It was. Like, you tried to put this cape on and be like, well, listen, I mean, for as much bad as we do, we've also done good, and all the bad we did also wasn't that bad, right? There was also some good mixed in with that bad. It's still bad, right? It's still bad, but there was some, there was good, and hey, like that one specific buck breaking, that one wasn't necessarily true, but the other methods, those are probably valid. It's like there's a lot of.
Who were the bad guys in World War II?
At that time, Germany, right?
Wait, why is it Germany? We did terrible
because
things.
they were doing the
firebombed
genocide
Dresden.
of the Jewish people.
We killed.
You remember the genocide of the Jewish
people? They
people?
did something worse. Yes.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay,
What about the Russians though?
Like, is your comparison always just like they did worse?
Wait, hold on. Gibbs, shut the fuck up. Ollie and Lactoid, continue.
Yeah, is your comparison always just like at this point in time?
Shut the fuck up, Gibbs.
What about when we weren't? What about when we weren't in World War II and when we were doing fucked up shit? Like, is that also good?
I'm saying the logic of World War II it was just implicitly true to you that we all recognize. The logic there is what we should apply.
All right, we did the Iraq War. At that point in time, we were the bad guys, right?
Hold up. We should apply
all our Middle Eastern intervention. We're the bad guys right now, right?
I think Iraq was
Who else is doing interventions across the world?
Hey, listen, please.
Is Russia the bad guy right now?
Oh my God.
Lactoid?
I think Iraq. I'm going to address these examples. I think Iraq was a bad idea. I would not call the Iraqi government at the time the good guys in that conflict. I think that Saddam Hussein was not a good guy, and historically, that government was run much worse than the U.S. was, for many different reasons. I think that we fucked up majorly with how we ran that operation, and we basically handed that country over to Iran. But in terms of if we're just looking at this purely, if we're looking, as we did with Germany, right? We had to get rid of the dictator. We had to get rid of
Germany was the bad guy at this time, and I don't think.
I understand, but you're saying
sees America as the good guy in the Iraq War.
And you're saying that in World War II it was so obvious to you
that
we were the good guys and Germany was the bad guys. But what I'm saying is that when you take this little sliver of time and then you start looking at the actions of countries over a longer period of time, you begin to realize like we are as a country pretty good as far as great powers go compared to other countries and compared to what we could be. Like we could have the level of censorship that China has where we don't talk about the bad shit that we do. We don't talk about the overt concentration camps where we are, literally genociding an ethnic group in Western China. We could do that, but we don't because we can't, because we hold ourselves to certain rules that great powers historically have not held themselves to. We hold ourselves to certain rules, and I think that's a good
just
thing.
Ally with people with
I think that America should get some credit at the very again. None of this to say that we haven't done bad. But there's this, I think, cynicism that you can fall into when you're doing nothing but focusing on like the specific bad circumstances that America has done without looking at, well, what could we have done bad? What is the good things that this country has done? How do countries operate when you're given the literal superpower status? We got the world by the balls. You know what we could do and that we're not doing?
I also want to throw in the fact
what could we do that we're not doing actually?
Sorry, 1 second. Before you do
That's
that,
right. That's right.
What Gibbs wants us to ask Gibbs. Everything that Gibbs stands for.
Hunter, make your point. I do want to let him do that afterwards.
I think that not being nuanced about this, like the way that Ollie is approaching this, where he's so overly critical, is really like honestly leads to harm being induced in America. Because if we make these blanket statements about America where we're essentially all bad, we don't allow that gradation. So then when things get worse, we can't call it as it is. Does that make sense? If we see everything as black and then things get a little bit grayer, then you can't say that that's good anymore. So it doesn't matter. And I think that that's my issue. When we're talking about the ways that we can make our country better, we have to acknowledge where we're good and where we're bad. And when we make these blanket statements, it doesn't allow us to.
Yeah, but that was Doobie's point in his opening, is that we claim to be this thing because we do all this cover up and you like to see the silver linings through the clouds, which is nice. But then we don't ever actually get to the point where like Doobie's saying we shouldn't be doing these things, or we never get to the point where we actually aren't doing these things. And that's kind of like the issue, is like, and seeing the silver linings. Obviously, I'm an American, so I'm going to be critical of my country and how it acts towards the rest of the world, right? Like when Lactoid brings up Iraq, my comparison isn't going to be like Iraq, but I'm pretty sure the citizens like that got killed would not sit here and opt for like America being like the hero.
No, for sure. But we did look at Iraq and we went fuck, and we got the fuck out of there. And like we still have issues with the Middle East. I'm not just gonna say that it's all solved there. Yeah. But like largely speaking, America did go, I'm horrified by what's going on in the Middle East, and we pulled the fuck out.
after.
Well, hold on.
I know.
I do. I want to land.
Are you fucking for real? Do you think that what we're doing right now in the Middle East is as bad than what happened in 2004?
One second. Doobie, you wanted to say something before. I want to give you space.
This is what I'm talking about. Like nothing good can happen
Doobie.
when we really try to focus on making things better in the Middle East.
Doobie.
Hi. Yeah, I think it's a lot of cope, to be honest with you. So we don't need to go to the 2000s, right? You can go to like the 90s, right? The sanctions that were placed on Iraq that I think at the time there was research that said it's led to the death of like 500,000 Iraqi children, right? This package of like sanctions that was imposed on Iraq. And when this was brought up to, was it Madeleine Albright? She said that it was worth it, right? This was for the exact term, but she said like, in other words, it was worth it, right? This is like it's worth the cost, right? 500,000 children, just the children, by the way. I think the total death was like over a million people, right, who died as a result of these sanctions. And those sanctions lasted until 2003, right? So I don't know how we get off on saying, oh, we're so moral, or we're better than the other guys, when our policies have caused the deaths of millions of people across the world for decades now. I mean, yeah, we can look at China, we can look at Russia and things they've done within their own countries and how they've oppressed their own people. Yeah, you can look at North Korea and God knows how all the ways that they oppress their own people. But we've done this to people across the world, thousands of miles away, who are no threat to us, right? For fucking decades, to benefit ourselves financially primarily, right? In some other cases, we've strategically destabilized countries for other countries' best interests, right? Because we want to have Israel be a hegemon in the Middle East or a power in the Middle East, so we can use them to influence the region, yada yada, right? We do terrible things all over the fucking world to benefit ourselves primarily, right? Not to help the people, not to spread democracy, not to whatever the fuck, not because we give a fuck about rights, but because it's going to benefit us financially. Not even us. I say us. I mean the wealthy, the government, these massive corporations that create military hardware and sell it. That's what benefits, right? It's not really benefiting us as in like the average American person. So I totally understand this feeling, right? Wanting to say that, oh, we're the shining city on the hill, right? As Ronald Reagan put it. I think I want to be that, but we're not. And we haven't been for a very long fucking time. I don't know if we've ever been. I don't think we've ever been that.
Sure,
right?
sure. But
I think saying, oh, well, yeah, we've fucked up a few times, but the Saudi Arabia exists. So, I mean, how many people Saudi Arabia killed in the last 100 years? Like, what about fucking North Korea, China, right? And I don't mean like their families or whatever.
Regimes have they toppled?
Yeah, exactly. Like how many nations has China destabilized and caused and sent into conflict or caused a massive refugee crisis? That we've done that.
How many terrorist groups have we caused?
Millions and millions of lives
on our hands.
So we just need to be honest about right now on the global stage. America is not a force for good, and it hasn't been for a very long fucking time.
I think what my specific issue is when me and Lactoid talk about these issues, and by the way, it's weird and refreshing to finally be on the same side. Like,
I don't think you actually are, but we'll find out.
Maybe. I'm sure we disagree on a million things. We know this, but I think that when we talk about these issues, we're like, yeah, that was fucked. That was fucked. But I don't hear you guys. It to me, it shows a certain amount of bias. Like, we ended the genocide of Albanians. Like, that's also something that I don't hear hyped up.
We're funding the genocide of Palestinians.
No, wait, hold on. I agree, but like, what the fuck?
Okay, so that cancels out. That cancels out.
I'm not saying it cancels out, but like, why don't you talk about both? Why don't we talk about both?
We can talk about both.
No, but you're not allowing me to, because I'm saying, hey, it's a nuanced perspective here. I'm trying to talk about both issues. I'm trying to talk about the good things that we did in the world too.
Yeah.
And you're like, no, we can only talk about that. And I'm saying, I don't think that worldview is helpful. I don't think that we can get anywhere as a country if the whole perspective is just we suck. That's what
the conversation is right now in this little prompt is, does America love torturing people, right? We're having a conversation of if America has a problem or has a fucking fascination with torturing people and then shutting up about it, sitting here and claiming that we don't do these things, sitting here and saying,
wait, hold on. Who the fuck are you talking to?
Sound we
You're
are.
not talking to anyone. I agree that we tortured people in Gitmo. I agree that we tortured people in Vietnam. I agree that we have had a horrific history of genocide and the detriment of people. I agree. Like,
so then what? So that's what the conversation is. But what you're doing is, hey, I agree with all of these things, but also we're kind of the best at being, like that.
I'm just trying to have.
That's why we're having this back and forth. That's why
I'm
it seems
trying
so
to have a
bleak on our end.
conversation about our foreign policy that's a little bit more nuanced.
Okay,
and I don't think it's helpful to only focus on the things that contribute to your perspective.
What country should we be more like? Can I ask?
One second, Canada
and Doobie.
So one second. So
you think America with 320 million people, with the power that we have, we can be like Canada?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's any necessity for us to go around destabilizing countries. Yeah,
be like China,
right?
Be insular. I'm not saying act like China. You said be like.
And causing fucking terrorist groups to rise up but there's no reason for us to do this. Like really, it doesn't benefit us at all.
Go ahead, Doobie.
We are comparing countries to countries at this point.
Just really quick.
You can't just funnel out just the good of China and say,
you don't need
just
to
be the good.
I'm not even saying just the good. Right, hold on, but just really quickly, because Hunter, you mentioned the Albanian genocide, and interestingly, I don't know if that's officially been labeled a genocide. I don't know if that's been determined, but I see that you want to call it a genocide. So I'm actually really curious as to whether or not you think there's a genocide in Palestine.
Yeah, I think that most historians agree that it's a genocide.
Awesome, thank you. No, sorry. Are you talking about are you talking about the Palestinian genocide or the other one?
Yeah, Palestinian. Yeah.
I was making sure. Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's interesting. So
I'm largely pro-Palestine. I think Hamas is fucked. I think it's a terrorist organization, but I also think that there's a genocide of Palestinian people. And I think Hamas doesn't care about the Palestinians.
I was just confused when you said historians.
But I do. What do you mean?
Yeah. So
I was confused when you said historians.
Yeah.
Oh no. I think it's. I think
I don't. It doesn't. I have to do the whole thing. I just understand. I was
sure. Whatever. Yeah. I'll concede that. Yeah. I'm happy.
So I agree. I agree that it's good that we stop that. Right. I 100%. I think it's a good thing that the United States did. We do some good things sometimes, but that was what. I don't want to downplay how terrible this is. No, not even. I'm not talking about the time. I mean the amount of people killed. It was like 10,000 civilians or something like this. It's like a terrible that all these people died for sure, right? There was a fucking mass rape and systemic rape and destroying of entire families and villages. It was fucking terrible. But if you put that into context of 10,000 people dead, we stopped this, and then we look at Iraq, 500,000 children killed through sanctions that we imposed, and we got
hold on. You can't play that game.
It's not a game. No. This is not a game that I'm playing.
Come on.
No, but this is not. It's not. What I'm telling you is that these. Yes, we can say, oh, that's a good thing we did, but then the bad shit we did is so much worse.
Wait,
it's so much worse.
If you're putting these in a perspective based off of the quantity of the amount, that's fair and that's fine. But I don't know why World War II is not immediately invoked that killed 20 million people that I would say, primarily stopped. We can think.
It's a good thing that we got involved in World War II and stopped.
Okay, but that might. But if you're saying that the genocide of the Albanians cancels out because of the current genocide of the Palestinians, then why doesn't the genocide of the Palestinians cancel out when we stop the genocide of the Jews? I don't understand this perspective.
I don't think pre World War II. I don't think the United States was a global hegemon the way that it is today, or post World War II. Right? I think this is a very different world post World War II.
Wait, Doobie, why does that matter?
Right.
Because post World War II, we have far more influence, far more military power, far more status on the world stage, far more. So, and what we've used that to do.
This was my criticism of you earlier when you said we should be more like Canada.
Bad for the world.
Yeah, if we were like Canada and had no global influence, we would maybe operate on different rules.
Let's go to one of your Canadian brothers, right? Let's go to Corey and then let's go to Gibbs.
Just maybe a quick question. So Lactoid. Do you view the cuts to USAID as morally good or morally bad?
Morally good.
Okay. And Staxiums, are you on the same page? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. No. Oh wait. Obviously. Wait. Hold on. Me and Lactoid have disagreed on 1,000 things.
Yeah, we're just.
My wife actually worked for USAID, and she got her entire company got completely stripped down because of Elon Musk. And it was fucked. But what she was doing there was ensuring that Latin American countries weren't exploiting their children for that we weren't buying produce as American from slave labor. That to me matters a lot.
Sounds like fraud.
I'm sure that was a CIA cover program for whatever the fuck or something, right? That's what our conservative friends were saying the entire goddamn time.
No, of course. I'm horrified by the cuts in USAID. I think
I told you you're not on the same page.
Wait. But we can't talk about the cuts in USAID without talking about how fucking awesome it was that we had USAID, that we had an organization that was focused specifically on building up the third world countries, or sorry, the global south is the correct term, to build up the global south so that they can have a functioning democracy and a functioning economy. That to me matters. And the fact that we had that was something to celebrate, and the fact that it was cut is something to mourn.
I don't disagree with you. That's why I was trying to highlight you weren't on the same page.
But that can only come with the nuance with saying that we're doing good things right now.
Here's the problem, like Corey. Here's what you're missing. When Staxium said that he agrees with Lactoid, he's not saying that he agrees on everything.
No, right. I know.
And I would say that even with USAID being funded, we are still better than other comparable powers. So it's not like, on the principle of, can we take a nuanced position of a country, look at the level of hegemony it has in the world, because that does have to be factored in. Doobie's already admitted that, right? A country that doesn't have the power to do anything good or bad. Well, yeah, they're not going to have a ton bad that you can really point to. Yeah, what the fuck has Fiji ever done that's bad? Yeah. Wait, Fiji couldn't invade Germany and stop the Holocaust.
Okay, yes, I concede everything you said. But what I'm trying to highlight is just given that recent event, it's like you both, unless I'm misunderstanding your answers, you literally both want to go in a morally different direction, as in Staxio.
Yeah.
So
no, I know.
I would not say that's the same page fundamentally.
Okay, well, let's work with that.
We gotta let in some other people.
No, that doesn't go towards the agreement that you can't just hyperfixate on America does bad thing ABC, and then therefore we are bad, as opposed to, well, America does good thing XYZ, bad thing ABC, and is in the position to do X, F,
other letters,
whatever.
All
the fucking letters.
If this is your point that me and Lactoid disagree on virtually everything else, of course we do. I've made that. I made that explicit.
The vision that you have for a morally good America is fundamentally different than the vision of a morally good America of Lactoid.
Probably, yeah.
So
I wouldn't say starkly different, but yeah.
Let's go. Sorry. Let's go to Gibbs. Go ahead, Gibbs.
So I was going to say,
me and Gibbs are starkly different.
Yeah, I actually agree with most of Doobie's assessment on like what went down with Iraq, right? Like, I think that the difference where Doobie and I disagree is what we should do with the force that we have. I think it matters that we're the global hegemon, right? And I think that when we sit here and talk about Iraq, right? Saddam was sitting here; he was the like El Jefe of basically the Ba'ath Party, right? They were trying to bring us across multiple nations. They're building up their power base, right? This is something that he wants to get going. And it was behooved us to send us all in disarray, right? And so we destroyed Iraq, then Syria fell, Libya got taken out. Like, I think we actually accomplished our goals. And then Iran got a big gain. And that seemed like it wasn't planned. But then we got Israel. Now Iran's the weakest it's ever been, and Iraq's moving back towards us, politically, right? And so, I think in the long term, it worked exactly as planned. Now, I think we're doing different is I agree. I think neo-imperialism, or whatever we're calling this now, with the American style, where we rule through puppets and we rule through economic trade and sanctions. I think that's gone out the window. I think Russia and China have proved that's bullshit. I think we just need to go back to imperialism. We should have just never left Iraq. I think looking back, we should have never gave the countries back in the after World War II. And I think these people would have benefited from being Americans now, as opposed to whatever they got going on. Yeah, I think
you're a true Republican, Gibbs.
I want to. All right, so I want to get this in, because we're coming up at the end of our regular time. We can keep talking afterwards if we like, but we're coming up on the end there. So I just want to get this one thing in. So I feel like both sides are trying to take up positions on both, take both sides of the argument when it's convenient for them. A consensus that I think we are arriving at is that there are no really good or bad countries, right? Like, we're talking about a scale of bad, right? I think everyone has landed on that. That the world is full of gray, right? And we are somewhere on that spectrum, and maybe not on the farthest end. That might be the case, right? But we're somewhere there. And so I would agree with that. But like there is the big talking point that the U.S. could be doing much worse. Well, of course. Well, first of all, any particular power could always be doing much worse. The Nazis could have been doing a better job of what they were up to, right? But they didn't, right? But like whatever. I don't think that's necessary. Is it shows how amazing we are as a country, right? However, I think America is unique. I think it's unique in its position in history, like being a hegemon that is theoretically, right, answerable to its people, right? Like we have a democracy, supposedly. We have a democracy, and whatever administration has power and doing whatever fuck shit it's up to, right? Like theoretically has to answer to the people in a way that I'm not sure any other hegemon has before, right? The UK, the British Empire, is actually a weird middle ground in this, right? That might be the other exception in history of the British Empire, but like I don't know enough about that to make much statements on it, so I'll leave that one aside. But other than that, right, it's just been like motherfucking kings, right? Like just doing their thing, right? Emperors doing their thing. But for the U.S. though, that doesn't mean that we aren't doing a lot of awful things. That like a lot of that we literally just export to others. That's what the School of the Americas was, right? Rather than having like American military operatives doing the torture themselves, right, to keep the world safe from communism, right, and by that they meant, right, specifically keeping America's sphere of influence in the West, right, within the Americas, solid, making sure Russia never got a foothold. So while we were spreading democracy all over the place, right? Yeah, we were literally dismantling individuals, right? There are reports of villages where they just raped their way through them, right? Like preteen girls being raped by U.S. backed operatives, right? And then after the raping, or maybe even before, they were stabbed, they were bayoneted. like it was like awful things we did to these individuals. Those are backed by the America. When we want to do our torture programs, right? We specifically, not even talking about CCOT, right? We in terms of the Bush administration, we exported that to nations around the world. Those were the black sites. Remember that, right? That's what we did. We did all the bad things, but we exported the violence. So I think the reason why America grabs onto this mythos, why it's important, is because it's necessary to placate the people. The people can't understand the level of violence that we commit in the world, right? Like the people just like can't do that, because I think Americans, by and large, are like good and decent human beings. And since they, again, theoretically have a say in the government, and we have a media, right, especially a mass media in the modern age, right, that simply did not exist previously for previous empires, where we can beam images like what happened for Vietnam, right? That was a huge thing. We're watching the girl running out of the forest, literally on fire, right? Once we have those images, like that changes the game for how a government interacts with its people. And I think the American government is like navigating that in a way that no one else has before. But that doesn't mean it's good necessarily, right? And that it doesn't mean that like all the other things it does necessarily excuses that. I think
who are you talking to? Like no one's. I don't think anyone's excusing it. Excusing what occurred. Like that's that's what I feel like.
You guys are coping about what happened by saying, I'm not like, well, I mean, look, see, Lactoid just got annoyed. He's like, well, look, the issue is like once again, the conversation is like we're talking about torture. And everything that's been run from everyone is like, yeah, we did this, but also look at the other good shit we done. And then when any one of us has shown like, well, this good thing was either not really that good or it's masked by some bad, like worse thing that was happening, okay, you got annoyed, right? That was like the issue.
Well, okay with it. My question is, how is Trump bad? If like, because I would say he's bad because he's tearing down a lot of our institutions and he's wronging a lot of rights that we did. He's tearing down functions like USAID. Like, doesn't that force us to say that we we did maybe some good things 5 years ago or before Trump. And
things
aren't
constant. Wait a minute. America can be better than it was at other points in times and worse, right?
All I'm saying is, can't we acknowledge that we have done good things?
Yes.
Hold on. Sorry. This is what annoys me, right? This is what annoys me is that this centrist bullshit liberal nonsense of good things have happened in the past, right? Yes. And why aren't we talking about the good things, guys? Right? Let's focus on the positive. No, we understand that. We get that, right? We're talking about the torture. That's what we're talking about. We understand that America isn't all one thing, right? Hold on. Ali, do you think America is all one thing? Do you think it's all torture all the time? Is that what you think, Ali?
No, but I don't hear you talking about the good things, so I don't know how helpful the conversation is.
I don't hear you celebrating America.
I talk about you talk about a centrist policy. I talk about the shit that we're doing and the horrible, fucked up things that we're doing all the time. So
yes,
I don't.
We all have praised America at some point in time.
I don't know if you guys have. I don't know if you guys have.
Okay, great. Hold on. Okay, hold on. If you thought here, right, that the people here never at any point in time praised America, that this might be the first time. I'm going to correct you. This isn't the very
Dewey has a literal American flag
in our
as his
lives
background
that we praised America for doing a thing, right? In fact, I was the one arguing with Lactoid, arguing with Scott when he was here, arguing with Gibbs, right, about USAID. I thought that was a good thing that we were doing in America, that America was doing. That was outputting, right? Whatever your wife was doing sounded pretty base.
No, but
right? That's a good thing. But
I feel like we only talk about it when it's
never
gone.
happened. I don't hear you talking about that America has done a positive thing somewhere. That's what we've been holding this conversation for. It's bullshit.
I just don't feel like we're talking about it unless it's gone, and that to me feels like a non-starter.
What the fuck?
Prime, can I have a second just to explain? So in the prompt that you gave us, I'm going to read here directly what me and Staxium's have been talking about the whole time that we feel like you guys are just not acknowledging. Yes, I agree. Below us, there's a title here that says, "Does America love torturing people?" And we have spent plenty of time talking about specifically, yes, it does. Here are the specific circumstances, and here's why it's bad. But that wasn't it to the prompt. Quote, so much of America's self-perception rests on having some sort of moral high ground in comparison to other major powers. In your opinion, has this ever been true? Is the U.S. at all better than its rivals? That was a question that we are talking about now. Has the U.S. ever been better than its rivals? Do we have any kind of moral high ground? And our answer is that for these questions, yes. Compared to our rivals, is Fiji a rival? Yeah. No.
In regards to torture,
compared to our rivals. Yes. Hold on. Stop.
In regards to torture, not in terms of the treatment of citizens.
Whenever there's been a rival, torture, according to the fucking Russia, according to Russia,
whenever there's been a rival, we have been better than them. The Soviet Union did it worse than we did. China does it worse than we did. What rival? What American rival?
China tortured its own people. Russia tortured its own people. Now,
and it tortures other people.
That's Ukrainians right now. What the fuck?
Go ahead, Goody. Go ahead.
Yeah, just explain. So explain how we're better than China, right? Because my understanding is that China has not been involved in destabilizing God knows how many countries over the last 20, 30 years, killing God knows how many people, creating terrorist organizations, funding them, and then arming them, and then using them as an excuse to go to war like a couple of decades later. China doesn't do that I'm aware of.
I think China's I think China's only really held some kind of hegemony and really only been a rival really since maybe in the past 15 years. I mean, their growth has been meteoric, but before then the comparison wouldn't have been China. The comparison would be the Soviet Union. And if we want to talk about countries that our rival in that time did destabilize, or different countries they meddled in and destabilized, we can go down the list. We just talked about one of them, El Salvador. There was a reason why that war ended immediately upon the Soviet Union's collapse. And
it wasn't also 20, 30 years is a very convenient timeline to cut off, considering the Cold War ends there, and that's the end of Chinese and USSR intervention in these other
we could 30 years about the fucking Mao. Are you for real? You're like, oh, well, let's only look at the last 20 years of China. Mao Zedong was before that. We're comparing.
Also, good point.
Fucking FDR,
and they invaded Korea, and they invaded Vietnam as well.
To Mao. I
Wait. China currently is genociding the Uyghurs as we speak.
Yes.
They are currently doing this, and you're asking,
occupying Tibet.
And they're currently, they're occupying Tibet. Thank you. They're currently occupying Tibet. They're currently genociding the Uyghurs. They've got camps there that they won't let the UN go into. They literally are using slave labor to grow cotton that we've had to
still allied with North Korea. Like
it's still allied with North Korea. And so if you want to go down the list of what our rivals are, what moral superiority, if we want to go down the list of the moral superiority that we have over our rivals, there's plenty that we can talk about with China. There's plenty that we can talk about with the Soviet Union. We want to go back to World War II. Our rivals there, Japan. Are you kidding me? Nazi Germany. At what point have we not been morally superior than our rivals? In what point in American history?
Right now.
Quickly, Tesla
right
got
now.
50% of federal spending. That's what was saved for hundreds of thousands dead. Morally good, Lactoid. Talking about USAID, I believe. Thank you, Testicle Johnson, for that. And that's a shot at Lactoid.
Base Testicle Johnson. Hell yeah.
Thank you so much for that. And yeah, absolutely. We should have actually continued with USAID. 100%. Maybe reformed it, I think. That might be something we should have done. But we should actually continue with that. Just a little bit of money. Sorry, he says 0.15%. I said 15%. I was wrong. 0.15% of the federal spending.
15% of federal spending was USAID.
No, yeah, I spelled it wrong. I said it wrong. That was my fault.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
0.1, yeah. Sorry. But thank you, Tesla Johnson.
Would you guys not support it if it was 15%? Why not?
No, I said that's my fucking liberal dream. It's like, holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
We live in the Nordic state now. This
Why
is
not
awesome.
50%?
Yeah.
We could just
Right,
save
hell
everybody.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's basically what we're doing on Social Security and Medicare anyway right now. So,
But that's what the
Want to
point.
talk about other things I want to cut?
You were talking. Look, the point is that
dude, this relationship is tenuous, dude. Don't
the point that I was making.
I told you.
I can feel it. I can feel it, like the bubble collapsing.
The point that I was making is that yes, our self-perception of being that shining city of the hill, or whatever fucking metaphor you want to use, right? Like jerking off metaphor that we want to use. Like that is necessary to keep the consent of the people. We have to keep that idea up, right? Bush, we learned from Vietnam, right? And that's why Bush Jr. wanted to hide the coffins coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Because those images were powerful during the Vietnam War, seeing all our dead kids coming back, right? And so they had to hide those things. Because again, we had to have the consent. There's a reason.
How the fuck do you know about that, Prime? Because of our fucking freedom of speech and our self-criticism. That China doesn't have. That Russia doesn't fucking have. Their leaders just fucking do it, and then no one hears about it.
An answer to a different
Hold on.
question.
I literally said,
no, it's not, because we're talking about our rivals. We're talking about the comparison to our rivals.
We are unique. Hold on. I said that at the start, but you lost it, right? Because you were so focused on hey, why isn't he cheerleading America here, right? I said at the start.
We gotta get a little bit of that from you, Prime. Come on, cheerlead America.
Among the hegemons, right?
Oh, yes.
That we are doing what we are doing is different from all the others, but I think it's also because we're situated differently. In history, not that we are uniquely moral, right? But the individuals in charge, right? Our administrations are uniquely vulnerable to the people in a way that other hegemons, right? Other past major powers haven't been.
But
right?
that was obviously,
so I can acknowledge that.
But that was built by the. Weirdly enough, that was built by the leaders of the country. That was built by the founding fathers. It was built by the administration to be self-critical. There's a weird sort of self-reflection that America almost uniquely has as a major power, and that to me is fucking awesome.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
We're being critical right now.
Yes. Weirdly enough, the fact that we can talk about our shit is what makes us better.
Yeah, hold on, sorry, but we can't rest on this idea of freedom of speech forever, right? Oh my God, hey,
I agree.
We are having the conversation.
I'm fully
great.
with you.
So then we all acknowledge freedom of speech is a thing, great, and we all acknowledge that for many other nations they don't have that, right? Now we can see our freedom of speech actively be eroding at this point in time, right?
I agree. That's what makes Trump so fucking awful.
But still, we acknowledge it. Okay, right? But then we can focus on the actual
I'm with it.
But you've been complaining about every time we bring it up.
That's the fucking prompt. If you wait, fuck off. If the prompt was, let's talk about fucking withdrawal of funds for Israel, I would be on that side. You're positioning it so that I'm forced to take this position. You go, why aren't you talking about something else? That's the prompt I'm here to talk about.
No, hold on. No, I'm saying that like when like we've all acknowledged your grievances, right? Hey, America has done good things. Great, right? So then we go on to talk about something else bad that America has done, but then you say again, America has done a good thing.
Wait.
Talk
about the bad thing.
If the prompt is about the bad thing, I will be against what America is doing, and I will not spend the whole time going, oh, but America's done all of these good things. I'd be like, this is fucked. We're ruining our reputation. What the fuck are we doing? This is awful.
The prompt is about torture.
Prime, do you think that altogether, taking in everything that America does in terms of the rights it grants, in terms of its beneficial interventions, and you compare it to all the wrong that it's done, do you think America has done more good than bad?
Don't lie. You think it's bad.
People, sure.
No. But globally, we'll talk.
Including its own people, but also including everybody else.
My problem with the question is like how do we tally this up, right? How do we compare?
However you do it morally,
your own subjective measurement of morality.
Hold on. My problem is that like it depends on who we're talking about. In terms of the Native Americans, no, probably not actually, right? They genocide those people. They're gone. Most of them, sorry.
Holy shit.
They're gone.
They're all gone.
If you talk about all the countries we've knocked over multiple times and like continuously ascent in a spiral of violence, no, probably not, right? However, if you talk about how we've not so much champion, but been a major part of a new world order, in which like at least previously borders didn't move, right? And had a level of stability to the world where we patrolled the seas for pirates, right? And allowed commerce and to explode internationally in a way that was never possible before, right? Because we got the friction away of your shipping stolen. Like if you how do you add all those things in and say, well, America's done more good than bad? Like I don't think that's a fair question in and of itself.
I know it is.
Well, could they ask what your intuition is? Just a vibe check, like how you feel about it, or like you have no feelings whatsoever, or you could say that you're mixed.
Yeah, add it up in your head, in your vibe, or just your subjective moral, like just feeling. Like when you think about it, when you add up all the things that you just talked about, and you compare it to all the good things, and you mesh it all, would you call America like, well, that's a good person, or like that is a good thing, that is a beneficial project? Would you say
America's
it's more good than bad?
If you want me to make it a person, anthropomorphize it, America's a fucking sociopath. Absolutely. 100%. A sociopath.
Thank you for answering the question. I don't know why that took so fucking long for you to answer.
No, hold on. Sorry.
Is there any country that you think is not a sociopath?
Hunter, I'll take as long as I fucking want to answer the goddamn question. I'll take as long as I want to work out like my moral quantity.
Is there any major power that's not a sociopath?
No fucking problem.
No, but you knew that to begin with. You knew that.
No, I didn't. You
knew that you felt that America is anthropomorphized was a sociopath.
No, don't put fucking words in my mouth. Hunter, I'm telling you right now. No, I didn't. I was actively working it out in my mind. That wasn't the answer I had at the beginning at all. I was thinking about it and I have the time and I have the ability to do that. You don't get to tell me how long I get to take to answer a fucking question. Thank you.
Is every major power a sociopath in your opinion? If they were anthropomorphized?
Probably.
Probably. Okay. Now, if we laid out all the sociopaths in front of you, yeah, if we lay it out, because again, we're comparing to rivals. If we laid out all the sociopaths in front of you, which sociopath would be the least sociopathic in your opinion?
Which one are you locking yourself in a cell with the most?
Exactly. Which one are you locking yourself in a cell with? Of all the major sociopaths, like you said, they're all sociopaths.
I shouldn't be helping out Lactoid, but
hold on. I shouldn't have to go down this length of like a hypothetical here, or I guess an analogy to explain this. But I feel like I'm really trying to make this very granular.
I'm locking myself in with the British.
Okay.
There you go.
With the British.
There you go. The British.
The British.
The British.
Yeah, the British.
I will say this.
Wait, can I ask Prime? Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Well, just one last thing, and then I want you to hear what you have to say. I think the British, I don't think that they're as good as America is, but I think as far as historical world empires go, they're kind of in the top tier in terms of moral goodness.
Pretty good. But Prime, compared to your knowledge of U.S. history, how solid would you say is your history of British imperialism and how they treated their subject states?
Not very good at all.
Okay, so I think if we were to have a completely fair comparison, right? If we were to stack up sort of the offenses we would all care about between American Empire, between British Empire, between Spanish, French, all these things, I think we might find, especially French, the fucking Frenchies, man. They did.
Well, it's not
Especially
about Britain had a lot more time, to commit some atrocities.
Yeah, but like. If we just look at like peak imperial Britain, I think if we had a good, well, objective history,
we might not have seen peak imperial United States yet.
But like we might think like there's some crazy stuff going on here, especially compared to what we were talking about earlier with like relative protections of, let's call it, domestic civil liberties, right? If we want to stack those things up together, and it's not an even weight. Like, I'm not a utilitarian. I don't think we can stack these things up on a scale in a way that completely makes sense. But at the very least, we might start saying, having some questions, right? I mean, we're all intimately familiar with the U.S.'s offenses that we all care about. Like, we have to talk about slavery and everything else. That matters for sure. But like, how we stack these things up in terms of global empire, I don't know.
I'm not taking this question seriously. I think that
we don't take your America hate seriously, Prime.
Hell
so
yes.
Hell fair.
Yes. USA.
But I think it's difficult. Like, that's why I will look at these things. So when I was talking about, hey, let's talk about like torture. Torture is a very discrete thing that we can look at, right? Mm-hmm. Like, that's a discrete thing that we can discuss. We're saying add up all of their history, and then for America, like our friend Corey said, America literally hasn't been around long enough, right, to compare to a lot of these other empires. Like, does that count, right? Do they get a bonus for simply not being around long enough, not being top dog as long as those other places, right? Like,
no, I think if we looked at, let's talk about like the 200-year peak of each of these empires.
Sorry, go ahead.
A century peak or 2 century peak of these empires and their torture regimes. I think that Spain and France probably will beat us out for peak imperialism and what they did to the natives under their control and their respective imperial
especially with regard to torture. Like, that's a crazy fucking like you're choosing torture.
No, hold on. You're forgetting that Gibbs was just here. We haven't envisioned his world yet.
That's true. That's true. I'm sad that Gibbs left before I got here because I wanted to yell at him more. But
my literal point is that it's easier to do it in a discrete area. So when we're talking about torture, right?
Like, so torture. So look at Columbus and his torture regime in the New World compared to. Right?
I know, but I'm agreeing with you here. I'm saying that looking at I'm saying that, like, looking at a discrete area being torture, right, is a qualitatively different ask, right, when doing some sort of comparisons than like stacking powers up throughout history. That's what I'm saying. And so sorry, if we're talking about specifically for torture, right, as far as I know, with my spotty knowledge of like past of powers, great powers, right, I think America comes out ahead there.
Well, now we disagree. Yeah, because I think if we stacked up like what the French did in the Caribbean, if we stack up what the Spanish did in their peak empire, even against the worst that we've done post then.
I mean, I'm saying America is better than.
Better. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. Then we're on the same page. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Fair. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No. So we have the moral high ground then.
Yeah. I don't know. Doesn't that
what that means?
Isn't that
high
we
ground.
are better than
high ground,
than the rivals?
Don't do it.
Yeah. Your rivals' pasts. No, it's your rivals' past. That's the issue, right? You want to compare France's past to America's current, right? And
okay, so let's compare current to current.
To Prime's point, that's just giving America a bonus of like, well, you didn't exist when you didn't exist during the era of like the Vikings and while the Vikings were torturing.
So
and
let's
so
go
on
current
and so
to
forth.
current. Who
so,
would you compare it to?
So current to current, for example,
to other powers right now,
like Russia, China.
If you want to compare to Russia or China, yeah. How many in the current
age, right? How many the points that we were bringing up? How many regimes is Russia toppling? How many regimes is China toppling? How much intervention does Russia or China have in the world with its power, right? With its two. Right now.
What is Russia doing in Ukraine? What is Russia doing in Syria? What is Russia doing
China
in the Middle East?
in Tibet? What's China doing with Taiwan? I don't understand
South
this
China
question.
Sea, Vietnam.
And then if we limit it just to sort of, let's call it the modern period. Well, no, ultra modern period. Let's go post 2000, right? Okay. Even then, if we don't look at world superpowers, we just look at like the UK and Spain, for example, and how they responded to these terrorism incidents and how they used torture in response. Like we stack up pretty middle of the road against them as well. So like if we exclude, for some arbitrary reason, we exclude China, we exclude Russia, like even if we include like developed Western democracies in the wake of terrorist incidents in the early 2000s, they're still using torture. So we're right in the middle of the pack. But if we compare to, these world superpowers that we're talking about right now, I think we're doing a little bit better. I think we're doing morally superior is what I would call it. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, hold on, Prime. What of Russia and China, which would you say is morally superior compared to the U.S.? Which would you rather live in?
Well, no. Just to answer your question straight up, I would say America.
Okay. You just seem skeptical. I was just
Oh no, I'm not skeptical. It's just that in the end, right? I still think what you're essentially doing here, right, is like looking for a good guy. I know that's not what you guys said.
But isn't that in the prompt?
You were like comparing. No, I didn't. Did I say like we're looking? Who's a good guy here?
You said.
Did I say the prompt?
Hold on.
He's saying moral superiority compared to other countries.
Is the U.S. at all better than its rivals?
Mm-hmm.
That feels like we're doing
the
this
way
comparison.
that they, to be fair, they are kind of coming in answering to your prompt, right? As in like they are answering the question of like, well, hey, we think compared to other countries that America is not the worst torturer. So actually, so does it? They are in defense of it. Like the thing is, you guys are in defense in terms of the prompt. It's just you were kind of coding it like, no, we don't really think we're good. We do bad stuff, but we also do good stuff. You could have
morally superior to the other competitors in the
right.
Sure.
I think that there's a lot of really fair criticisms we can make about the American machine. Like I do constantly. Like I'm not someone who tries to whitewash America's history. We've done some really fucked up things. I just like if we're doing comparisons, then we're doing comparisons.
Yes, it just seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, right? But it seems to me, and I did invite the comparison, absolutely, right? I mean, yes, absolutely. But it seems to me that even though you guys are saying, hey, yes, everything is morally gray, right? That you're looking for a good guy. Right, like okay. So there was a conversation between Bill Maher and Anna Kasparian like 2 weeks ago or something, right? And Bill Maher, right, like this part goes viral, where he asked Anna Kasparian, like, well, which of these Muslim nations, because she was making a defense of Gaza and like against Israel, right? And Bill Maher's a big Zionist. He goes like, which one of these Muslim nations would you like to live in, right? Dressed the way you are. She had like a nice dress on, right? Which one of them would be good? And then the point is that they are all bad, but Israel is a good place, right? Like you would want to live in Israel rather than all these other places, right? Israel being the shining example. That's what it sounds like you guys, to me, are actually looking for. It's not simply that you're making a comparison, that you want to make these comparisons to say that America, right, is the good guy in history, right? And that's where I disagree. But but if you're not doing that, if you really aren't doing that, well, then I withdraw that.
Well, I don't know what the end goal is, because I might even say that Israel might be the best country in the Middle East comparatively. There's some fucked up aristocracies there.
Fire, man.
Oh my God!
What?
Yeah. Okay. Great. I mean,
fire.
once we understand your moral scale there,
I don't know enough about Lebanon. I don't know enough about Lebanon.
Genocide.
But if I'm comparing it to UAE, or if I'm comparing it to Saudi Arabia or Iraq or Iran, like I don't know.
God. Really?
It's pretty fucking.
Wow.
I don't know. Wait,
right.
hold on. These are the most sociopaths of the sociopaths here. These are
crazy.
Can you just
That's
fucking
crazy.
Who are
work
you
with
putting
what the
among?
fuck I'm saying?
Give him a ranking.
No,
give him
no,
your
I
power
won't.
rankings.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay, so then don't get fucking mad at me. I'm saying if I was forced to rank them, I just said I think Israel is genociding Palestinians. So don't come at me like I'm some fucking ultra Zionist here.
Prime, what's the worst country in the Middle East? Would you say the worst country?
Me?
No,
Prime.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the.
I'm pretty anti-Saudi. I'm not a big fan of Saudi Arabia.
You think Saudi Arabia is worse than Israel?
I would say
Saudi
so.
Arabia is why I think it's killed a lot less.
I don't fuck with the Saudi regime at all.
I think the Saudis, again, because I don't have a good sense of history here. So if I'm wrong here, I do apologize. But I don't think the Saudis have killed as many as the Israelis. As far as I know,
I don't fuck with their regime. Like
I also think,
I don't fuck with the regime either. They're awful. But like, have the Saudis killed as many people as the Israelis?
No, if they're still doing slaves, they're still doing slavery and shit.
Because I don't know. I think Israel comes out ahead here, but I don't know.
I don't know either. I look more to Saudi for like their slavery.
What wars like Iran? Like what wars has Iran started? Iran has not started wars like since like I think I looked it up like whenever Israel had become independent, right? Like Iran hasn't started a war. Right? Is Iran better than Israel? Right? Fuck the Shah, Ayatollah, right? Sure. Or no, Ayatollah, excuse me. Yeah, the Ayatollah. Fuck the Ayatollah. I ain't down with them. But is Iran better? I don't know.
Wait, hold on. The whole point that I was just trying to make here is that I can do these comparisons if we're asked to. Okay? And I would say I think that Israel's doing a lot of fucked up things, including a genocide. But I would also probably say that they're one of the better regimes, mostly just because at least they have a pseudo democracy rather than like a straight up aristocracy. Whatever. Okay, whatever. The fuck. I'm just trying to make a point that if you're asking me to make a comparison, I'll make a comparison.
I didn't ask you to make a comparison. I didn't ask you to make a comparison between those countries. I didn't ask you to do that. You volunteer that I think Israel's better.
I swear to God. I'm making a comparison between you making a comparison. You asking me to make a comparison between us and our rivals. I'm saying I can make comparisons while still being critical of whatever the least worst option is.
Yeah. So, it's just like I'm looking at the moral scale there. All right. It's fine. It's whatever. I'm just gonna repeat myself. It's okay. But anyway. I'll leave it there. Thanks all for coming through. This has been a spirited debate, more so than I thought it would be, but that's great, right? And I like it. This was fantastic. We covered this in many different unexpected directions. Guys and gals out there, if you've enjoyed this, consider following the channel. Support the channel. Sub the channel. Give bits the channel. Thank you to the Testicle Johnson for the super chat previously. Much appreciated. But yeah, if you can support the channel, thank you, Corey, for resubbing previously. Thank you so much. We love our resubbers. Thank you for anyone who is so kind to support the channel that way. All right, but I'm going to give an outro to all these kind individuals who showed up. Start with my friend Lagtoy. Thank you so much, Lagtoy. This was really, really fun.
Yeah, thank you so much. You can find me at Lagtoy TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. My parting thoughts are, I get a lot of shit. I'm pretty antagonistic towards Ukraine and their position currently in the war. And a lot of the situations surrounding that, and I get a lot of shit for that. I'm called a Russian shill. However, I think that what we demonstrated here is that my true analysis and loyalty lies with the good old U.S. of A. And in fact, I battle against people of who argue against me, who argue that no, you shouldn't like the USA. No, we're actually really bad. No, we're pretty fucking good. We're all right. We're good. Yeah, we should not to say we should stop talking shit about ourselves, because that's what we do best, and we do that better than almost anybody else, and we do it a lot more than anybody else. And the fact that we had the freedom to do so, I think sometimes we get caught up a little bit in that. We get caught up in our relish in the fact that we can do it. And we sort of convince ourselves, well, over there the people aren't complaining so much. Maybe it's better over there. But there's a reason they're not complaining so much, and it's not pretty.
So you were looking for a good guy. So I was correct. All right, I appreciate you.
We are the good guys. Yeah, we are the good guys.
I appreciate you actually saying it then. Shout out to my friend Lagtoid. I really do appreciate the conversation. It was really fun. Let's go to Corey. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Always grateful to be invited. And as always, an entertaining panel. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. Ali, Eucharist, Staxiums, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Prime, and Happy New Year.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our friend Hunter, right?
Yeah.
Hunter for coming through. I love people who disagree and who do so vehemently. So I shout out to you. No, seriously, and I really do mean that sincerely, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the whole point. That's why I invite these people who regularly tell me all my ideas are shit, right? Back again and again. So I appreciate you, Hunter. In case you didn't feel that way previously.
Dude, I'm chill. Yeah. No, I do debates quite a bit. I'm used to being a little aggressive, a little snarky. Much love to everyone here, mostly because Gibbs isn't here, so I can say much love to everyone here. I'll give my outro. I'm Stacks. I mostly post on TikTok. Yeah, American. I'll even say we're the good guys. I'll say that. You know what? I'll say it because we are willing to say where our flaws are, and I think that to me is the hallmark of what makes people good and what makes regimes good and what makes countries good and what makes things good. Is recognizing when we have flaws and trying to change them. But also fuck the current administration for. I don't think we're the good guys right now. Well, actually, fuck. Globally, we might still be, but not if the Trump administration is really trying to do much about that. So.
Well, I appreciate you. Next, we'll go to our friend Eucharist. I was really happy to have you here, Eucharist, and I thought you made some fantastic points. Eucharist, and I gotta say, right, like there's been a big gap in terms of your participation here, right, like from before to now. Like, There's not a criticism. Sorry, I'm just saying there's just like there's a time gap here, right?
For sure.
But I'm saying that like you're like on fire. Right, like before you were a lot more meek in your participation here, but like you've come out here swinging. So like,
it's all in the mustache.
I've lost some patience and I grew a mustache. Yes, it's the testosterone that's come through the mustache. Exactly, you've nailed it, Prime. No, thank you for having me on. I appreciate you with having the patience because I needed to come late. Your shows are always at like the worst time because if I'm putting my kids to bed, they're not in bed until like after 9. So it's like, I want to be here. But thank you for tolerating it. I don't really do content very much. I write on Substack. Everything was beautiful.substack.com. But really quick, I'll summarize. You're right, Prime, to take a victory lap because I would say I agree, like based on the prompt you gave us, the US is morally superior to many nations, especially our competitors. I think we've done more good than many countries. I think domestically we protect civil liberties on an unprecedented historical scale, or at least we have prior to certain recent developments. And abroad, actually, I think we've even ensured certain domestic liberties, practically ensured them for many nations, and then we could nuance that endlessly. But second premise here is that I think the U.S. is also morally condemnable for her faults, which are many, and where she has done great evil that we talked about tonight. And so my packaging these together would be that saying that the U.S. has great faults does not undermine the first point, which is moral goodness. Both of those need to be taken into account. Any good American, I don't think, can be a sycophant. You can't be a good American and be a complete ignoramus about America's faults. You have to stare them down the barrel and take them as part of American history and see them as part of the sort of developing tradition that we're a part of. So, slavery, for example, is a key part of this. Torture, as we've been talking about tonight, is a key part of this. And hope for the future of transcending both, I think, is a key part of it. So I've enjoyed the conversation. I thought you all were very reasonable, especially after Gibbs left. No, it was fun, but yeah. I'm sad he was gone when I got back from the bathroom. Yeah.
Oh fuck! I love America.
I think. I mean, some people say that to be loved is to be known, right? And I think that you can't properly love this country if you don't know what's been up to, what's currently up to, right? Or if you purposely keep yourself ignorant of those things.
Yes, good patriots should be well educated on history and the present of both faults and favors. Good,
absolutely, I 100% agree. Right, and so I think the love of those who are critical of the nation, right? Is the truest love. So shout out to you. Let's go to our friend Ali. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Sociologic on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube for all internet things. I think like the thing is within this prompt, right? It says like that a common refrain is that America doesn't torture, and that was kind of like the point that of like moral superiority that I think Prime was getting to, is that Americans feel this superiority because we look at other places in the world and we go, compared to them, right? We don't do anything bad, right? Most people don't know about the torture. Most people don't do the research. Most people are not like politically engaged, right? I'd say I'm one of them, right? By hanging out with you guys, I learn and I pick up on things. And so it's like, in this conversation, what happened was we kept talking about America as if America was like Superman, when like what we were saying was that no, America's more like Homelander, right? Good for him. Good, better for Americans than not, right? That like thank God we have America. Thank God we live here, so we not deal with the torture of America outside of America. And I think that was like the discussion we wanted to have, and maybe it was just framed like poorly because all we did was focus on the comparison from one country to the other, and if we had the moral superiority.
Yeah, I'm by the comparison. To be fair, but. Yeah. Well, anyway, I think it was a good conversation overall. I think it was a great conversation, and I love all the points you guys brought up. Very spirited. I love to see it. So fantastic. And I really hope the people here will come back again, right, for future discussion. And to our friend Eucharist, yeah, like we bullshit like for like the first hour and a half. We'll do it anyway, right? Yeah. We'll just bullshit. So yeah,
I listened to a little bit of it while I was putting my kids down, and I'm glad
you were all in favor of Gibbs, right?
Because I would have been screaming about the Twitter citations and everything else. Yeah,
that was it was fucking.
I wasn't screaming enough. I think I was.
No, y'all did a great job. Y'all put up a good showing for me in my absence. I appreciate it.
I will rate out to a woman who apparently is doing yoga leg stretches.
There we go.
She is. Oh, what?
I'm sure for educational purposes only.
In her tags, right? She puts Japan, which it doesn't help us here, right? But it also puts Canada and Sweden. Oh my God, Lactoid, we might have found the woman for you.
She's got you. She's doing yoga on Twitch. That's the woman for you.
Yeah, this is not. If she's doing yoga on Twitch, this is not the woman.
It's very PG.
Well, you got the crystals, Lactoid.
You're a bunch of a whore, right, Lactoid?
I do have the crystals.
I don't think
you're one step away from
Lactoid. Lactoid, I have a question. Is there a woman out there for you, or are you just too hypercritical? Do you think of women in general? Like, do you think you'd be able to not be so critical of a woman?
I think when you spend a lot of time with somebody, it's very easy to like start becoming hypercritical of them. Could I? Yeah, I think I think so. I think so.
I think you can accept the bad with the good and
recognize
even though
my thing is
accept the bad with the good,
especially for a man, right? The older you get and the more critical you get, the less likely you are to accept of these things. Like the older you get, the more stern and stuck in your ways, the more a little bit oomph you're gonna have towards, right? If you keep being so critical, I think you're gonna have to drop some of these criticisms, man. You gotta be.
Hold on. Well, isn't it the rule? Like as you get older, you begin to like dropping requirements as time goes on. I'm pretty sure that's the rule.
So it won't
get more and more desperate.
Just 1 second. It won't let me rate her channel. She might have a block. For rating, right? So instead, I'm gonna rate a woman whose tag is Findom and Paypig. Also, great.
Lactoid.
No.
This is the kind of woman. Right. I take everything back that I said about America being morally superior. If it allows this kind of.
Russia was right the whole time. Yeah, we got to go back.
Thanks, guys.
Fuck these degenerates.
For everything. This is amazing. But yeah, so I'm out. But this is a great conversation, and I really, next year, that'll be when we do this again. I hope all you guys will come back and will join us, and we can have like a
wonderful New Year
for another whole year.
Yeah,
right. I hope
Merry Christmas. Thank you, Trump, for letting us say that again.
Merry Christmas.
Yes,
I was gonna say.
Christmas in the States.
Even the libs are saying
shut that down, and she wasn't
I've been saying Merry Christmas for years. Shut up!
God.
As a Muslim, I had a Christmas tree here last year. Shush.
Oh my
God! Want to hear another from
you
you, Lactoid?
No,
We hear nothing from
the winds
for
have
that.
changed. Okay.
Lactoid. I was gonna say
It's
so-
crazy.
And the
So
Yeah,
the whole
Kamala
drop
shut
in
that down and
standards
she
thing is
wasn't even president. It was
typically
crazy.
truer for women